I'm just going to cover a few things. First off, we appreciate you guys all for coming today. People have flown in from around the world, from family offices to private equity firms, multi-billion-dollar VC firms, heads of angel networks, individual ultra-high net worths, high net worths, you name it. So anyways, please be respectful of all the presenters today, sponsors, speakers, political parties. So we try to be a neutral, safe ground. Everyone has their own views, but we try to be a neutral place where, you know, capital of all types and asset classes can come together along with companies of all types. Again, private companies, we have public companies from Canada, like UR Energy. We have energy companies, clean tech companies, obviously a whole MedTech segment. So it's a very interesting, great platform to connect with different deal flow for investors, from deals of hundreds of millions of dollars to deals of people seeking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Anyways, I want to keep on schedule, so I won't speak too much. I'd like to bring our first MC up, Elias, have you introduce yourself and give your background.
All right, thank you. Give Josh a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Okay, not bad, not bad. I wanted to get a feel for the room. There's a little bit of applause there. We're going to have to keep the energy going today because there's a lot of presentations and they're going to happen very quickly. So just a quick introduction about me. My name is Elias Erjan. I'm well known within the longevity and health span space because I've made the public declaration that I'm going to live 100 healthy years on this planet, and I want to inspire other people to do the same. Who's with me? All right, a couple of you, if you're actually going to live to become a centenarian, you're going to have a little bit more energy than that, right? Because to live to 100 is very rare. It's extremely rare, right? Less than 2% of the population will ever become a centenarian. So if we want to actually live a longer life and feel better and have that vitality, right? That's called health span. And so that's really kind of what I've been focusing in on. And really for us to understand, how do we actually extend human health span? This is the most exciting time in human history for that to become possible. It's actually real. For the first time, we could extend life, we could extend quality of life, we can extend even cognitive capacity into the later years of our life. All right, and somebody's very excited about that. But what's the biggest problem? What's one of the biggest barriers for us to be able to achieve this goal? We know? Health, that people are just sick. But what is sort of the technical problem there? Quality, well, quality of knowing what works and what doesn't. I think that's actually the biggest problem because right now you can go on TikTok and people are making their lifelong health decisions based on their favorite influencer. And so this is one of the problems that my company is working to solve at Proven, is we're validating the claims of the wellness industry. Now, there's a high bar in MedTech and you know, FDA clearance, and there's some of the companies you're going to hear from today are looking to hit that bar. But in the general wellness and longevity and prevention space, we don't know what that bar is, and we're trying to figure that out. And that's actually what I do every day with my team at Proven, is try to figure out what works, what doesn't, and how can we communicate that to more people so you guys, all of us, can live longer, healthier lives. So with that said, I want to get started with our first presenter, who I had the pleasure of meeting recently at another health conference in Dallas just earlier this month. So what we're going to be doing, who are the investor judges? Actually, I know Brad asked you a show of hands. So I was told to do a little introduction. Do you gentlemen want to, the people who are investor judges, do you want to do introductions to yourselves? Or should we just get started? Just get started. Okay, there doesn't seem to be a lot of passion in the room to do those intros. So I think we're just going to start hearing from the people. So the first person we have coming up is Clay, and he's the managing director of ATX Hyperbarics. Who here has ever tried hyperbaric oxygen therapy chambers? So a couple of you. So a lot of you, this is a very interesting technology that you're going to learn about right now. And so basically, Clay is an experienced investment banker, asset manager, 30-year business career. And he basically has developed and participated in $4 billion worth of capital raises. So right now, although he has his background in hyperbaric oxygen, he's talking about a related technology, something called photobiomodulation red light therapy. So ladies and gentlemen, he's going to tell us all about what he's doing. So Clay, please come up to the stage. They're going to start your time here in a minute. And as I said, we're going to try to keep the energy in the room going. So please give Clay a polite round of applause. Thank you so much.
Stand in front of the podium. That's all right. Thank you for your time today. I'm excited to talk about this company today. My name's Clay Womack. Like I said, I've got a little over $4 billion in capital raised through my 2 investment banks. I started back in the early '90s and on through the late 2000s, and then I sold out of my bank in 2007. And then I did what most guys would do when they made some money. I went to Texas and started an oil company. You know how to become a millionaire in the oil business? You got to start out a billionaire. So anyway, long story short, about 13 years ago, my wife's a Harvard trained physician, and she was a cancer doc in LA for years and years. And then she decided she wanted to go back into medicine. She was busy raising our 9 kids that we had in a 10-year span, and went back to medicine and became an anti-aging regenerative medicine doctor. And about 3 years after she started in that practice, we had a miracle healing by a patient of ours who used a hyperbaric chamber to change his life. And he said, you got to add this to your practice. So being an analyst investment banker, I read about 1,000 papers on hyperbarics and decided we needed to add this to our clinic. And we opened a clinic that just had hyperbaric therapy in it. We recruited doctors to refer patients to us. We've got 3 clinics now. I'm one of the largest sellers of hyperbaric chambers in the US. I sell them to high net worth individuals as well as clinics. We train them on their business, how to run their business, and it's an exciting field. It's more rewarding than any 8-figure check I cashed on Wall Street, because I'm seeing people come in wheelchairs and walk out, and seeing people's lives changed by hyperbaric is just amazing. And so that's what I do. Along the way, I got introduced to a gentleman by the name of Mike McIntyre, who was building light beds and putting them out in the market. And I sold several of his beds to my clients, and they were not high quality stuff. And I told him, I advised him a little bit on upgrading his engineering significantly, and upgrading his engineering significantly. And he spent about 8 months building a prototype and came up with absolutely the most prolific light bed in the business, and probably the best one with results. Is 4 different light frequencies plus resonant frequencies of sound. Disclaimer. So if you're going to talk about a fountain of youth, you combine hyperbaric therapy with light bed therapy, and that's the best 1-2 punch for biohacking there is out there. You're increasing your body's oxygen load by 2,000%, and then you're hitting it with photons, which increases your output of ATP, which is the fuel cell source for your mitochondria, which power your cells. So this device, I know it's a lot of print and a lot of things. You can stop by our booth and get this exact slide. It has all the factors, but you can look at any light bed in the market and it will pale in comparison to what the feature set of this light bed is. We have 3 light beds, a home model for a $49,000 price point, a clinic model for $90,000 price point, and our new Elysium, which is at a $180,000 price point. And the business model on that is we will be co-marketing that with clinics and doing a revenue share with them. We will not sell them the bed. We'll put it in there and do a revenue share with them. This is our most recent conference at the Dave Asprey's Biohacking Conference. He's just added this bed to his upgrade franchises. So if anybody buys an upgrade franchise, they will have this bed in their clinic. The company started in 2006. When I told him he needed to raise his game, he went and hired Dr. Hamlin from Harvard, who's the world's expert in photobiomodulation technology, to help him design this bed with the right frequencies and the right light pattern. And so we've done that. They've done it all to date, their own capital utilized. They're on a current run rate about 10 million. For fiscal, we're in all the special forces. We've got NFL teams, NBA teams, some college teams, MLB teams, and we've added these beds. We added these beds to our clinic 6 years ago. We've probably sold 30 or 40 of them to my clients to put in their homes with their hyperbaric chambers in their wellness wings in their home. Let's see. This is a picture of the factory. I was in the factory a couple of weeks ago checking out production. They're scaling up their operations to meet the order flow that they've got. We're probably 2 months behind on order flow right now. The price points on the equipment, as I talked about earlier, 180,000, 90,000, and 49,000 for the hotel. For the home model, 49,000. Gross margins are about 50%. We're doing a convertible debt offering. We got pre-money valuation at 12 million, post-money 15, 3-year term. We can negotiate on the coupon, but we've already got people wanting to buy in on this. $100,000 minimum, and you get a discount on your light bed if you want to put one at your house. I know it's kind of small print, but we're on track to probably hit with the leasing machine coming into the market. If we were just to sell beds and not do the revenue share, you know, we'd looking at probably a net earnings next year of about $12 million. If we move those projections up to just selling the home unit as well as our clinic model, that the 90,000 price point, the 49,000 price point, and then just doing revenue share with 50 of the Elysium machines, we'd up those earnings by about another $2 million, only having to had produced 50 light beds in the 180 range instead of the 126 if we were just selling beds. So this revenue model with revenue share with the clinics that we're putting these in is amazing, because you put the cost of the bed in the first year, and then the subsequent years of subscriptions after that becomes, you know, very, very, very profitable. So that's the offering that we're looking to raise capital for. You can talk to us later. We'll have documents ready in the next week or so. How are we doing on time?
It looks like we have minutes for questions. So do any of the investors have any questions to start us off? Does anybody in general have any questions?
So, hello, my name is Kirill, Impact Capital, private equity, venture capital investment company. So my question is, how much you're raising equity, and what is your go-to-market strategy? So it's only US, or what's your market fit?
We're selling these all over the world. We've got some in Dubai. We've gotten some in Europe. The offer is 3 million convertible debt into 20% equity of the company, fully diluted. And then I don't think they would need another capital raise after that. We probably go straight into the credit markets. 3 mil for 20% convertible. Yeah. It's a Wyoming LLC.
Very good. Any other questions for Clay over here?
Right over here. Yeah. $380 years. Okay, he's asking about hyperbaric medicine and the fact that it's been out in the wound care business for a whole long time, and we're working in the wellness and the anti-aging and regenerative medicine space. And I've got a little, now that I got a little time, I'll give you the last little bit of hyperbaric presentation we have. We actually represent 4 manufacturers. Telomere is our own manufacturer. That was my idea. I came up with a late night with some maybe some psychoactive substances, if you've ever heard of those. But I came up and built the first titanium hyperbaric chamber it's ever built in the world, and we're selling those in the high-end markets. HBOT for Life is an Amsterdam, Netherlands manufacturer that's built a really nice chamber. We represent them. HPO Tech is probably one of the largest and most advanced hyperbaric manufacturers. They're based out of Istanbul, Turkey. I just came back from a week down there with those guys. And then OxyCab is a company created by Ed Betts, who's second-generation family in manufacturing hyperbarics for the Navy and for government entities and things like that. He now has a home and clinic model that we're representing as well.
All right. I think we have another question over here.
Yes. Is there any commercial or Medicare reimbursement for any of your hyperbaric therapy business?
There is, but not in the market we serve. We do not do insurance. We're all cash pay, anti-aging and regenerative medicine. There is, apropos of what this gentleman over here was asking about, it was in the wound care business. There are 14 approved FDA uses for hyperbaric, but around the world, all over the world, there are, you know, hundreds of indications that hyperbaric has shown to been effective for. And one of which is anti-aging probably the holy grail of anti-aging, and why my wife calls these time machines. Dr. Efrati in Israel did a study and showed that after 60 sessions at 90 minutes at 2 atmospheres, you've extended your telomere length 25 to 49%. And telomere length is your indication of aging. It's like the little shoe caps on the bottom of the DNA strands, the shoelace caps. As you get older, your DNA strands get shorter, then they unravel and you die. So if you can extend the length of those caps, that is proof that you are actually going to live longer. And so we call these hyperbaric chambers time machines. They give you more time in your life. This is our first prototype titanium chamber right here. It's pretty interesting. My wife designed the windows, go figure. Hypotech, they've got really, really high-tech stuff. They've been building them in aluminum. We've gotten them to move over to ballistic steel because we do want to put them in a clinic environment. In a home environment, you don't have as many cycles. You're only using it once a day. In a clinic environment, you're running 9 to 10 pressurization cycles today, so you need something a little more stable. They have multi-place chambers that are available, in the $140,000, $150,000 range. The little one up on the right is a leather-colored home use one. It's about $55,000 retail. The sit-up chambers, the 2-place is about $140,000. The single place is about $110,000. So those are the price points you're looking at for your home or clinic use. And then this is the Amsterdam company, HBOT for Life. This is very similar to a company here in the U.S. that manufactures one called OxyHealth. They have a 42-inch chamber. I probably sold and installed 50 or 60 of those over the last 5 or 6 years. And but its price point is 20 to 25% higher than what I'm bringing in from overseas. So if you're interested in hyperbarics for your clinics, for your home use, as your own little anti-aging lab, these are the type of pieces of equipment you want. This is the new one by Ed Betts, who's second generation hyperbarics builder. They're being built down in Peru. It's a single user, and it's got all the certifications you need to run in a clinic environment. So that's us. I got a minute left. Are there any other questions about hyperbarics or the capital raise on our light bed company?
All right, that's great. Clay, give Clay a round of applause. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate y'all all being here.
All right, thank you. And just as Clay said, I just want to, as someone who is a clinical researcher in the longevity and wellness space, he is correct that the hyperbaric oxygen therapy chamber and photobiomodulation are 2 modalities that have incredible, if you go on the PubMed, you want to look up clinical validation on those 2 modalities, they are extremely well validated, and something actually just for all of you looking to improve your health, something you could benefit from as well. So next up, I'm looking for Joe. Is Joe in the room? I don't see him is my only concern. So if I don't see him, we're going to have to jump ahead. Did you find Joe, Brad?
Yes, we're a little ahead of schedule. Keep talking, I'll go get him.
Okay. Okay. So, well, maybe, maybe I'll just take a minute here to, again, I guess I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing at Proven, and then also, well, let me just see. No, that wasn't. Sorry, I thought I saw Joe come in. We could start. All right. So Brad, should I just fill time or should we go into the next person? Okay. He's out looking for him. Okay. Well, you know what? I'll tell you a little bit of a story about Joe to help him out. So Joe is actually a client of ours at Proven. And so has anyone here ever heard of glutathione? Does everybody know what glutathione is in the blood? So glutathione is what they sometimes call the master antioxidant. So if you don't know a little bit of tidbit of information about longevity, one of the reasons, there's a lot of different theories about why we age. And one of them is that our cellular function sort of degrades as we get older. There's some pretty amazing things that happen like in our 40s that are pretty astounding. Like our NAD levels, our glutathione levels, they actually kind of fall off a cliff. And these are the molecules that actually just help run like the Krebs cycle, ATP, the regenerative aspect of the cell. And as that sort of degrades as we get older, it becomes really important to try to figure out how do you continue to boost those. So a lot of the work that's being done right now in the field of longevity is really complicated because we have to look at what's happening at the cellular level. We have to look at the 10 trillion cells that are in the body and try to make sure that each mechanism in the body is sort of improving as we get older over time. But there are some people that believe, I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's some people that believe that the upper age of humans actually has no limit. There's sort of a bit of an argument going on. Some people say, maybe we could live to 120, maybe we could live to 150. Some people think we could live over 250 years. Hasn't been proven by science yet, but is being investigated right now. With that said, I think I saw Joe come in the room. So Joe, make your way to the stage, please, because you're about to go up right now. Joe, that's it. Come on up. So Joe, Joe Wojtycki is the CEO. Well, actually, I guess he's now the president of Max International. Max International was a company we had the privilege of working with at Proven. So I'm sure he's going to talk about the research we did. So I didn't want to steal your thunder, Joe, and tell them about the research that we did. Your clicker is right there. Your slide deck is there, and you have 12 minutes on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, give Joe Wojtycki a round of applause.
All right. Well, thank you very much. My name is Joe Wojtycki. I'm executive chairman of Max International. Quick background, started out as a corporate finance lawyer, worked for 14 years in New York, doing your typical M&A and credit facilities. Yes, we caused the securitization crisis, as I'm sure you all are familiar with. Came across Max International just as another transaction. They were acquiring technology from Dr. Herbert Nagasawa, and it was about glutathione. Now, I had been not only a corporate lawyer, but I also was a marathon runner in New York. I finished 93rd overall in 1994. So I was putting my body under quite a bit of abuse, but I had never heard about glutathione. How many of you guys have heard about glutathione? Okay, good number of people. It's more than most people in audiences, but glutathione is your body's master antioxidant. It is the most important antioxidant that your body produces in your cells. It is the center of your cellular defense. Now, when we're thinking about just the consumer wellness market overall, which is something you guys are very familiar with, it is a massive market, 1.8 trillion in global sales. So this is something that is obviously critically important to everyone around the world. And when we're talking about the master antioxidant, glutathione, something most people have never heard of, when you look at the research, and research is very important because that is what scientists are looking at, that's what doctors are looking at to try to keep us healthy. The master antioxidant, glutathione, when you compare that to the other antioxidants that people have heard of, the science and the studies, the number of studies, 185,000 and growing, very critically important. So when we think about it, what is glutathione? It is central to all of our cellular functions. It is basically throughout all of our approximately 30 trillion cells. Just think about that. Our cells are trying to produce glutathione every day, all day, while we are alive. That's how important it is. It is something that is going on in each of us and every human being around the planet throughout our lives. The problem with glutathione is that it declines approximately after age 20, which is one of the reasons that maybe you don't feel so good at 20 as you did at 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. One of the things that is happening is your glutathione levels are going down and your inflammation markers are going up. So when we think about and look at what are those 185,000 studies about, why are scientists thinking this is so important? It's because low levels of glutathione are associated with over 75 different diseases. And a lot of these are hugely economically impactful, such as cardiovascular disease, which is the #1 killer around the world. But basically anything that has to do with inflammation is going to be a result of a lower level of glutathione. So Max International, what our vision is we are trying to help people's glutathione levels go up. That is the primary purpose of our products. And as I mentioned, there are just so many studies about glutathione, which indicates just how important it is. The scientists know about it. The researchers know about it. The general public yet does not know about it. And we think there's a reason for that. We think that is because there hasn't been an effective way to raise glutathione in an oral supplement. So because of the importance of this is one of the reasons that we believe that because our products are scientifically validated and we are going to continue to pursue good science, this is going to become a product that is absolutely known around the world. Now, this is important. Why doesn't the competition work? If you look at the structure of glutathione, and the people who have heard of it, there's a lot of intravenous glutathione going on. that actually works, that it's actually bioavailable. Problem is that's exogenous glutathione. You're putting it into your system through an intravenous. That is not very convenient, but it is bioavailable and it is effective. But if you're taking a supplement that is just L-glutathione, you can see from the chemical structure that it has an exposed sulfhydryl molecule. That molecule is very fragile. So if you're taking that supplement, it's not likely to be bioavailable. The same for cysteine. The rate limiting factor of glutathione production in your cells is bioavailable cysteine. 3 things are needed to make glutathione in your cells: glycine, glutamic acid, and cysteine. You have plenty of glycine, you have plenty of glutamic acid. What you don't have is bioavailable cysteine. And as you can see, if you just took cysteine, cysteine also has an exposed sulfhydryl molecule, which makes it not bioavailable. So you can't just take L-cysteine and expect to have a lot of bioavailable cysteine for glutathione production. Dr. Nagasawa invented a molecule called ribosine. And as you can see from that chemical structure, it protects the sulfhydryl molecule. This makes ribosine bioavailable, where the cysteine actually gets to the site of action in your cells. Blood serum glutathione levels will be raised. This is what Proven has helped us do. They've shown that we raise red blood cell serum glutathione. Critically important. And this is why, the reason I show you this structure is because it's not just fantasy. There's an actual reason in the structure of the molecule that makes it bioavailable. Critically important. And of course, we have patents over that. This is one of the things that I got to do as a lawyer in the transaction when Max was buying Dr. Nagasawa's technology. We shored up all of the patents. Studies, super important in this day and age, in this industry, in the wellness industry, supplement industry. Very important to have proof, to be able to put it on the line. When you look at our studies, they are over the molecule that causes the action. Very important. We put the product to the test. Independent tests also, very, very important. And what we showed in the study with Proven was that we took, and we didn't do this to load the study, by the way, 250 milligrams. That's the recommended daily dose. If we really wanted a great result, we could have given them 500 milligrams, could have given them 750 milligrams. 250 milligrams is the daily dose that is recommended. That is what we sell. That is what we tested. We also tested it in healthy adults. Okay, so these are not people with suppressed glutathione levels. If we wanted, again, load the study, we would have got a bunch of sick people with low levels of glutathione, and we would have seen a result. We also did it over a 30-day period. This matters because this is what the consumer is expecting, a result when they take the product. 30-day period, we raised glutathione levels in the study group by 26.6% in red serum glutathione. That's unbelievably important, whereas the placebo had a 3.2% decrease. And no adverse effects were reported. Think about that. You have trillions of cells all trying to produce glutathione. You'd have to give an awful huge amount of cysteine to get into the cells to cause a problem. It is all used. So this was an independent study, 250 milligrams, and here are the results. And we have that over at our booth. We also did a wearable study to see how people would react on our products. And so in this study, this was an elite performance study with elite athletes. So again, not an ideal study group, but people who absolutely know their bodies, who are extremely healthy, and they are aware of every single thing every day. And again, the results were quite remarkable. Now, it's important to note that the REM sleep increased by 3%, but this is not statistically significant. So we always want to be very clear about what is significant, what is not. In this study, we did raise REM sleep by 3%. We reduced resting heart rate by 2%, didn't reach statistical significance, but it's a very important thing to note because in their subjective data, you can see they increased athletic performance 22%. Think about what that means for an elite performance athlete. They recovered by 24%. They're putting themselves under constant oxidative stress, and they're reporting subjectively these unbelievable numbers. And we have that also over at our booth. Now, global execution. So if we can prove scientifically we have a superior product that affects everyone around the world, Are we able to execute and get the products to the people around the world who need them? The answer to that question is yes. We've been in business since 2007, and we have product approval for ribosine throughout the world, over 20 countries at this point. So we have the ability to distribute. Do we have the manufacturing facilities? One of the things that we learned during the COVID crisis was you need to diversify your manufacturing. It was very difficult to get a complex product produced during that period of time. So we had to diversify, and we are absolutely ready for that expansion. All of our products are also BSCG certified, which is an independent group that comes in and tests every batch of product before it goes out. So the investment highlights about Max: only clinically proven patented technology to increase serum glutathione levels. Very, very important. Glutathione is going to become a very well-known molecule around the world. Glutathione, factually, the superhero of antioxidants, most important antioxidant that our cells make. It is within us. We can make ourselves healthier by increasing our glutathione levels. Similar companies, they trade at 3 to 6 times revenue, which is always great for an investment. And we think that as glutathione becomes well known, as we continue to market and educate the world, we think that we will do quite well globally. One of the things that we absolutely found important was we needed to diversify our means of distribution. So during this month, we have launched our direct-to-consumer. We have rebuilt our site to be e-commerce friendly. We are approaching medical offices for sales because this is clearly a product that needs to be explained, and medical professionals will understand it very well. And of course, we're talking to retail outlets. Our new CEO, he has extreme level of experience with respect to the direct-to-consumer space. He was at Guthy-Ranker. Has done infomercials. So we have to have the marketing to back up, make sure that that messaging is on point and can reach the consumer. So successful execution of this plan, we expect that we will be around 40 million in revenue within 12 months, and we should be, looking at pretty substantial returns. This is just a quick summary of what Jonathan Flicker has done, who is our new CEO. He's worked with a number of products in the past, and those products weren't nearly as scientifically valid as ours. So this is the market opportunity. We expect to approach this very quickly over the next year. Some more of our marketing is looking at Going Public, which is a show that we have been on that is streaming now live on MarketWatch, and it is reaching our target consumer. This is why this is so important. MarketWatch, owned by Dow Jones Group, has a slew of properties, Wall Street Journal, Barron's, etc. You're talking about people between 35 and 75 with incomes of over 200,000, net worths of over 2.3 million. They will be very receptive to these types of products. We have an influencer strategy. Chris Mullen, who's been taking our products for more than a decade, is part of our influencer strategy, as are the Olympic champion triathletes, the Brownlee brothers. And their group participated in the wearable study. And once they saw the results, they signed up. So these are our products. We're happy to talk to you about them at the booth. And they're all about or focused on cellular health. And this is the summary of our $10 million convertible note round, doing $10 million at a $20 million pre-money valuation. And we're more than happy to discuss this with you guys at the booth. So thank you guys very much for your time. Look forward to talking to you about glutathione and how we can help your cellular health.
We're actually running ahead of schedule a little bit, so we have time for a question or two real quick. Does anybody have a question for Joe? Here you go, John.
Yes, as a naturally occurring substance, typically you can't get composition of matter patents, just use patents. Is it different with yours?
We did a use patent to strengthen it. So you can get that as a composition patent, but we felt that at the time, it would be better to not show people how it's made, right? So we wanted to protect the know-how, but to basically say that you can't use this for, then just take the laundry list because it just didn't exist at the time.
Okay. One more question here. I'll just do one more and then that's going to be it for now. People have to talk to Joe at the booth afterwards. Here you go, sir.
Do you have current revenue now? And if so, how much?
Our current revenue, we're trending right now. I think we'll do about between 12 and 15 this year.
Okay.
And it depends obviously on the success of our marketing campaigns. Yeah, it's right. It's just around $1 million a month.
Okay. All right. All right. That's great, Joe. Thank you so much. Joe Wojtycki, just leave that all on the podium. Would be great. Okay, so just to let you know, one of the goals of this event is to capture your feedback, the entire audience here. So you may have noticed on some of the tables, there's this little sheet. All of the team here at the Global Capital Network and at the MedTech Investment Forum are going to basically capture this information. They're going to share it with the presenters. So Brad's going to go around right now and make sure that you have this at your table. There's also some pens. So if you don't mind, take a minute, especially, obviously we want the investors, but all of you have, insight into the industry. Maybe some of you have experience in marketing or sales or presenting, and you want to give some of that feedback to our presenters today. Please take a minute for each presenter. You can fill this out and it is going to be reviewed. So please take a minute to do that. Just make sure you record, what was the company, what did you like, what did you not like. So if those of you willing to do that, please take a minute to do that. And it's much appreciated by the entire event team and of course, deeply by the presenters themselves as well. So we are doing really good on time, which is great because this is actually, I believe, our last presentation before we go into our lunch break. So thank you all for being with us here. So we're going to jump in to our next presentation is, all right, here he is. All right. So, why don't you just come on up and we can take the opportunity for us to just have the conversation. You can sort of introduce yourself as you come up as well.
Okay. Thank you, Elias. Great to meet you.
So, you're here. I guess we're doing this yeah, go and grab a seat right there. Ooh, you disappear into the couch. So tell us first, Howard, just a little bit about your personal background before we get into what we're going to be talking about today.
I have a degree
Hold
in
it close.
I have a degree in business from USC.
All right, you got some USC
Okay.
fans. That was a positive thing. They weren't heckling you. They weren't heckling.
USC,
you.
right.
He was scared. He was like, "What? Everybody don't like me?"
I went to a Bruce Springsteen concert once and I heard boos all the time. And, all right, misheard that one too. Grew up in Los Angeles, was born near the La Brea tar pits, was raised near the Beverly Center when it was oil wells, moved to play in Beverly High on the field, on the girls' field where there were guys playing on the girls' field too, where there were also oil wells. My first major job was in Century City at the back of the oil wells, and next job was in El Segundo for 15 years, surrounded by oil wells and the Hyperion water treatment plant and so forth. And so this leads us to a background of exposure to environmental contaminants.
Right. So, okay, that's an interesting story right there because you're saying that, and this is a really interesting thing for those of us concerned about our health. There's sort of a couple different reasons why we're trying to understand why, people get sick. And of course, environmental toxins, which we're all exposed to. I'm sure you've seen recently some of these studies about microplastics and how much microplastics is in the products that we're all consuming every day, all of us. So we do have this sort of theory or these challenges we're facing with environmental toxins. And it's so novel, we don't really even know how detrimental these are to our bodies. We're just kind of discovering them. And that kind of leads us to this book, right? So you came up with a physician partner, I believe, Howard, this idea of MMM theory. And it says right here on the book, a new paradigm in medicine. So just first tell us, what does MMM theory stand for?
Well, wouldn't want to put that on the cover of the book. It is microbial mucosal milieu. And that would make sure that no one reads the book. The idea behind the book is that the body has natural protective mechanisms against these environmental contaminants that we are all exposed to in our urban environment. And those mechanisms are basically the the immune mechanisms, the inflammatory mechanisms, which are then diagnosed as autoimmune diseases, heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, or in the case where the body is overwhelmed with these contaminants, it's diagnosed as obesity because the body is encapsulating these contaminants in fat.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point. So if you don't really understand how that actually works, right? Why do we put on adipose tissue on the exterior of our body? It's because any toxin that the body is exposed to at the cellular level, you actually take that toxin, your body doesn't know what to do with it. Your liver would have to process it, you would have to excrete it. We don't know what to do with it, so we wrap that in a lipid particle, and then we push it to the exterior of the body. And that's why we develop that fat tissue on the exterior of our body. So really, it's this idea that, you know, we can basically be building that inflammation as we go. And how does that theory, right? Because this again is kind of, some of this is well known, right? We know that there's some things that create inflammation and that we're all facing. Now, how does that tie into a new theory about this?
Well, medicine tends to diagnose the symptoms of the inflammation and treats the symptoms. Now, the symptoms are actually the body's protective mechanisms against these contaminants. So medicine is stopping the protective mechanism, which is very uncomfortable because I've been through it. But at the same time, now we know the cause of those symptoms, and now we can begin to address protecting against the environmental contaminants and understanding why, and degrading and removing them. Some of the supplements from our company helps in doing that, and we're developing diagnostic tools to help with that also.
Right. And so what you're talking about, from my understanding, as someone who works in the longevity space, is what's being called root cause medicine, right? So we often treat the disease or the disorder as it arises. So we basically have a model now of what's essentially known as reactive health practices, right? So, you know, if you right now go to the doctor and your blood sugar glucose is below a certain level, you're fine, right? Even though you're pre-diabetic, they'll say you're fine. But as soon as you cross that threshold, it's like, okay, now you got type 2 diabetes, now we're going to treat you. But you were developing that, somebody was developing that potentially for decades before it actually crosses that medical threshold to be diagnosed as a disease. So really, we have a twofold problem here. We need to actually go upstream and catch people before they develop the condition. And then if they're already not feeling well, which a lot of people are experiencing right now, so you may not have a disease, but you're kind of like, I know something's wrong, so what do I do? And that, I think, is kind of where this comes in. You can look at a book like this and start to examine, like, what might be the source of my inflammation, my autoimmune condition that maybe isn't that severe. So tell us a little bit around how you're treating that with your company.
You may have heard the discussion about the microbiome, especially in the gut. And the microbiome is an intelligent organ, if you will, comprised of bacteria, which protect our body from these contaminants and allow nutrients to enter the body. Not only does the microbiome exist in our gut, but it also exists in every organ in our body and every stream or flow within our body, such as our vascular system, our lymphatic system. So this microbiome, which is different in each of those organs, we are able to support it and increase its protective capability, and thus protect our body from these environmental contaminants, which are becoming more pervasive in our society.
Right. So basically, this is one of the ideas as well, that, you know, our health, we have the capacity for self-healing. I mean, our body is already designed that way, right? If you get a cut, it's not like you have to go see a doctor to heal the cut. The body is going to heal the cut, but, you know, you can put something to make sure there's not more bacteria in the cut, or you can do something else to make sure that the environment is there for the body to do its own natural healing. And that's kind of what you're doing with your company that you have.
Probably 90% of the bacteria in our environment, in our body is beneficial. It's those other few bacteria that are what causes the problem with infections. And as long as you keep the 90% strong, they will be strong enough to overwhelm the detrimental bacteria that we are exposed to occasionally.
And so, Howard, are you also, like a lot of people here, raising money for your company right now to expand what you're doing?
Yes, we have a $2 million note ask at 8.5%, which is a convertible note. And that's how the initial raise is.
And then tell us a little bit more about like you have because I saw you have a big product line. Like it's actually a very large product line. Tell us a little bit about the product line, what you're doing, who you're serving right now.
We've been in business about 20 years. We are marketing to physicians. We have about 300 physicians who are regular customers who each have on average 1,000 patients. So we have a reach of about 300,000 people and about 3,000 additional physicians on our emailing list. Our multivitamin is the highest rated practitioner multivitamin in the Comparative Guide to Nutritional Supplements, which is a compendium of analysis of 1,600 multivitamins in North, South, and Central America, as well as you said, roughly 100 products in our product line.
So when 20 years in, you got 350 physicians, you're reaching, over 350,000 people. Are you, if you're in this raise, I know I've heard from a lot of the investors, they're asking about current revenues. Are you allowed to disclose what your current annual revenues are to give people a sense of the idea?
Our revenue this month tripled from the last 12 months anyway, on average. And so we hopefully are hitting that hockey stick in increases in revenue, though we have been running about $1 million a year in the past.
Okay, perfect. And I also understand, for those of you who are interested, you're selling this book here, right, at your booth. People can come and get a copy of this. Are you doing that?
I am signing the book, and gosh, we'll probably actually give it away rather than sell it.
Oh, okay. Well, nice. So if you want to get a sense of, what Howard's doing and what this theory is, I mean, it's very interesting for those of you who are investors. You can go and, of course, have some time with Howard to talk about their raise, their company, do some due diligence. But for those of you, even just for your own personal health, if you want to understand what's going on in your own body and what's going on in our society around health and how we're developing a lot of these conditions, as you said, there's the hockey stick of autoimmune diseases that have been happening in our world, unfortunately. So before we end, we have a minute or two for any questions from the audience for Howard.
Is this on?
Yeah, just turn on. Go ahead.
Howard, you're raising capital, and I understand you have a really good client down in Mexico. Maybe you can describe the success she's had, and that along with what you've been working with her for a while, you're actually replicating what she's doing with this incredible success. So you could talk a little bit about her background and success and revenue, and how you're going to actually apply this to your current other doctors. And that's a good way to describe what you're doing with these 300 current doctors leading to the 300 and this exponential growth. If you can explain a little bit about that.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Brad. This person in Mexico is actually a nutritionist. She's not even a doctor. She currently has 1.4 million TikTok followers, also 1.4 million Instagram followers. In Mexico, she's doing about 80,000 products a month in business. Part of it through Walmart and part of it through her clinics. She is she is expanding her business into the US. We've been supporting her for 15 years. And in the US, we are her distribution arm, if you will, where we're creating our products under a Spanish label to market to the Hispanic population in the US, and that has been also growing at almost doubling every month this year. And we basically kicked it off at the beginning of this year, kicked off the US program for her at the beginning of this year.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Howard from the audience here? Anyone, anything else you want to know? No?
Howard, describe to the audience how you've been generating your clients for the last 20 years and how that might be a guide to some of these other people. Like Clay's company sounds like it's a good fit to partner with. He's with beds and calling on doctors and clinics. Many of your doctors might be a fit for what he has. So you're dealing with consumers, you're dealing with doctors and clinics, and you're already in what, 10 countries?
It's approaching 10.
Right. So
Yes.
there's a lot of overlap here in non-competitive people in this room where there's some good synergies and partnerships. Would you agree? And maybe describe on some of these things you've got developed right now.
A lot of the people I've been meeting at this conference and the prior Newport Beach Investor Conference have synergistic distribution needs to ours. And we basically attend medical conferences. We are sharing the success of Natalie Marcus, as Brad and I mentioned before, to our other doctors. We have a doctor who has a radio show with 90,000 local listeners, and we will help each of them expand their reach in order to expand our reach and their success and our success, which will mimic it.
All right. So Brad, I know, I think we actually are ahead of schedule. So do we have another presentation or are we going to move into lunch break now?
Well, the lunch break, we're not taking off.
Okay.
We're going to keep going
just gonna
on.
keep
So
going?
there's no break. We'll
Okay.
stay in the room. Just I'll bring this up that they went through all the lunch being served already. So
Okay.
I just want to make you aware if you go hunting for that, people already had all
People are
the food
come-
available.
So come and go at your
Yeah.
own will, I guess. So, okay, well, Howard, people can find him at his booth. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, but thank you for your time. If you have any more questions for Howard, and he's being very generous. I don't know how many, if he has enough copies of these for all of you. So if you do go say hi, you can get a signed copy of his book. Where's your booth, Howard? Where do they find you?
My booth is right outside the door to my left.
Howard also has a sample of his product, and I'd encourage everybody to get this and improve how you feel and start incorporating some of the highest quality supplements on the market right now. So again, thank you very much, Howard.
Okay.
Thank you so
Howard.
much.
Right. Okay, so next up we have Mark Rodriguez. Mark, are you here? All right. So Mark Rodriguez, sales management executive with 20 years of experience in dermatology, plastic surgery, aesthetics, and with an emphasis in cosmetic capital equipment. Revenue responsibility of over $350 million and experience, hired over 100 people through his career, and demonstrated excellent in corporate expectations. Now, we're going to be talking about cell sound aesthetics. Of course, I'm sure as you all know, the aesthetic space is a rapidly growing market. I just want to make sure, is Mark here? Mark, where do we see you? Are you here? Oh, we're missing a Mark. Okay, so we're missing Mark. I guess people, I don't think we're that far ahead of schedule. Now I think we're back on. So I don't know where he is. Anybody have any questions? How about we take a minute to talk about, again, I was talking a little bit about the longevity space. Actually, you know what? I'll talk about what you saw from Joe's presentation, right? The glutathione levels. You guys all saw that. Maybe I'll just take a minute to explain to you how we conducted that study at Proven. That blood serum glutathione levels was a blood draw at a clinic. And just to give you a sense, even though Proven conducted the study, one of the ways we did that study for them is that the participants and even the doctors and clinicians conducting the study were blinded to the product. So they didn't know who Max International was. They didn't know, we just had bottles that said A, B, and C. So they never even knew who the company was. And this is one of the advantages that we can offer. So if somebody doesn't realize that, if you're a company right now, a health and wellness company, and you want to go to a university and conduct the science, you're dealing directly with the researchers. They know who you are. When you work with us at Proven, we actually act as that intermediary. So we're able to actually successfully blind even the clinicians, the doctors, the physicians who are conducting the study. They don't have any direct access to the company. That's one of the ways we're able to create that third-party validation and be able to blind the study on all sides. So I'm sure you've all heard, randomized controlled trials that are double-blind, placebo-controlled, are sort of the gold standard of research. And so that's what we did for that blood serum glutathione study. And that was different than the other study, which was a virtual study. And I'll let you all know, if you go by our booth, there's a QR code. I'd love to give you all free health products. I might even give you a free wearable device. You can get a Garmin, you can get even an Oura Ring sometimes. We'll give you a free wearable device in exchange for testing a product and then just feeding us that data back so we can do some real world trials. Is he not here?
Mark is not here. We're going to have Mike Manu come up.
Okay.
So Mark is having some difficulties getting here. So we're going to roll with Mike filling in.
Okay, perfect.
Adjust his time and then we'll go from there. Okay.
All right. So we have Mike here. All right. So Mike is going to be talking about oxygen for life. I saw this. Are you the gentleman? Are you Mike? Yeah, I saw what your product is. I'm actually very interested in learning a little bit more about what you're doing. So here's your microphone.
Sure.
This is your clicker.
Yep.
And he's going to be talking about Oxygen for Life, a visionary leader with 30 years of experience in health and wellness. Looking forward to this. Mike, please take over the stage. Give Mike a big round of applause. Come on, here we go.
Hey. Anyway, it's great to be here again. This is my third time here at one of these events. So shout out to everybody in the team. That's getting bigger and better every time that I'm here. So anyway, my company's called Oxygen for Life, and we have AI and data for early detection of chronic inflammatory diseases such as cancer, cardiovascular disease, neuropathy, diabetes, Alzheimer's, dementia. Just about every disease is caused by an inflammatory response that the body cannot respond to because of the fact that there's a metabolic pathway that's been impaired. And we're going to talk about that right now. So our mission, this is not advancing. There we go. Our mission here is to empower wellness, transform lives. We're revolutionizing healthcare with FDA-cleared, AI-powered, non-invasive technology and patented organic solutions for anti-aging and longevity. So I'm going to do this presentation. So I'm glad that I saw the first ones because it's a little bit different than a normal capital raise deck with problem, solution, your team, and all the rest of that stuff. So I'm going to kind of go through this a little different and change it up as I go along. So everybody's talking about anti-aging and longevity. So what we've been doing for over 20 years now or 25 years now is to go back into the published science literature and what do they say is causing aging and the breakdown in the body. And in 1980, it was published that a loss of delta-6 desaturase activity would lead to aging. Okay, and it's a little technical, so if you're not a doctor in here, I'll cover that in just a minute. And then in 89 again, and aging influence on the delta-6 desaturase activity and the fatty acid composition. The fatty acids are what make up part of your 100 trillion cells, the bilipid membrane. Half is protein, the other half is fat. And of that, 25 to 33% is linoleic acid or LA. And the problem has been processed food and processed oils over the past 70 years. Then it was published in 1990 and 97 that lipids are the #1 modifiable variable in tissue composition with potential to impact healing. And we're going to cover that here in just a second. It's all about the cell membrane. If the cell membrane is functioning correctly, you don't have to worry about adding glutathione. You don't have to worry about antioxidants. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Because if you go back in history, we didn't have those diseases 75 years ago. Diabetes didn't even exist back then. Okay, because the body can manufacture and produce it on its own. But the market's big, obviously, $71 billion in anti-aging. So our company started, and we'll cover the history in 2002. In 2007, I met the the manufacturer and the patent owner for this product here called Parent Essential Oils. It's the correct ratio based on human physiology, parent omega-6 and parent omega-3 that supports the entire body, 100 trillion cells in the market. Do we have clinical validation of it? Yes. In 2010, it was published Breakthrough in Clinical Cardiology that 90 days on that product would reverse the aging of the body and the cardiovascular system by 10 years using FDA approved devices, medical devices that measure using pulse wave velocity, or you can do a 64 slice MD-CT scan at a radiologist, okay? We also proved effectively that it would reverse and heal diabetic foot ulcers. The first gentleman talked about hyperbaric oxygen. We worked with the University of Miami's Wound Treatment Center, Hyperbaric Center. They had patients that were not responding to hyperbaric oxygen. One of our doctors who sells our product said, put them on this product here, and in 90 days, all the wounds healed. Hyperbaric oxygen works great, but if the cells aren't receptive because the cell membrane's been compromised, it can't get the oxygen in from the hyperbaric chamber. So if you make the cell membranes more permeable with the correct lipid structure, as has been published in the literature, the hyperbaric oxygen will be much more effective. Okay. So that was in 2010. We got the first patent for cancer, cardiovascular disease, and inflammatory diseases, actually showing that it reversed and healed those things, not that it just increased some substance in the body. Then shortly thereafter, because of more research by my patent owner, we got another patent for this product here that we're the worldwide exclusive distributor of called Brivanta. It effectively manages that impaired delta-6 desaturase pathway that leads to chronic inflammation and pain and aging. Because what happened is when we get inflammation, it sends a signal to this pathway. And if the pathway is impaired because of processed oils from the processed foods we've been eating, the body can't respond and heal the inflammation. And until the inflammation's healed, the body cannot repair itself. That is a fact, okay? So this product can treat 13 diseases, and we can make those claims because it falls under the Orphan Drug Act as a medical food. It's only available if you're seeing a practitioner through a simple recommendation. So no prescription. Your doctor diagnosed you as one of these things. He says, hey, go buy it here. They come to our site, they can buy it, or the doctor can sell it directly to them. Now, our other product that's over the counter, the PEOs we've been selling for over 20 years, you can get the similar result. You just take 3 or 4 times the normal dosage. So it just becomes much easier to simply take 1 teaspoon Monday through Friday of this, not on the weekends. And in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, you start to see the healing of those wounds and get immediate inflammation relief. Okay. So we knew that early detection is the key. Obviously, chronic inflammation can go on in your body for over 20 years before it ever shows itself. That's why you have people that you think are healthy, they're thin, they're in shape, they go to the doctor, they got cancer, and they're going to die in 6 months. The cancer has been developing for years. Or all of a sudden you have a stroke or you have a heart attack. Last year, I told the story about Jim Fixx, who wrote a book called The Art of Running. He ran, 10, 20 marathons a week. He was in great shape. And guess what? He died of a heart attack while running at the age of 49. So exercise alone does not do anything for heart health or anything else with your body. So what I did at this point 2 years ago was, okay, let's go find the same technology we used in our patent back in 2010, and let's get that out into the field so that doctors can use it to measure cardiovascular disease. So using what's similar to a pulse ox, but it doesn't measure pulse oxygen because oxygen doesn't matter. It measures the waveform that comes back through the fingertip to the toes of your body, and it can tell how much plaque you have in your arteries. And this has been approved by the FDA for this purpose. It's what we use in our patent to show that 90 days on our product will reverse the cardiovascular aging by 10 years. So I acquired the rights to that one first. And then the manufacturer of this product here said, Mike, we've got this technology that we want to release into the United States that we've been selling all over the world called the ThermoLens Iris XP. It's the world's most advanced thermal imaging equipment to detect chronic inflammation and pain pretty much anywhere in the body, non-invasively using IR. So basically your body gives off heat when you have inflammation. So it can help a doctor diagnose and pinpoint where you have a problem much quicker. So how accurate is it? Those are the numbers right there. It's very, very, very accurate, especially when used in conjunction with a normal procedure that you would go through once the doctor knew what was wrong with you. So it's a much easier way, a cost-effective way to find out what's going on. We currently have studies going on at hospitals in South Korea for full AI integration. So we can go back to the FDA and get the AI certification so we can make more claims right now. These are basically hospitals all over the world. The first one that was sold in the United States was to MD Anderson Cancer Institute for research there, #1 cancer institute in the world. Over 200 clinical papers have been published on this type of technology, not only by our manufacturing partners, by others in the industry as well. So our potential, what we want to eventually do with this is collect the data from all the scans for future research and analysis, better predict what might happen in an individual. And these are things we're working on with our manufacturer. Again, the typical deck would be, okay, what's 4 potential markets? We all know how big these are: cardiovascular, wound treatment, psoriasis, skin, and diabetes and everything else. So the markets are huge. We all know that. Last year, we got our cage code. So we're now approved to sell to the Department of Defense, the VA, Indian Health Services, and all the rest of those organizations. We are currently going through the process to get both the machines and the Brivanta on the federal supply schedule so that we can sell into that market. We're also working with the Warfighters Group. I spent a week in Fort Detrick, Maryland, about 3 months ago, getting trained on their acquisitions team on how to sell our product to the U.S. Army for TBI and PTSD, because the science proves that it's the brain oil in the brains that have been impaired that lead to TBI and PTSD. The research wasn't done by us, but the military already has all the data. There's no pharmaceutical company with an answer for it. They've looked at all of our technology, our published papers, and they want to eventually supply this to 450,000 troops every month for early prevention for TBI and PTSD. Here's our business model. We currently have e-commerce, direct to consumer. We sell every day online and have been for 15 years, 20 years now. Our second market is the commercial marketplace with our medical devices that we just acquired the rights to. The U.S. government and the DoD. Obviously, our advantages are we have everything's already been pre-approved, cleared, and everything else. I'm not going to go over company traction. So what's our competition in the marketplace? Here's a company that's raised $1.6 million this year. They've raised another $5 million. They're in debt. They're 7 years into trying to get a product approved by the FDA for inflammation. We already have it. Okay. Here's a company right now that's raised $65 million for a machine that can do a full body scan like our machines can do outside at our booth. And they can't keep them in stock. They can't, there's so many people that want these scans done. Here's another one right here. They're lining up. This company's raised $70 million here in the United States to do the same thing. But again, both of these use radiation, which is not good. Anyway, we got a complete team here that's put us together at this point. I've spent 20 years online building and growing and scaling companies, mostly for other companies. This is our advisory board. This is kind of our history. I got 54 seconds left. But basically what happened was in February of 2022, I ran this company up until then as a lifestyle business, along with my consulting and other deals I did. Never spent a penny in advertising and raised, do a couple $100,000 a year. We incorporated as a C Corp. We went and hired Dealmaker. We did a equity crowdfunding raised about $300,000 last year. Closed that round out in January. We have equipment in the bank. Over $150,000 has been put on by our insiders, our attorneys. We're looking for a small bridge round right now, $25,000 to $50,000, $5,000 minimum at a $5 million valuation, which we raised at, just to get us by the next 60 days until we start our new raise September 1st. Our exit strategy will be do a Reg A plus. For those of you who know what a Reg A plus is, direct to NASDAQ in 3 to 5 years. By that time, we will have all the necessary shareholders. We've been doing filings with the SEC, which we do now on a regular basis. And that's pretty much it. I tried to rush through it. I think he said I would have a little extra time since the other guy didn't show up.
Yeah, we actually are a little bit ahead, so you're lucky, Mike. So we have time for a question or two, especially if any of the investors. Seems like a very interesting offer that they're putting on the table here. Does anybody want to ask Mike a question from the room here?
I probably talked too fast.
Well, you provided a lot of information, actually.
Well, we have some of our medical devices are out there, our products out there. So if you want to come out and see how it works, I'm not a tech that runs it, and our tech had a family emergency who couldn't be here, but you can see how the machine works and registers the heat for early detection, and that's really the key. That's what the VA wants it for diabetic foot ulcers.
So I have a question for you, because I saw you talk about 4 different things in that presentation. You talked about an initial product, then you talked about another type of a supplement, and you talked about the HRV pulse wave tester, which is the fingertip, like a pulse oximeter for doing the pulse wave, which I know what that is, but not everybody here probably does. And then you talked about the scanner. So what are you looking at distributing all of those products, or tell us a little bit more about like how that's how you're structuring your business around that?
So the original product, the Parent Essential Oils, that's being sold every day online. We've had doctors and consumers and resellers and private label people that buy that every single day over the counter. The other product, the Brivanta, is just a stronger version of that product in a different ratio of the oils once you've been diagnosed with one of those diseases. So it's really the same product. It's just where it's distributed
There's
through.
different concentrations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Does it coming through a doctor, or are you buying it on my website or another reseller? The cardiovascular testing device is for early detection as well. But our main emphasis now is on the thermal imaging machine.
So that's what this raise is for, more for the thermal imaging.
Well, yeah, it's just a bridge to go there, because I come from the space where it's continuity. We want orders every month. The guy with the hyperbaric, he sells a machine one time, but now he's moving into licensing of it so he can make revenue every month off that one sale. I learned decades ago in this space that if I sell the machine that can scan for it, and then I can put you on a product that shows that it's reversing your problem, I got lifetime customer.
And yeah, I mean, I understand that model, because that's what we do all
Well,
the
I'm just
time
doing it
too.
because you might understand it, but nobody. the rest
Yeah.
of you may.
You basically, you test, you show the person there's a problem, then you provide the solution, and then you allow them to retest and show that the solution works. So you're literally doing your own proof of efficacy with each and every individual who goes through that clinic.
Right. And I will, right. And we will sell it to the clinic. I'm not, as you know, I'm not doing that. But yeah, we know it works, and that people won't read. So we've got 3 published medical textbooks on the product and how it works. People won't read it, but if they can go into their practitioner and get a scan done for early detection, and then the practitioner puts them on it, he's got a lifetime patient as well. So it works good for the doctor too.
Right. Okay. Perfect. All right. No more questions for Mike. I'm going to see if we have the. Thank you. Give Mike a round of applause. That was as I expected it to be interesting, and it definitely was. And that's actually that just brings up to me maybe something that's kind of interesting. I don't know. I know there's some people here maybe a little newer to, the med tech space, but, of course we have sort of multiple things happening simultaneously. You have your like FDA cleared, clinical treatments that are being used by doctors, but now you have this whole world of like longevity and prevention. And it's interesting because we're having this blurred line now. You have a lot of these longevity clinics. I don't know if anybody follows one of the influencers or podcasters, Dr. Mark Hyman, right? He just announced yesterday he raised $53 million to build these longevity clinics. So there's a real move. But what's interesting is these longevity clinics are not using only FDA cleared products. They're blurring the line because, again, you don't need FDA clearance to do prevention, right? Prevention actually is not even qualified. So it's a very interesting time. So you're going to see in this entire space of health, wellness, medtech, fitness, right? It's all going to get blurred. Longevity is going to sort of encompass all of those different areas simultaneously. So for any of you looking at this space, whether you're looking at it from an investor or a consumer standpoint, I think we need to get our head around this because it's a new way of how we're doing business.
Okay. Well, we have a little change in the lineup, but we have something amazing with Rex Wong, who is now going to come on stage and talk about how AI is going to be incorporated into the healthcare space. You want to introduce him? Have you got any little bit of info on him there?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I found one of the things interesting about looking at your history Rex, and maybe I don't know. I'm going to ask you this question if you don't answer it in your presentation, but you were one of the founding investors of Applied Semantics, which was acquired by Google that actually developed their AdSense technology. That sounds fascinating to me because as we all know, that AdSense is literally what made Google like the powerhouse that it became. So you've obviously been deeply involved as a pioneer in that tech space. So he's a serial entrepreneur, founder of Famecast Media, and he is talking about something that I know is very much popular right now in the medical space, is this idea of AI digital twins. So I'm not going to steal your thunder, Rex. I may have some questions for you afterwards, but maybe you can come on up and tell us a little bit about what you're developing at Hollow.ai around these digital twins. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give Rex a round of applause. Here he comes. Come on up.
How's everyone doing? Okay. I was supposed to speak later, so it's kind of like thrown on. So I'm kind of like a deer on headlights right now. But basically, Hollow, we've created a company called Hollow, which is a company that essentially allows you to create, claim, and monetize your AI identity. And so how many here wish they could clone themselves? Come on. I think usually about half the room says, oh, yeah, I wish I could clone myself. Well, now you can. How many people have seen the movie Her? Her, yeah? Okay. So what I'm trying to say is we are there now. And so that's what Hollow does. It creates a twin of you, and it's a legal twin. So you basically verify yourself, and you can buy a phone number. But let me see. Let me show you. And I'm going to run this for medical, right? Do we have sound? Let's see. Hold on. Okay, there. Oops.
Imagine offering your patients access to your expertise 24/7 without sacrificing your personal time. Welcome to the future of healthcare with Hollow AI. In less than a minute, you can create your own Hollow AI twin, a digital clone that embodies your knowledge and persona. This twin isn't just a basic replica. It can be trained on your books, white papers, interviews, videos, and more, ensuring it truly represents your expertise. Your Hollow AI twin, complete with its own phone number, functions as an intelligent call agent. Patients can call and speak directly to your digital counterpart, getting personalized care anytime in 29 languages. It also comes with a talking avatar of you that looks, acts, and sounds like you, and can chat with patients. At Hollow AI, we prioritize ethical AI practices. Your Hollow AI twin is your sovereign identity, and we go to great lengths to verify and protect it. No one can clone or steal your identity, and you retain full control over your AI twin's rights and usage. For your patients, this means trusted, personalized healthcare around the clock. For you, it's a revolutionary way to manage your practice, expanding your reach and accessibility. Hollow AI bridges technology and compassionate care, amplifying your impact without replacing your irreplaceable human touch. Welcome to Hollow AI, where you're always available to your patients, ethically and securely, even when you're off duty.
So Hollow is actually, you can create twins in different categories. Obviously, this is a MedTech conference, so we're going to show what we're doing in the healthcare side. We've been working with a bunch of doctors. We actually are working with a network of 25,000 doctors where they're actually creating clones of themselves that can be done and created to do virtual consultations. But not only that, let me see here. I'm gonna run, just gonna jump, okay, there. So it can be for patient sales funnels, where essentially people are visiting the site. Let's say they're visiting a bunch of websites, and this one website with a doctor pops up with the virtual doctor, and you can actually talk to him, and he can give you an initial consult. You can ask him what your health problem is, and then he'll kind of diagnose it and then set up an appointment to see him. He's not going to diagnose any deep health issues, but he's going to actually get you, and you can kind of interview him, figure out his bedside manner, and then he can talk, about what your health issue is. And then once you come in, another twin can actually intake you, onboard you, get your insurance information, get all your different vitals. We have a kiosk that we're working with a partner that essentially could check you in, take your vitals through actually a camera that actually reads and takes 6 vital signs like your heart rate and blood pressure, oximeter readings. And then after that, it can do your intake for your insurance, and then it can go out and call insurance company to figure out if we can get you covered on a claim, if there's some special thing that has to get.
Just hold it close to your mouth.
And it can also be used for like transcription. So like doctors right now use services for transcription. Well, it can do the transcription of a visit and give you a summary of that. Another thing that we found in the healthcare space was that 1 in 5 patients don't show up for their appointments, right? And so the system can actually call, and it could be in the voice of the doctor, and they could call the patient and say, hey, Mrs. Whoever, are you going to come tomorrow? I hear you have this problem. And, are you coming? Make sure you're coming. And in our limited tests we've done so far, we've seen that we can cut the no-show rate by 50%, which if that cuts your no-show from 20% of your time to 10% of your time, and you make $500,000 as a doctor a year, that's $50,000 more in the doctor's pocket, right? And then after, post-patient support, right? So these are all the different places that this can apply. And of course, I'm just going to show it off because, I can talk about this in Deckware, but it's probably just better to show you. And in this first example, I'm actually going to use, because we also do this for creators and other spaces. So I'm going to use DJ Khaled right now, just because you have to hear the personality and that's part of the tech in the engine.
Boy, DJ Khaled, how can I bless up your day?
Hey, DJ, I'm hanging out here at the MedTech conference in Newport. They say hi to the crowd.
Mike, to you.
Yo, what's good, MedTech fam? DJ Khaled in the digital house. Let me tell you, this conference is another one for the books. We got the best minds in medicine and tech coming together like a sick collab track. It's like blockchain meets stethoscopes, you feel me? To all you innovators out there, remember, they don't want you to revolutionize healthcare. So what we're going to do, we're going to revolutionize healthcare, major key. And hey, don't forget to check out my new NFT collection, Stethoscope Bling, dropping soon in the metaverse. It's going to be sicker than any virus you've ever seen. Bless up to all the doctors, engineers, and visionaries in the building. You're all on the pathway to more success. Let's get this medical bread. We the best medicine.
Hey, speak Spanish?
Hold the mic to your mouth when you ask it something so we know.
Yo, check it out. DJ Khaled's got mad love for all languages, you feel me? But Spanish, ay Dios mío, I'm not exactly Pitbull with the Espanol, if you know what I'm saying. But let me bless you with what I got. Otro uno. That's another one for all my non-Spanish speaking fans out there. And of course, nosotros los mejores, we the best, baby. Now, if you want me to drop a whole verse in Spanish, we might need to call in J-Lo or Shakira for an assist. That'd be a major key collaboration right there. But remember, in any language, we're all about success, positivity, and making them servers overheat in the metaverse. Dale.
Okay. So as you can see, that was a call. I wasn't trained. You didn't know I was coming to a MedTech conference. I'm not actually now going to throw up a doctor who we're working with. So this is a doctor in Bakersfield.
Hi, this is Dr. Mensing. How can I help you?
Hey, doctor, I have a splitting headache. Is there anything you think I should do or should take?
I see. A splitting headache can be quite bothersome. Have you tried taking Rejuvenation Sciences Curcumin Supreme yet? It had
Oh, keep going.
your Sure. It has a powerful anti-inflammatory property that can help reduce headache-causing inflammation. If you're open to conventional medicine, I would recommend taking ibuprofen or acetaminophen. Also, make sure to drink plenty of fluids and try to rest in a quiet, dark room. And of course, avoid any headache triggers such as alcohol, caffeine, or stress.
Okay, so essentially, you could book an appointment with him, set up a thing. So we're doing trials with a bunch of doctors now. We're also working with an app that has they have 25,000 doctors, and they have Dr. Oz, and they're doing more like a doctors.com, where essentially you're looking for a doctor, you get Dr. Oz, he's going to give you a general, oh, you have a heart condition, so oh, maybe you should talk to a cardiologist. I see you're in Newport Beach. Here's 3 cardiologists in our network. Would you like to talk to them? Right. And then essentially it hooks you up and you can actually interview all 3 doctors, see if those are the doctors you want. And if that you pick a doctor, then it will basically set up an appointment in the system. Right. So that's an application that you can use. Right. And so we're using this in different ways. And by the way, not just in medical, like we're doing one where it's selling life insurance. And the first month that we put it out, last month, we made $50,000 in commissions just on selling life insurance, right? And we're working with, we have a joint venture of an insurance agency that has 3,500 agents. They have licenses in every state, which you need to sell insurance. And a final agent has to go and sell the insurance. So what the AI does is it basically goes through and does sales conversion, the funnel, etc. And then it passes it off to an insurance agent to close the deal. But what we've seen in that, average sale is about $1,200 of commission, which is about $100 a month policy. And the usual customer acquisition cost traditionally with humans is about $600. And right now we're at around $250, and we believe we can get that down to $100. So basically what I'm saying is spending $100 to make $1,200, I think we're going to do that all day long, right? And so that's where it addresses. And if you can hear the AI, you can kind of tell it has personality. There's a response rate. It actually can small talk you. It has empathy. And if you kind of look at that from human applications, right? Let's just, right? First is cost, right? Like right now, you have a lot of nurses. By the way, my wife is a nurse, so but nurse, where essentially they're doing a lot of admin work, like trying to get insurance and other things, right? And in terms of that, it costs you $50 an hour, right? And we can dramatically cut that cost down where it's only 20% of that, 10% of that, right? And those are really one of the places where it can apply to human capital. And it never has a bad day, never has a day off, 24/7.
So are you here with an ask or a slide you're going to talk about a raise or anything like that? You want to get into that? Time you have left? What are you looking for, I guess? Just looking for customers, partners?
Yeah, I think we're looking more for
investors?
customers because I'm actually glad to say that we're just finishing our Series A for this. We've just raised about 20 million. So we're not actually looking for money because actually it hasn't been hard because obviously AI is a hot market. But I think we've created a pretty cool application in AI, which is the idea of using AI to personalize and make your life easier in terms of, you know, where you're going, right?
So could you just tell us, you used the example for all of us of DJ Khaled. Tell us just, I know that's outside of the doctor space, but just curious, like how does that, is your celebrity, let's say, or your personality, are you, is it something where you're commodifying that for them and then sharing in like a rev share? How do they train that model? Like, how do you train the AI model with the personality?
Yep.
So I guess it's a 2-part question. You know, the first part, how do you train that model to have the personality of the individual? And that could apply to everybody. So maybe answer that first. How do you do that?
Yep. So essentially we have an app Let me just jump to that, see if it's here. Yeah, and sorry, I got thrown up here like last minute, so I kind of, okay, so basically you take a selfie, you enter your name and you record yourself, and in 20 seconds, and if any of you doubt that that's possible, come out and we'll do one right now, right? And essentially out pops a twin, which has a talking avatar. You can buy a phone number after that, right? So you can get your call bot and your chat bot, right? And it will talk like you, look like you, sound like you, act like you. But by the way, it talks in 29 languages.
So how does it talk? How does it know what your like intellectual
Because
way
in the
of
20 seconds
communication
to
is?
30 seconds you're recording your voice, you're also telling us about yourself. And actually, believe it or not, just in that 30 seconds, because it's also picking up your inflection and how you talk and everything, it's already picked up a lot of your personality. Now, you can add training to it. So what we also do when you do it is it actually creates a link in bio page, which is like a link tree style page. The difference being it talks. Your avatar can talk and greet people. And because it's linked to your social media, we can learn from your social media.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is it scraping the internet to pull a data set
You'll
of
opt in
individual?
if you wanted to do that. And then in the back end, you can essentially, if you wrote a book, you can upload a book. You wrote a white paper, upload all your white papers. It also has this type of system where it can basically interview you, and as well as kind of be your BFF. It's like, we call it chat buddy. It just talks to you and says, hey, how's your day? What are you doing right now? You know, how's your day?
So you can actually now talk to yourself for real, basically, is what you're saying if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So if you really want to, if
And
you've
by the
always
way-
wanted to have a long conversation with yourself, here you
Yeah.
go,
And
ladies
by
and
the way,
gentlemen. You
chat
can set
buddy
it up.
usually is not in your voice. It's in
Right.
in our natural voice, but you can pick the person. But the idea is that as you're conversing, you're talking, it's learning more about you. Plus, if you make it, for example, you can make it an email assistant, and it can basically help you summarize, read your emails, and give you summarization of your emails, your socials. And as you open all those up, it's kind of learning, like, well, what emails do you get, and how do you respond to it?
All right.
What calls come in?
I mean, this is fascinating. I'm sure all of us, there's a lot going on in AI. I guess I'm going to ask one last question and then see if we have one or two in the room. How do you deal with the idea of now, your AI twin is now sort of this extension of you? Let's say I now give that up to you or to Hello AI, or like the DJs do it, or these doctors do it. What's the reason they would want to do that? Like, are they being compensated? Is it a rev share model?
So our
What's the
premise
business
is
model there?
first ethical AI. So it's your sovereign identity, right? And you should own it and you should control it, right? We're just a platform to help you host it. You can always delete it. But as a hosting platform, the first thing that we do is we KYC you, a bank level KYC. So 2 forms of ID, and then you on camera, you have to consent, right? So now we know that's you, right? And we know that voice is you. We know that the picture is you. We compared it to the ID and we say, hey, that's you. So now you can deploy your AI, right? So this prevents, especially if we're talking about the realm of celebrities and famous people, like the Scarlett Johansson thing, right? We've got the solution for that. In fact, we're talking to SAG right now because we can solve that problem that was the actor's strike, right? Secondly, once you've created the twin, there's a marketplace where you can license it to other people, and we give you an API view which you could license in. You could build it into your website, your apps, or other people could approach you, right? And they could also approach you to license it for film, TV, video, games, animations, metaverse, all types of kiosks. So these are all types of applications. And so the idea is now your AI twin is making money for you while you sleep.
Right.
Right.
And then that's a rev share model that it's a certain percentage that goes back to the owner of the identity, basically.
Yeah. So no, so it's actually yours. We get our little VIG on you
that.
doing it, but it's yours.
So if I go and promote, like I go and create a system, let's say I'm an influencer, I have an audience, and I figure out ways to use this AI to commodify that, you're taking a percentage off of what I'm producing, basically.
Correct. If you license it. But
license.
other models are, when it creates this page, it actually can have ads on it. And as a creator, you can go to your fans and say, hey, talk to my AI twin. and they come in and we make enough where we can share ad revenue with you.
Okay.
So that's for creators.
So there's a lot of different, it sounds like so it sounds like, okay, if anybody wants, maybe we need, do you have a booth here that people
Yeah.
can follow up with you? Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
So I think there's a lot here. So I don't know if we have time to go through all of it now.
Yeah.
Does anybody have one like burning question for Rex before we move on? Or is everyone good? So I would go check this out. I mean, this is a gentleman who was part of developing some of the technology that sounds like that's been really, really prolific in the internet. And we all know, if you just, sounds like you raised that $20 million relatively easy in this environment, which is very difficult right now as anybody's trying to raise money, as you know, but that's because you have a hot product here. So,
That
yeah.
works.
Yeah.
And it's not deckware. Right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
Like I said, come to our booth. If you want to try it, we can create a twin of you. And you'll be pretty amazed that you can do that in like a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's absolutely fascinating, Rex. Thank you for your time. That was excellent. All right. Give Rex a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Just leave the mic and the perfect. Yeah, you can just leave that there. All right. So next up, we are going to have our other fireside chat of our this part of the program. So I'd like to invite Burundi and Lynn up to the stage wherever you are. And so they got one fan in the audience. Thank you so much. One person with the energy. The rest of you guys. All right. So Burundi and Lynn, maybe since you're leading the chat, here you go, Burundi. Why don't you take that and grab a seat? Lynn, please come on up. And I will let you take over the mic and introduce this part of the show. Thank you so much.
Check.
Hi there. So we have heard so much today about this line into wellness. And it's been something, my name is Lynn Mack and I'm with Transformational Strategies. And I've come from a lot of pivots from medical device startups, acquisitions by Eli Lilly, Baxter, Neonatal, et cetera, Medela. I was in the venture capital industry, Series A, Silicon Valley, learned a lot about the tech boom and bust at the time. I was an international representative for National Kidney Foundation, doing a lot of our health partnerships. I got into the alternative business industry the past 11 years, and now I'm looking at women's health and health tech because we have to take care of our health. And what we're going to do today is you're going to meet Burundi Partlow, who is with the Marcom Ad Pro agency. They have a booth in the other room, and we're going to delve into his story from being a music mogul, insider in that industry, a business executive, and how we're turning this now, and with so many cogs in his wheel, into medical tourism and the health and wellness industry. So Burundi, let's delve into your personal and professional story through the entertainment industry. And
Yes. Thank you so much for introducing me. My name is Burundi Partlow, and I'm here representing Marcom Pro Ad Agency. It's a new agency that I formed to basically consolidate over 25 years of being in the marketing, advertising, and entertainment business. And at current spec, I started off in the business working with, artists like Swiss Beats, Cassidy, Kanye West, being from Chicago. And, I parlayed those relationships and activities from, owning clubs and doing special events. On our first album release, College Dropout, we co-produced a song, with Ludacris on that particular album. I then moved on to working with Russell Simmons, got into the non-for-profit sector, working on voters' rights and registration, in addition to working in climate change, and then at current spec, I'm a co-producer with Universal Music Publishing Group. So, we've been working with them for the last 15 years, and we've published over 320 top 100 Billboard records with artists like Rihanna, Beyonce, Kanye, as I mentioned, John Legend, Sir Paul McCartney, just to name a few. And what we're doing now with Marcom Pro Ad Agency is basically my team and everyone we're working with, we're taking the entertainment sector, influencers, and all the things that we've learned how to market and promote from technology companies, Boost Mobile, from, LVMH and, high-end brands, and, offering those services to clients that want to have access to be able to increase their brands and their products and services. And one of those opportunities, a couple of those opportunities are focused in and around health and wellness, which is why I'm here today to kind of talk about one of which is a company called Star Style Modeling Casting, which we have a program called Zero to Hero, right? Where we take a model, an actress, who was inside of the music and entertainment industry, several films, TV and otherwise, and we're opening up medical tourism down in Colombia, as well as Panama. So we're working with a couple of different governments, currently. So that's opened up a wealth of opportunity for not only brands of, people that have everything from stem cells to even some of the things we've seen earlier today, bariatric, chambers and different services like that. So it crosses and puts us, in and out of different opportunities inside of, the medical world. And one of our other clients, Pit Stop Diesel, which is a cannabis or CBD superstore, right? And so I'll kind of turn it over to you.
Yeah, so with the cogs that you have in the wheel towards health and wellness, will you give us a couple influencers that you've met that maybe have helped you in your business vision and toward actually the wellness side, mental health, wellness?
So very interestingly, Russell Simmons is one of the people who inside of entertainment that educated me through yoga. He does like a lot of self-meditation and things of that nature, which, at first glance, I thought was just kind of weird, right? I'm just like, okay, meditation, I'm not sure if I can kind of relate. But, one thing he pointed out is that you have to have work-life balance, right? So you have to also, work hard, play hard, but then also take care of your body, and ingestion certain types of food. So in my own personal life, I'm actually afflicted with a thing called gout. If you're familiar, it's a type of arthritis. So it causes me to have to be very careful and particular about, I can't eat high fructose corn syrup. I got to stay away from, meat, fast foods, things like that. So I try to be very natural just in my approach towards food. And that's also why I'm very interested in learning about, other ways to help accelerate, my own, growth hormones and, stem cells and things of that nature, at a personal level.
So how do you think the music industry can better support the artists in their mental and physical health?
So I think that the industry and how it's changing now is moving towards being more sympathetic to mental health and physical health, because a lot of the pressure is being taken away because of how the business is working, right? So the business is more individualized, right? So you have your own channel. So really, success is all about mitigated expectations. Everyone is not going to be able to have 1 million fans, right? So if you have 1,000 fans, what are you offering those 1,000 fans, and how can you facilitate, their needs, right? So in that takes away a lot of that pressure of I have to be number one or I have to be the best, because the best is your personal best, right? So if you're creating a product and a service that those 1,000 people or those 1,000 fans can, appreciate, then there's brands and sponsors and people that want access to those 1,000 people that will, support you. And then in reverse, those 1,000 people that are supporting you will pay for services and products that you offer. So I think that just by evolution, right, that the entertainment business is already kind of being conducive, to some of these things that are important.
So what do you think are the most effective business strategies to actually continue to build and promote the brand?
Effective strategies, it always goes back to the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? So it's always back to the basics. You need to, have your pillars of business. So, but assuming everything is equal across the board, the difference between, a product or a brand being successful and not successful is, as we say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. So it does come down to being able to have people or influencers, to help push products to people that trust them, and that's basically what entertainers are, right? Entertainers in and of themselves, whether you're doing music, whether you're, an actor, you're an influencer because you're influencing a market or a segment of people to move towards a product.
On them. So are there any upcoming projects or collaborations that you're really excited to share with all of us here today?
I leaked it a little bit, early in the convo. Definitely what we're doing with the medical tourism with Zero to Hero is something that, that's going to be 13 episode program that we're going to have, and it's going to highlight, the full walk. You're going to be able to see someone go from the beginning of the phase, from plastic surgery to, medical recovery, to, other enhancements and beautification through medi-spas and, this process, including spiritual, mental, and, just the overall past life regression, just any and everything in and of building and increasing overall self-worth. So it's not just about, having a surgery and changing yourself, right? It's understanding that if you're making that choice or that decision, that this is not a dysmorphia thing. This is, hey, I can make a choice. Because the reality is that from 2017, there's about 14.1 million elective surgeries, and they're increasing to the tune of about 10% a year. So it's not going to change.
Yeah, just so you know, the medical tourism market in the US is $47 billion. And by 2029, it is $111 billion. So the Club Med vacations and the coming home from Mexico with headaches aren't really what people are looking for anymore. They're looking to get away, come back with a relaxed attitude, take the time out to address health and wellness. And it's a huge industry globally. And what I'd like to, the entertainment industry, we all know. So I think this is really remarkable what Marcom Ad Agency is doing. And I believe you also have products, plant medicine products.
So medicine products. So Pit Stop Diesel. And we do have a booth here. So the Marcom Pro Ad Agency is here, and my partner Dwayne Hirsch is the COO. He's one of Georgia's industry leaders, in CBD and cannabis. I actually see him in the crowd looking at me now. Thank you. That's him. So Pit Stop Diesel is a CBD superstore, and it's built on the premise of providing fast and efficient service of your casual and critical needs in all daily wellness. Orals, topicals, edibles, flower, and we also have pet products. Now, 3 years ago, I wasn't really into CBD at all, didn't really, even have it as a conversation. And I took a meeting with Dwayne, and he said, listen, you got to get into the CBD thing. And he bought a product with him, to the meeting in Las Vegas. It was right after, it was the year that the Grammys was actually in Las Vegas. We had just won a couple of Grammys that particular year. I don't know if I mentioned, I'm a Grammy Award-winning publisher as well as a Emmy Award-winning producer. But that particular year, we won a couple of Grammys, and I was having some problems walking into the meeting, and he said, hey, what's going on with your leg? I said, I got gout, it comes, it goes. He said, try this. And it was a roll-on. And that roll-on with CBD, I put it on my knee, and by the time the meeting was finished, I not only was able to walk on my own, volition to the car, I was able to lift my knees up. And I said, bro, I haven't lifted my knees up like this since I went into my gout attack. Because if you're familiar with gout, it kind of goes in and out, and it's like attacks, and it's an arthritis. And I was just in an attack at that particular time. And we've been partners ever since. So I said, like, what do I sign? How do we get involved? And, that's how we got to that place.
So, I find it very fascinating to delve into the music entertainment industry that now is adding, in addition to, satisfying all of us with songs and music, to now also having the cogs in the wheel that are handling the mental, spiritual health and wellness of people. Because if you don't have your health, you won't have your wealth. And at this point, we'll open it up for Q&A. And we invite you to come to the
Marcom Pro Ad Agency booth, and we're right in the room adjacent to this one.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Oh, thank you. Do we have any questions for Randy here? Questions? Obviously, you guys do have a booth here, so they can come see you. So if you do have any questions, you want an opportunity to get your photo taken with an Emmy winner or a Grammy winner, which is a pretty cool thing, go over and say hello, because they're going to be in the room right next to us. So if we don't have any other questions, I guess just give them a round of applause. Thank you. Very interesting story and what you shared with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All right.
And so, we're going to get our next presenter up here in just a moment. So how's everybody doing so far? You guys are doing great. You're the marathon people here. They've stayed in the room and you're going through leave them on the chair. That'd be great. So, thank you all for your attention and your time. We're going to keep pushing this through for a little bit. We obviously are seeing and talking to a lot of people. From what I can tell, our next speaker is really going to give us some good, hard science in the healthcare and biopharma type of space. So we're going to have Dusty from, is it PredX Bio? PredX Bio. So Dusty from PredX Bio is going to come up and share about what they are doing in the healthcare. And it's interesting using AI, of course, which is the big thing. Everyone's trying to figure out. Go ahead and just grab that. You can turn that on. What is going on in healthcare and how we're going to use AI. And this is such a rapidly changing environment that we're in right now in terms of how this is going to proceed. So, and he looks like he has some goggles up there, so some VR stuff. So looking forward to hearing this presentation. So let's build a little bit more energy in the room just for this one. Give Dusty a huge round of applause.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your presence here after the lunch. Can you hear me okay? Very good. Okay. So my talk is about cancer and how even today, cancer is the top killer in the world globally. Around 20 million people will get cancer this year around the world. 10 million will die. By the year 2040, those numbers go up by 50%. And we've all heard about the devastating news of Kate Middleton recently getting cancer. And from everything that we know, it is a serious one. So my talk is really about selecting the right therapy for advanced cancer patients. And that's not easy. Today, 80% of cancer patients are put on the wrong therapy and they die. And part of the reason why this is because cancer is a complicated disease. It's not easy to figure out in that complex tumor microenvironment what's going to work and what's not going to work. And what we do is harness a new science of spatial biology, which is understanding inside the tumor microenvironment the geospecific location of all the cells within the tumor microenvironment and figuring out how the cancer is going to interact with therapy. So there are two big problems that pharma faces today. One is 90% of drugs in development don't make it. So if there's a clinical trial going on today, only 10% of the drugs in cancer will ultimately make it after 10 years and spending $2 billion. The other problem is that most commercialized drugs work for only a few. So even when the drug makes it, it works for only a few. And the reason for that is a tremendously complicated tumor microenvironment. So unraveling this really has got us customers like Bristol Myers Squibb, Genmab, Merck, AstraZeneca, and others. Over the last 5 years, we have raised a total of $15 million. We raised around $5 million since August of 2022. And we are here to raise $2 million, out of which we've already raised $500,000. So we are on our way to raise $2 million for A2. And we'll talk a little bit about how we're going to use that money. But first, a little bit more of a background. So today, what we have seen in the last 10 years is that the overall response rate for cancer to immunotherapy, which is the most advanced treatment, is in the order of 20% at best. So 20% of patients get better, 80% don't. And this is in spite of many biomarkers being passed as the right biomarkers by the FDA. None of this has really worked very well. So today in clinical trials, you spend $2 billion, spend around 10 years, and 90% of the drugs don't make it. Now, also from a standpoint of patients, like patient Sue here, who has got stage 4 non-small cell lung cancer, her 5-year survival rate is around less than 10%. Recommended treatment is immunotherapy, and her response rate is going to be around 20%. Her cost of treatment could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the cost of failed treatment, which is going to hospice, also has significant price tag attached to it. For patient Sue, unfortunately, none of these diagnostic tests, which have been developed in the San Diego, Silicon Valley, Bay Area, do anything for her to make the right decision. None of these tests actually help her make a decision whether she should go into immunotherapy or not. And the reason for that really is the complexity of the tumor microenvironment, which none of these tests get into, and the spatial positioning of the cells with respect to each other and how they communicate with each other. And cancer biology, once you understand it, is tremendously complex. So that's kind of what we've been doing the last 5 years. So we have been empowering pharma to accelerate discovery of drugs and revolutionize clinical trials, revealing the complex cancer biology. So these are the kind of results that we have been able to demonstrate over and over again. The white curve basically represents today's standard of care in terms of the accuracy of predictive response to immunotherapy and other therapies, which is basically based on what is called PD-L1 tests, a kind of protein expression. We are able to predict with 90% accuracy how the tumor is going to respond to immunotherapy. And this has been possible, unraveling the tumor microenvironment with spatial biology. As I said, what we have found out in the very complex tumor microenvironment is that there is an organizing principle that defines the chaos in the tumor microenvironment. That is actually defined by the microdomains, which you see at the top, which serve as guides for further investigation. And these microdomains correlate directly to the pathways of cancer. So let me give you a quick view of how these work together. This is the tumor microenvironment. It's very complex. The cells are interacting with each other, constantly tweeting at each other. And what happens is that these cells organize themselves into these clusters called microdomains. These microdomains are identical constellations of cells in a particular spatial orientation, which correlate directly to therapy response. Once we're able to identify the microdomains, and this has been published heavily in some of these scientific publications in Nature Communication, et cetera, as you can see here, and we have patented our technology with over 10 patents. What we are able to do is correlate these microdomains into therapy response. And in our approach, how we differ from all these companies that we just talked about in the Bay Area and others, is we use true explainability. So we really are able to understand, not only just from a standpoint of AI, but explainable AI. We're able to understand the position, the geospatial position of every single cell, and we're able to do these microdomain discoveries and ultimately understand the network biology. So true explainability is where we get away from these black box deep learning kind of systems, and we are able to correlate causality behind why we are predicting things that we are predicting. We are also able to run very successfully with explainable AI on very small data sets, which is critical for us. With functional cell typing, we can actually identify every single cell in the microdomain and their spatial positions within a fraction of a minute using this recursive tree and leaf algorithm. And we are able to discover these microdomains. As I mentioned, these microdomains are constellations of cells coming together in a specific spatial orientation, and correlate that into network biology, which is a very complex circuitry of the cancer tumor microenvironment. Once we're able to do this, we help pharma companies to really do what they need to do in phase one, not wait for phase 3 and 10 years and then fail, but in phase 1, enrich the patient population greatly in terms of identifying patients who would respond and patients who would not respond, using the kind of biomarkers, the spatial biomarkers, which would predict with 90% accuracy the response. In this, we have partnered and been inspired by the work of Lena Gandhi from Dana-Farber, who talks about how patient selection in phase 1 can really influence success in clinical trials. So 3 things that we do with pharma companies. We predict with over 90% confidence if the patient would respond or not. We get into the why with explainable AI, and we're able to work with very small cohorts of patients in phase 1, where you might just have 30 total patients, 15 responders, 15 non-responders. Deep learning AI systems need hundreds and thousands of data points to really be trained. We don't need that because we understand the science behind what's going on. So that's what's really got into working with companies like BMS and Merck and Genmab and AstraZeneca, et cetera. So let me show you a few use cases of what we have been able to do. Here is one in lung cancer. The challenge was to identify responders versus non-responders using these microdomains. We are clearly able to identify the responder microdomains and distinguish them from the non-responder microdomains. And we're able to predict the response to therapy, in this case, immunotherapy, for lung cancer with over 90% confidence. That number that you see, AUC 0.92, that denotes the accuracy of our predictions. We did the work with Dr. Arutha Kurasinghe at the University of Queensland, potentially one of the I would say, the leading KOL in the field of spatial biology. Another example, this was for colorectal cancer. This was where we were able to show with 93% accuracy the progression of colorectal cancer. The curve on the top, on the left hand, on the top left, on the left-hand side, our curve is at the top left, space IQ, 93% confidence. We're also able to unravel the circuitry of cancer again from these microdomains. So again, these microdomains are invaluable in terms of correlating the therapy response. Another example, company called Genmab, we're able to identify responders versus non-responders, in this case with 93.3% accuracy, using microdomains obtained from tissue samples like this, labeled with a few biomarkers. So you take the tissue sample, label it with a few biomarkers, and then the magic happens with AI. So these are all the trials we are in right now with Genmab. Very happy customer. He's been a tremendous partner for us over the years. We have been into various cancers. You can see some of the deadliest cancers, lung cancer, colorectal, breast, glioblastoma, and the companies we worked with. So one of the things that we are doing increasingly is individualizing these tests with a drug and a patient's signature. So not just working with pharma, but also directly with the patients. And we are able to now predict with 90% accuracy the responders versus the non-responders, again, based on the microdomains. Market's huge for this. I would say easily $100 billion if you look at cancer and some of the other diseases that we can actually predict the progression of the disease and response to therapy with these microdomains. We have several different major business models, if you will, direct to customers, like pharma customers with a transactional model. We are building more and more on a solutions-based model based on the microdomain libraries that we are at this point collecting, and a SaaS-based model where pharma can actually use this in their own premises, and we charge them by the click, by a number of biomarkers, et cetera. We're expecting a sharp increase in the revenue over the next few years. This year, we're going to have over 2.5 times the revenue that we had for last year, $2.5 million, as we get into these different clinical trials with different companies. Today, in terms of the competition, we are clearly ahead of anyone else. Some of these other companies are able to do this with around 60% accuracy when they try, but we are clearly the leader in this, potentially with explainable AI as well as some of the spatial analysis that we do. So we are able to also use the power of multimodal data where we can combine a different number of different modalities to do this. And this is an example of liquid biopsy. Yeah. So we are able to combine liquid biopsy, which is monitoring the DNA in the blood, and combining with spatial biology to really empower these clinical trials. And this is something very new where we can actually monitor with a drop of blood as the clinical trial is going on, what is going on with the patients, and then potentially put the patient on a different therapy based on the results from the spatial biology that we have from the original tissue biopsy that was done. A tremendous use case where a patient was put on chemotherapy, did not respond, and we're able to predict, what would happen to the patient with the combination of liquid biopsy and spatial biology, put the patient on immunotherapy, and the patient responds, and the patient's still alive. This was recently published. Here is the team. My founder, Chakra Chandibotla, is in the room somewhere. He's been kind of the guiding spirit behind all of these discoveries the last 10 years. Our exit strategy is to raise this $2 million and continue our journey with our customers and exit the market in 2027. Potential valuation could be in the $700 million to $1 billion. Some of the use of proceeds, we got to keep building our data science and AI horsepower, put a sales team together under a couple of people that we have in the leadership team right now. I have 30 years of sales and marketing experience, along with a PhD in this area that I did around 30 years ago. So we're building a team to make sure that we win in this marketplace. And I worked for 20 years in GE Healthcare, around 10 years in various other companies like IBM, Exact Sciences, ASCO, and others. So using my experience to bring some of these solutions to the market, some of our customers on the right-hand side, and we got a tremendous platform. So join us in revolutionizing cancer care and really making a difference for patients. By 2027, we expect over 1 million patients to actually be touched by our technology around the world. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dusty. All right. I think you win today's award for the most science in 12 minutes. Absolutely champion there. So there was a lot there. Okay. There was a lot there. I just want to try to see if I can just summarize this sort of simply for some people who maybe don't have the biopharma background. The thing that stood out for me as a researcher was this idea that if you don't know, when you're doing your phase 1 trial, you have a very small sample size to check the efficacy of your drug. And when you're doing that small sample size, you don't really know if that data is something you can correlate, because by the time you get to that phase 3 trial, you may be in for like a couple tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars at that stage. And what you're saying is you can go to the pharma company that's doing an oncology treatment and say in phase 1, we're going to identify whether it's worth going and spending $500 million to figure this thing out. Is that a quick summary?
You nailed it. And we have a chief commercial officer position open. Would you like?
But I mean, that's basically what you said.
Yes.
And so if you don't realize, if you're not in clinical research, you have no idea what a big problem this is. It's a problem for everything in FDA drug development research. Is like at that early stage, is it worth, because that's one of the reasons that pharma is always saying why they need to make so much money, is because they may be in phase 3 and they're like $500 million into a study and they have to toss it in the garbage because it doesn't work.
90% of clinical trials today fail. Thank you.
Yes. And so if we could figure that out in phase 1 and understand that, it's not worth going beyond. We've got this isn't going to work. Toss it now, move on to the next project. That's like a massive transformation of how clinical trials are done.
And it's a $100 billion market
at
the moment.
So if you are an investor and you are looking for something, I just want to say, as someone who does work in clinical research, I have no affiliation. I learned this for the first time. This is a very interesting biopharma solution that in the right market. I mean, I'm surprised that biopharma isn't just bending over backwards to fund you guys right now, because it seems to me like a kind of obvious problem they need solved.
Yes, we're gathering momentum. We are building the use cases. Biopharma is hard to crack. AstraZeneca, BMS, these are tough companies. And they have internal teams who have been trying it for 20 years and they have failed.
Yeah, and a lot of times they actually would rather see the VCs fund this stage of the company, and then they wait to see where you get, and then that's when they come in and they say, okay, we want to give you, $500 million to go away and just give us your solution, or $1 billion and you're done. say goodbye. It's now ours.
Yes,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right, Dusty, that was
Thank
great. Thank you. Give me a round of applause, please. Thank you so
Hey,
much.
we have a
Oh,
question back here, guys.
By the way, please come to our booth. We got this fantastic Apple Vision Pro. You can view and peer into the tumor microenvironment like you have never imagined before and really figure out what we're doing. There are a few people here who have actually seen it. You have seen that. So tell the others to come in. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Wait,
Dusty,
there's one question.
we have
one
the question
here,
back here, Dusty.
Yeah, Dusty, one question. Here you go.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
My question is, I know that you guys will be releasing this in 2027. I know that in the Middle East and Europe, they use CE mark instead, it's kind of like FDA. Would you guys be able to release this sooner if you were to have things before 2027 for Europe? Because we actually have very large investors right now looking for technology that can detect cancer, and they're actively looking right now. So this is actually, I was surprised to walk into this right now.
Thanks for your question. So we don't need FDA approval or CE mark to do whatever we are doing today in phase 1. Phase 3, where the scrutiny comes in. So as Leena Gandhi said, one of the pioneers in this field, if you can do the right patient selection and stratification in phase 1, you will not need to actually fail in clinical trials in phase 3. And that's where all the FDA scrutiny is. But before you get to phase 3, we've already figured out the right biomarkers to be used. And then it's a shoe in to get through CE mark or FDA with those spatial biomarkers.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. So, all right. So thank you, Dusty. Thanks. So next we're going to move into a little bit of a different speed. So we've done a lot in a lot of different places. We started in a hyperbaric oxygen therapy chamber and red light, which is a bit more on the longevity side. We've done some work in supplements. We've moved through some different medical solutions. And now we're going to cover a very important part of this is aesthetics. Now, what I love about being in the longevity field is that I notice a lot of people come in through aesthetics because they think, I want to look better, right? And then they realize, well, if I look better, I'm going to feel better because I'm doing the things to make myself look better. And then I feel better. And then you go down this really wonderful path. So we have a whole team lining up here that come up and talk about the aesthetics. So why don't you come on up and we're going to get our first person to introduce us. Christy Matola is going to introduce the group, and they're going to position themselves on the chairs here, and we're going to go into the aesthetic space. So give Christy Matola and team a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. So some of you may know that this presentation was going to be done earlier today. Come on, join the team. Here, Ken, sit here. And the doctors over there was going to be done earlier today with the CEO, Mark Rodriguez, but he actually got food poisoning, so he is not here. So we're doing this in a way that nobody anticipated. So we're going to be real. This will be the real thing live for the first time. So I'd like to introduce Kenton Gray, and go ahead and stand up, Kenton, because we can do this together. So I met Kenton at the last event. How many of you were here in April when they did this event? So I met Kenton out in the social area, and I said, Kenton, why are you here? And what's exciting going on right now? What are you most excited about in terms of the companies and what's going on? And he told me about Cell Sound, and I was totally blown away. And this is a product that is in the aesthetics/medical, would you call it a device, right? Medical device area. And it is not a new company, but I'm going to have him give you the history, a little bit of the history of that. It's not a new company, but it's new to North America. There's at least 30 or so different locations where it's at. And we've brought with us today 2 of the top doctors that have been using this. And you will hear it straight from the doctors, what they're seeing in their client base. So we've got Newport Beach and Beverly Hills represented here today. So Kenton, tell us exactly what Cell Sound is and how it got started.
Okay, great. Can everybody hear me okay? Wonderful. Well, thank you all for being here. I'm sorry we weren't up earlier. Our CEO did, like she said, get a little bit of food poisoning. So we thought we'd do the next best thing, which is bring some of the gentlemen that actually use this technology here and actually speak to these specifics about what we have. So this is exciting. And when she asked me what I was excited about, it's regenerative medicine. Elias, when he was up here earlier, he talked about the regenerative movement. The regenerative medicine is where medicine is going. There's a giant shift in the space. And one of the things we've been looking for is things that correct and restore function and actually support quality health and get away from the disease management as well as the symptom management model as much as possible. The genesis of this technology goes back over 12 years. It's manufactured and discovered and patented in Israel. We've been in the United States 1 year as of April. However, the genesis of this technology started with diabetic bed wounds and has an application obviously all the way through aesthetics. So we have two separate companies. One of them is focused on clearing the ability to clear diabetic and ulcerated bed wounds as a monotherapy within 2 to 3 weeks. What's happening there is a vascularity issue, and I'll let the doctors get into that. I'm going to stick with the money side, but I got very excited about what this meant because the same thing that happens on that end of the spectrum is also what's happening with us on a day-to-day aging process. Most of us have not been taught or told or have any idea that the microcapillaries that feed our cells actually begin to collapse over time. And when that happens, the blood flow stops coming into our skin and tissues and begins to show signs of aging. Again, I'm going to try to stick away from that, but it has a lot to do with the business side and why I was super excited about CellSound, because I had a practice in Beverly Hills for over 10 years. We were pain management, regenerative medicine. And we could get people so far up the spectrum of recovery, and they would ask for, what's next? What more can I do? I want to restore function. So when this came out, he said it was regenerative. I didn't believe him. It was too good to be true. 12 years in the making. We have 2 devices. One is at the Cleveland Clinic that's getting studies right now for diabetic bed wounds. And then we have another application, which we're discussing with you today, which is the aesthetic aspect of this. So we have a Series A funding round. I don't know who has the clicker. I don't know. It's a $14 million Series A. We have 5 of it done. We are looking to close out that round with an $8 million remaining. We have a $200,000 minimum investment on a $53 million valuation. It's common shares, straight common stock share purchase. Who's doing this? Am I doing this? I haven't touched it yet. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Things working on its own. So for those of you that are interested in investing and looking for an investment, I think this is probably one of the most sophisticated devices and game-changing and groundbreaking technologies to hit medicine. This literally renders obsolete all of the different technologies that are focused on laser and thermal, both heat and cold, that are actually degenerating to regenerate, meaning that they're killing tissues and they're killing cells in order to regenerate. And if you think that thought through, how can you kill cells? How can you actually destroy tissue? That's going to result in anti-aging somehow. So the entire industry was built off of equipment and devices and a theory that came from other areas of medicine and was applied to the aesthetic space. It doesn't actually produce the results. So the predominant cause of aging is, again, the microcapillary collapse. This machine addresses and restores literally back to factory settings your microvessels, giving you almost like a facelift in a box. This machine has 3 technologies on one chassis for face, neck, and body. Again, I'm gonna let the doctors get into that. But for those who are here looking for a place to invest and put capital, the CEO of this company has taken 2 companies in this space from startup to public. The last one was InMode, had just over a little $3 billion valuation at exit, went up from a 0 to almost $198 share price. The CMO of our company, Dr. Nikoloff, was a part of that as well and has joined us. So unfortunately, Mark can't be here to discuss this, but this team has been put together. Everything has been completed, the beta testing. I'll get into the numbers and stuff later. We're in revenue. We're piloted. We have the FDA approval. We have CE mark. We have 3 patented technologies, and we're in manufacturing. We got inventory. We have over 40 different accounts nationwide. And from that, we're going to get into a little bit of what this actually is. And I'm going to let the doctors give you a little bit more information. Actually, I kind of skipped the whole thing. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Nicholas Nikoloff. He's one of the premier cosmetic surgeons in Beverly Hills. Plastic surgeon, excuse me.
Just a major correction. Anyway, why am I so excited about this technology? Ultimately, this is a total shift in medicine when it comes to cosmetic treatment, non-invasive cosmetic treatments. Until now, the best thing, and I was involved in the technology, which is within mode, the radio frequency microneedling. A lot of people may have heard of Morpheus 8, Body Tide, et cetera. And a lot of it has caused micro injury, inflammation, and as a result, tightening and the improvement we're looking for. However, with this, we have zero injury. We're actually improving the health of the tissue. We're improving blood flow. And as a result, we are improving the health of the tissue and achieving a better cosmetic outcome by healthier tissue. It's a huge difference where you're not killing tissue, you're not injuring it, you're making it healthier. And that's where my excitement comes from. I will get to the fun part. The ultimate satisfaction is when you take photos, and this is the PhotoFax Center. It's standardized photos, and you do one treatment, and you show the patient the difference between the before and after, and you can measure it in centimeters, how much improvement they've gotten. And it is a change in centimeters, not millimeters. There is no way to argue with the outcome. You never have to worry about telling the patient, oh, you really should try another one. They want to do more because they see the difference. The cell sound technology, here we're going to see, and as I said, I'll get to the fun part. You really will see improvement in contouring and looking at a body where for men, it's usually the love handles. You will see decrease in size. You see improvement in texture, although this is someone who is young, so it's not necessary. But here, after undergoing 6 treatments, actually, this is 4, I believe, you see a change in contour with a treatment that results in 0 pain, discomfort, or no recovery time whatsoever. You see, even in the back, this is a hard area to treat. Usually you need liposuction. Here's another patient, again, needs a little less, but you see the difference in contour. Looking from the back, you see the difference in the abdomen and flanks as well. And this is, again, a treatment that doesn't hurt. Patients don't have to get the courage to come and see you and undergo the treatment at all. So here's someone after surgery that had a little bit extra, she's had a tummy tuck, but had a lot of extra fat in the upper abdomen, and simply doing this procedure, we're able to decrease the size and give her a better contour. Another patient, again, a little more generous abdominal size, and you see the significant improvement afterwards. So yes, we started and the home run initially was abdomen. However, yes, it works every place else. And look at the arms and look at the tightening of the skin as well. So it doesn't all decrease only the size of the arms, it also improves the texture of the skin, and you will see tightening when you have improved blood flow and also improved collagen synthesis, better cell division and you have new tissue. It's regenerative. This is a patient, again, I don't tell people to expect this every time. However, look at the difference in texture. She didn't need much reduction in size. She wanted improvement in texture. So it's not just being thinner, it's looking healthier and having healthier skin. One thing we found out, again, simply a patient pointed it out to me, but I noticed there is improvement in cellulite. Now, would I want to line up 100 people and say, this is the treatment for cellulite? Absolutely not, because nothing helps 100%. 50% is considered a good result. But what I'm seeing here is something that is worth doing, and patients are happy with the outcome. Face, well, once again, we started with the body, but with the face, you can have an improvement in skin texture, contour, and general. Patients will come and say, my husband doesn't know what I did, but actually look better. And he wants to know why. So you can see under the chin, you can get better contour, which is volume reduction. Well, I'm in Beverly Hills, so not as many people need volume reduction, but you can improve the skin texture. And if you look at the neck, you look around the mouth in this patient, and this is 2 months after her original completion of the original treatment. And you see a very great change in the texture of the lower neck, where even a facelift has a hard time taking care of it. More pictures, and again, hopefully the resolution shows well enough the difference in texture. You also see around the mouth, the jawline. Again, pictures speak for themselves. And the important thing is, no, it does not go away when you stop. The results persist. Here's someone with decrease of volume under the chin. And you see the movement, the arrows show the movement of the skin upwards. So you have tightening as well. It's not just volume reduction. In the media, for a company that really we launched just over a year ago, we have managed to get a lot of media attention. And it's because patients are happy. And patients have been very willing to go to the media and promote the company as being something that they feel it's revolutionary, and they're thankful to find a technology that doesn't injure their tissue, doesn't kill fat cells, doesn't give you that leathery skin after multiple treatments, but it will make it look healthier, and then you can contour as well. I will go into different specifics, but you see a lot of media. Ultimately, as I said, this is the end of the micro injury. This is a new era where we are creating healthier tissue and regenerating the cells and improving blood flow. Important, we have FDA approval as a Class 2 device. We have the CE mark in Europe. It's worldwide patents for the technology, and it's patent for the electrosonic resonance, which is the delivery system that allows us to treat much longer than a regular ultrasound machine, the PhotoFax center, and also the big device that you saw for the abdomen, which allows for a more effective and easier treatment. The market is huge, from plastic surgeons, facial plastic surgeons, dermatologists, and it's not just body contouring. I use it frequently in conjunction with surgery, to going to med spas, et cetera, who can also use the device and use it successfully.
Okay. I want to introduce our other doctor here. Let's give him a hand. He's one of the early adopters of it. He's in Beverly Hills, right off of, is it Rockford? What street?
Oh, on Bedford.
On Bedford, okay. All right, so our second doctor here is Dr. Mark Anton.
Thank you, Dr. Nikolov. Tracy, come on.
You can stand up, Tracy. Tracy's wife.
My name is Mark Anton. I'm a plastic surgeon in Newport Beach. Aesthetics is a big market, as you all know. every day, we all look at ourselves. We're trying to figure out what can be done to help ourselves be more youthful as we age or at any age. As a surgeon, I like to keep things simple and direct. So I understand it, my patients understand it. And I like to find things that are very effective. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Apart from my surgical instruments, I can tell you emphatically that the cell sound machine, cell sound modality is the best tool in our tool shed that we have in our office, other than the actually surgical instruments. It really makes a difference, as the others have mentioned, with no pain and great success, both in the face and the body. As I mentioned before, I'm the surgeon. Tracy runs the whole rest of the office, our skincare nurses, our estheticians. She's certified in nutrition and anti-aging, and I'm going to let her explain at face value on the ground what she has experienced.
Hi there. So just briefly, I think I'm in a unique position because I come from the world of wellness and health, and I work in the world of aesthetics. So I am able now to see with cell sound for the first time, we have a device that bridges these two worlds, the multi-trillion-dollar wellness industry and the multi-billion-dollar aesthetic industry. With cell sound, I am able to drive revenue into my practice that before I didn't get. So this is the device that is really bridging the gap and bringing these two worlds together and is truly in the regenerative medicine field. I'm able to tell patients, not only am I going to make you look prettier and more handsome, but I'm also going to be able to turn back the clock on your cells. We're going to be able to get to the source of what is aging you. In layman's terms, I tell them after each treatment, we are shuttling nutrients into the cell and taking the garbage out. And that is going to turn back the clock. You're going to see it in the mirror. You're going to feel it in your body. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. We're going to wrap this up. I know we kind of reworked this entire presentation. The slides didn't match our talk. However, this is a Series A investment. We had this planned out for myself and the CEO to run through it, but we felt that with him not here, it would be better to have the panel. We have a Series A round. It's a $14 million round. We have 5 of it done, 8. If anybody's interested at the end here, I'm going to run through to the end. We have a QR code that if somebody would like to look at our deck or any of our information, you can go ahead and scan that and get to the portal. We'll leave that up to the end. And I want to thank everybody here. Thank you for willing to adjust with us as we made these adjustments, and hopefully this made sense to you. If it did, please come see us. We have a booth next door, and we are doing treatments here on site. So if anybody would like to demo this, we encourage you to do that and come over. We'll be here for the rest of the evening. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause first, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So let's leave that QR code up for a minute. It's a very interesting opportunity. And I just went, while you were doing this, I had to go do something. I went and saw that you have the full device there at the booth, right? So yes, you can actually see the product, you can see what they're doing, and you're even going to give them a treatment. So you can have a firsthand experience. So that sounds like a great opportunity. And I'll just add that, as someone, again, working in the longevity and healthcare space, I know for the gentleman here as the plastic surgeon, I know a lot of people are looking for less invasive therapies right now. And the technologies, we're coming up with these great technologies that still can be very impactful, but again, less invasive than necessarily for the surgery. There's a huge demand for that. So it looks like a very interesting product. So congratulations. And we'll.
To that point,
yeah.
What grew the body will heal the body.
Right.
If you give the body what it needs, it will regenerate. It's always trying to rectify and keep itself in balance. This technology is the first that actually truly demonstrates that that is possible.
Yeah, very interesting. So go check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for adapting your presentation for us. And you can just leave the microphones on the chairs, leave everything here. And so we're going to move on to our next speaker who's on deck right now, hopefully. We are looking for I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Please forgive me. I wanted to find you before this to practice the name. Paymon. Okay. All right. Paymon and Montezami, at least I got the last name right. Okay, so Paymon's here with something called Finally Quiet. And I'm sure you're going to jump into this, but it's very interesting as someone, again, who working in the space, people don't realize the impact of sound in our lives and in our health. So happy to hear. Yeah, so that's your mic and presentation to manage your presentation. So we'll put the time on the clock, and Paymon, we're going to just jump right into it. Tell us what you got and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paymon Montezemi. I'm the founder, CEO of Finally Quiet. And I'm an executive in the medical device space presenting 11 years of research to the team here. So I'll start with the problem statement. I think our problem statement is very easy to understand because it is a 300-year-old problem. It's the oldest problem in the dental industry. And to demonstrate that, I'll play you a sound that you don't like at all. So I guess this reminds you of the last visit, to your dentist. And in fact, we tried for many, many years to try to reduce the sound, but this sound is not going away. The laws of physics are playing against us, ladies and gentlemen, unless we're in space. In space, there's no sound. So the impacts of this specific instrument, and of course, there's additional instruments like the low velocity suction, the high velocity suction, the ultrasonic scaler. The impact of those for the patients are the following. Jake. There we go. Thank you. There are about 30 to 50 million Americans and 24 million United Kingdom citizens who basically did not go to the dentist last year. And that's because of the fear alone. Okay. In addition to that, anxious patients are very difficult to manage. You need to give them more injections. You need to give them nitrous oxide. And what they do, they take a lot more chair time, between 20 and 400%, depending on the procedure time. So there's a huge inefficiency there. In addition to that, the regular active noise canceling headphones do not work on high frequency. And they try to put them on, and the only thing it does, it just stops you from being able to communicate with patients. And of course, for those dentists who are more advanced and they offer, television or goggles and things like that, the minutes they start actually drilling on you, what happens? You can't hear the TV anymore. Okay. So that's the impact on the patient. Let's look at the impact on the staff. So you can see on the left, that's the typical equipment that dentists are wearing, and some hygienists as well. But you can see that the ears are never protected. Most of the time, never protected. And they try earbuds and things like that, but those, again, they stop communications. The OSHA mandates, or the Occupational Safety Hazard Administration, mandates no more than 85 decibel of sound for 8 hours. But in fact, the conversation we're having is about 60 to 65 decibel, to give a reference. But in fact, the staff is exposed because of all the additional suction and whatnot, sounds up to 100 decibels, and that's throughout the day. And at that level, you start basically damaging the hair cells in the cochlea after only 14 minutes of exposures. So it can be very dangerous and can cause, of course, partial deafness. Now, there's data also that dentists, have twice the amount of hearing loss and tinnitus compared to the general population. And unfortunately, at some point in time, dentists will become partially deaf. And my wife is a dentist, and that's how everything started 11 years ago for us. And of course, I don't want her to go more than what she has suffered so far. And other dental staff members are also impacted by this issue. Okay. All right, our solution is called Finally Quiet. It came from the heart. That's what my wife said when she named it that way. And we have a patent already on the high frequency noise cancellation that has been already granted in March of 2017. And we have combined that with the neutralizing technology or vibration neutralizing technology. And what that does, it removes basically, for the application of dentistry, the vibrations in the jaw of the patient. We're the only technology in the world that can do that. Okay. And of course, there's many other applications, construction, for pediatric, for medical, whatnot. And we have 8 more patents that are upcoming as we speak. Our solution, when applied of this platform technology to the dental world, is to provide basically a set of headphones for the patient, and we have the level of completion of the current, prototype or Gen 2 prototype at the bottom. And that's the one that has both technologies. He has the active noise canceling and the vibration, so that when you're drilled on, you don't hear those vibrations and you don't feel them anymore, okay? On the right-hand side, there's the staff earphones that are fully integrated into the already existing equipment. And we have a central mixing unit that is basically using AI to communicate. You can say, play music for the patient, stop music for the patient, connect me to the front desk, connect me to chair number 3, pick up this phone call that is incoming. So now you start seeing the efficiencies of the operations of a dental clinic that is fully expandable to other like hospitals and things like that. And on the patient headphone side, we also come with disposable covers for, comply with OSHA guidances for not, repercussion, any kind of bacteria cross contamination between patients. Our solution is fully connectable to the Internet of Medical Things. And so that means that we can actually pull data like how long the patient has been waiting and what is the percentage that utilization of a given chair. So for those of you who are familiar with dental support organizations or DSOs, they own hundreds of clinics in the world. And this data is like plutonium for them. There are 189,000 dental clinics in the US growing at a 0.9% rate. And there are 1.2 billion, $1.2 billion addressable procedures per year right now in the United States only. We're going after a 2.1 billion initial market because we'll be growing that market as we come. This is the first device that has ever doing this. And with a CAGR of 5.8%. Our business model for the capital equipment will be priced, per device and per staff. So for the staff earphones, $249 per staff. For the patient headphones, $499 per chair. It's fully modular. You want to be cheap, you only buy one. You can only go with one patient headphones if you want to. You want to communicate, then you buy the whole system. And the central mixing is the $999 per chair. And we have 75% gross margins on the hardware. We have 90% gross margins on the disposables. And then as 2.0 comes out 18 months after 1.0, guess what? We're going to have a tiered approach to the software for licensing the software on the cloud that gives you access to all that data. Regulatory strategy. This is a non-significant risk device, thank God. So that means that the clinical studies can come in before verification and validation. That's a huge advantage to us that we're going to maximize. And of course, in addition to our IPA trade secrets, this is going to be a class 2 medical device. So good luck for any competitor trying to get in globally. All right, the competition. There's no other technology in the world that does basically vibration neutralizing or neutralization. There is no speech recognition control that basically allows you to, while you communicate in any kind of medical setup, to have machine learning trained keywords and artificial intelligence commands that are, basically human driven. And we will be competing on the multi-user connection with the radios, the Motorola's, like a Target, Denise, can you please bring the specific shirt to me? Okay. We're one of the competitors, and we'll be competing against for patient entertainment to the active noise canceling that we already know that don't work on high frequencies. This is the first team in the world who has ever tested this specific device right here in Orange County, San Juan Capistrano. And we have had basically 39 patients that we have collected a survey with. The central mixing unit is right there. That's our prototype. And we're using some off-the-shelf components that we have modified with our own hardware and software that we have modified. And we have had 100% acceptance rate, so no patients refused basically to take the test. And we have had 82% satisfaction rate, given that the prototype is only 54% complete. This is our go-to-market strategy for our timeline for version 1.0. We'll be basically focusing on the gap that we have collected, the 18% gap that we have that our people are not copied, about this and about that. And solely focused on the seed round to basically finalize the prototype and deploy it to 10 clinics across the United States. Those clinics are already lined up. There's no more room. And we'll be looking for additional partners, in the future for future rounds. Followed by that will be verification and validation submission to the FDA as a class 2 medical device, and then commercialization basically by the end of 2026. This is our team. So Payman, myself, I've been in the medical device industry for 24 years. And for M&A successfully accomplished between $10 million and $2 billion. Over together, our technical team has basically pushed to global markets 25 medical devices in in vitro diagnostics of medium to high complexity. We also have one IPO for Mirzad Khakpour. He has done a cradle to IPO with Sonendo. Our clinical advisors are composed of my dear wife, who is one of the co-inventors, Dr. Shago Zekovari, Dr. Tony Hashemian, who is the Associate Dean at Arizona School of Dental Medicine and Oral Health, Dr. Nadia Rezai Amiri, who's from Beautiful Smiles Dentistry. That's where we first deployed. We also have the privilege of having Dr. Cal Stanley today. Thank you so much for joining us, who's from Lightside Dentistry, who is doing very much focused on burnout in the dental work environment, and is a top 100, basically international dental KOL globally. And also, he's one of the co-founders of Pearl. They're already at a valuation of $400 million. And Melissa Turner, she's a registered dental hygienist, and she's a brand ambassador for us in the future as our releases come out, and voice of the young generation of dentists who are tired of this anxiety and the noise in the dental environment. Our financial projections, very rapidly, will become basically revenue positive by Q2 of 2026, and will become EBITDA positive by Q2 of 2029. Potential exits. So comparables, these are some of the partners that we have. Some of them sit on our silent board of advisors. Apple acquired Beats headphones for $3 billion in 2014. And Dentsply acquired Sirona for $5.5 billion in 2015. Our seed round. We basically closed our pre-seed round. We had, my wife and I, $300,000 of personal life savings in this. We also, raised $20,000 from friends and family. We're raising $1.2 million. It's a price round. We like to do things legally to the maximum and provide all those benefits, to our investors. With a post-money valuation of $6 million, it's a minimum of $50,000 to come in, and we already have $450,000 committed. The round opens July 15, and I expect to close it in 3 days. Thank you very much, and I'll point to any questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, my mic's up. Hold on, I'm coming.
Just curious if you have any open collaboration potential with another vertical beyond dentistry. Like if I wanted to take this to another industry, could we use the same technology but in another space?
Yes, absolutely. Military is the first one. We're already discussing with Department of Defense in the background. I can't tell too much about it unless we have a mutual NDA, but we have very serious discussions. The Army is all over this.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. It's kind of obvious that there's applications in a lot of different spaces for this technology. Anyone else? Any other questions? I think we're just about out of time anyway. So do you have a booth here that if you want to talk
right
to?
outside, I'll be right after this meeting, outside.
Okay, perfect. So if you want to talk to and learn a bit more about Finally Quiet, you can find them outside. Thank you so much for your
Thank you
time.
very much for having me.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to do a quick roll call, see if they're in the room here. Is Richard from K2X Capital in the room? All right, Richard, perfect. We're going to have you next up on deck. So we have Richard here, co-founder of a Silicon-based fintech investing in early stage technology and life science companies. So actually, this will be a bit of a change of pace because everyone's kind of been pitching their products. And now you're going to tell us a little bit about what you're doing, Richard. So we're a small group, but we're mighty. So we're going to give Richard a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Richard. Give a round of applause right now. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you a bit about K2X. We are an investment firm focused on investing in early stage companies, specifically seed Series A. We're structured to be publicly traded, and in the form of an ETF-like vehicle. And what's attractive about this is we are very unique in that for any investor investing in us once we are public is to access quality early stage companies, have liquidity, and reap the benefits of any sort of transactions that happen, more specifically by way of dividends. We decided to tap into this opportunity and created K2X largely for the reason that we have discovered that large angel groups and early stage and sophisticated early stage investors, when doing solid, rigorous due diligence, are able to achieve remarkable returns, probably far exceeding some of the more traditional risk investment out there. Hence, the formation of our company. Our mission, more specifically, is to create a liquid investment vehicle and allowing access to 99% of investors that normally wouldn't have access to high-quality early-stage deals, and to do so in a safe investment environment and in which to generate these potential returns. Now, there are some issues in this field, obviously, and it comes down to things like which companies to invest in. The issue about liquidity, as we all know, when we're investing in early stage, the horizons for an exit can be in the decade and even more sometimes. And of course, the distraction of hot themes could be anything from AI, crypto, on and on, you name it. Oh, excuse me. What we've introduced is a solution, and that is creating a vehicle that identifies the quality companies, provides the liquidity to the investor, and more importantly, the diversity, whereby our basket of companies cover the spectrum of technologies, be them on the technology side, tech more simply, and on the other side, life science. And the criteria by and large being quality of the technology and quality of the deal. I think the way to best describe us is a statistical model. It's important to emphasize that we are not going full in as lead investor in every one of these deals. We go in as a minor investor and place many bets on many companies across a large basket of companies. The model is managed and steered by a number of very, very experienced angel investors to ultimately lead to a safer way to invest in early stage startups. This model, some criteria to consider in this model is that we don't lead deals. We reference a lead investor in any deal that we consider. And from there, we do our due diligence on the due diligence of the lead investor. That creates for what we term as double vetting. We're also agnostic to markets and to geography, meaning we'll go wherever the best deals are to be found, be them physically in another country or be them in any sector or any segment within the sectors of tech or in life sciences. As I referenced a few moments ago, the amounts that we invest are relatively small, ranging in between 50 and 250K. But we do expect that once we go public, that we will increase the size of those amounts. But it should also be noted that we also manage our portfolio very actively on a quarterly basis, and we do follow-ons with those companies and can reach up to $600,000 to $750,000 invested in any given company should they be performing and tracking to expectation. This all said, and the way I've described this, this model is what we have here is a perpetual and evergreen investment vehicle. We are not a fund per se that is static with a number of companies and just see and manage the course of those companies. We are investing in a cycle basis to see companies come in, manage them through to an exit, take those funds, reinvest, cover some overhead, and then distribute any gains in excess to investors / shareholders by way of dividends. Just a quick overview here is the deal flow which we use, nothing revelatory here, but essentially we manage our due diligence process by way of screening, the actual due diligence itself, going as deep as necessary subject to the gaps, making an investment decision by committees on a monthly basis, board approval, and then portfolio management, which incurs tracking performance of the company. As I mentioned, here's a better way to visualize this perpetual evergreen model. As you can see, we're putting money into new and follow-on companies. And as we're managing them through, we talk here of a horizon. In this slide, we say 5 to 7. Ideally, we like to see in 3 to 5 years and generate those exits and deploy that capital. Our track record has been pretty good. We've raised over $17 million since we started, since 2018. We've made 170 investments in those 85 companies. We've achieved 3 exits, and we have 2 emerging unicorns in the bullpen and expected to exit within the next 12 months. Well, one of the lows, of course, there has to be, especially in this line of investment. We have experienced 4 write-offs, or have had to do 4 write-offs, totaling just over $250,000. Our target and what we are tracking so far is an annual asset appreciation in the range of 20 to 30%. Some of the companies that have exited, we have Base Paws, which was acquired by the animal health division, the former animal health division of Pfizer, Zoetis. We have LTX, which was acquired by Accelerex, and Abfero by private pharmaceutical company. On the unicorn front, here are the 2 companies I was alluding to. Promaxo, which is developing and now commercializing an incredibly novel portable MRI machine system that is about the size of a bar fridge and is about to turn access to MRI on its ear, going from large bunkers in hospitals to being placed in physicians' offices. And that company is pegged right now, the valuation is just over $400 million and will rise to $750,000 with an imminent term sheet being signed off. On the other side, we have Neuroflow, another life science company, tech company, and we're currently seeing that company valued at just over $200 million and on a very steady pace to double or more in the next raise in the next 6 to 12 months. Leading our organization is the founder, CEO, Paul Russo, a 50-year veteran in tech and startups, educated at Berkeley. He's been a senior executive in a few blue chip tech companies, founder and CEO of several startups, and a very, very active angel investor in multiple startup boards and engagement with large and respected angel groups such as Band of Angels, Keiretsu, and the Angel Capital Association. This can basically all summed up as extensive market transaction experience, both in the public and private space. Supporting Paul and moving forward this organization is a management team and a board of directors populated by deeply experienced professionals, well anchored in the early stage investment area. And to complete and most instrumental to the success of our model are the K2X advisors. In order to be able to manage our deal flow, to do the screening, to do the, and to do the due diligence, we have a community or a pool of 100 advisors who are also investors in the company and are incentivized and motivated to see success in what we are doing. So our model's proven, we've raised the money, and we have achieved all of our objectives so far. And now we're moving to achieve liquidity in the form of launching a $50 million IPO. And that will involve a listing on NASDAQ in late 2024. Why I'm here is we need to bridge the gap, looking to raise some money between 5 and 10 million while we ready to launch ourselves on the NASDAQ market. And so our ask here is to invest in this debt note, which is actually a pretty good deal because we're offering interest of 9% on a cash basis or on an accrued basis of 12%. If the IPO shouldn't go forward by April 25, we will repay the loan with interest by April 25, and then that will be guaranteed by all the exit transactions that will occur with the 85 companies that are in the portfolio. That said, just to reinforce, we're introducing a better way to invest in startups, and it has to do with access to great startups, deep and rigorous due diligence, providing liquidity, and a much more efficient way of mobilizing capital from investors. And this is all translating into higher returns, lower risk, and non-correlated investment. That said, we encourage you to consider K2X and a great way to invest in pure innovation through a new asset class called angel stage startups. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So that was great. So obviously people want to find you other than, do you have a booth here or people just have?
Right out the door.
Okay.
To my right.
Okay, so just right out the door here to your right, you can come find Richard. So if you want to have more questions and want to get a little bit more into the conversation, he is available right here to have that conversation with you. All right, so how's everyone doing so far? Thank you, Richard. Give Richard one last round of applause. Thank you so much. So, all right, how are you doing with the marathon so far? It's like a pitch party marathon up here. Just they come one after another, and we're not even halfway through the day. So actually, this is going to be, I'm almost at the end of my time here as having the honor of being your master of ceremonies. But we are going to move now to Shane McConnell, who has a natural health supplement, or I think a bar. Shane, are you in the room here somewhere? That's you right there. All right. So this is going to be interesting. This is I'm a keto guy myself. So I'm curious. So I'm curious to hear what you're doing. And so let's give Shane, he's going to talk about his work at Primal Power. Looking forward to hearing this, Shane. Shane McConnell, welcome to the stage. Give him a round of applause.
Always. Can you hear me? There we go. Yeah, that's a pretty cool video. We're pretty pleased with it. We feel like it matches our the essence of our brand and kind of the energy and the just the essence of the brand really well. So Primal Power, I'm the CEO and founder of Primal Power. It's the world's first nutrition bar with grass-fed beef liver. A lot of people kind of double take when they first hear that. More and more people are starting to learn in our culture about liver and how good liver is for you. It's the most nutrient-dense food in the world, more vitamins, minerals, and amino acids than any other food you can eat. Typically, people don't tend to enjoy it because of the flavor. So we figured out over the last 2 years, it's been quite a road, but we figured out how to make liver taste good. So how this originated, 3 years ago, I was on a carnivore diet. I lost about 30 pounds, never felt better. I did that diet for a year. During that time, I kind of went on a deep dive on nutrients and ultimately became familiar with liver and how incredible liver is for you. And I started eating it and I never felt better. It's, incredibly high in vitamin B12, all the B vitamins, vitamin A, copper, zinc, iron, selenium, magnesium, vitamin E, choline, all your amino acids. It's literally the #1 superfood in the world. And I was so excited at how good I felt that I went to all my friends, many of them ex-college athletes, and started talking with them about liver. One of them's on my advisory board. He's sitting over here, Paul Zaffaroni. And Paul was one of the guys that finally said to me, Shane, stop telling me about liver. I'm not interested in it. I don't care how good it is for you. I'm never going to eat it. So don't stop mentioning it. And, it smells bad. It doesn't taste good. I'm just not interested. So I got that reaction from 5 or 6 of my friends. And that was when I had my light bulb moment. And I said, okay, so there's this food that is this good for you and nobody's eating it. Essentially nobody. They eat liver a lot in South America, the Middle East, Eastern Europe. And, 50 plus years ago in this country, people would eat it. But in the, recent decades, it's fallen out of favor in the United States. So I came up with the idea for creating a product that has beef liver and that actually tastes good. And so the product is essentially a dry liver powder with unsweetened chocolate, almond butter, and dates. And it tastes like an RX bar. So, RX Bar is a $600 million company that was acquired in 2018 by Kellogg's. And they did a really good thing. They came up with the first nutrition bar, major nutrition bar that they brought to the commercial market that didn't have sugar. That was back, 11 years ago. And, they've done really, really well with that bar. And as our culture has moved away from processed seed oils, added sugars, all kinds of preservatives toward cleaner, nutrient-dense foods. RX has been a huge leader in that space. Well, Primal Power is basically, I like to make the analogy, if RX Bar was a car, it would be a Toyota Camry, and Primal Power would be a Ferrari. It's just way more nutrient dense. It's got way more vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. It's equally clean as RX Bar, and it has just an unparalleled profile of nutritional benefits. One bar has 220% of vitamin B12. We actually lab tested 5 liver powders from around the world, and we ultimately settled on the liver powder from New Zealand, which was about 35% higher in just about all the nutrients. So the B12 from other liver powders, domestic, and we had 2 liver powders from Argentina, was in the 140 to 150 range. The B12 from the liver powder from New Zealand is 220%. So, and all of the other vitamins and minerals were equally high, relatively. They all vary, a little bit, vitamin to vitamin. The reason for that is in New Zealand, they don't add the same, or they don't inject their animals with the same hormones that we do here in the United States. They also, the animals there are also grass-fed, grass-finished, and they're pasture-raised. So it's much higher in all the vitamins and minerals and amino acids. And it's twice the cost. It costs twice as much for that liver powder as the American powder and the South American powders that we were looking at. So we took that and we a lot of engineering went into the bar. You know, not only did we use the best liver powder in the world, there's 0 added sugar. There is sugar in the bar, and that all comes from dates. So there is some date sugar. You have to have something in there to make the bar taste good. Yeah, exactly. It's got to taste good. So the point was to make it clean. And the community that wants this, the demographic that wants this product, doesn't want added sugar. They don't want preservatives. They don't want any seed oils. So we made it a completely clean bar. And we've got 10 grams of protein. Liver isn't super high in protein. It's high in everything else, but it's not high in protein. So we added bovine collagen. So we've got collagen in there. And, you know, it's an incredibly, the biggest benefit of it is that energy. So one bar, if you eat one bar, about 25 minutes later, you're going to get a burst of energy. And that's real. It's not a gimmick. I mean, a good story is one of my investors is a endurance athlete. He runs 100-mile endurance races. And when I was developing the bar, a friend of mine introduced me to him and I gave it to him. And, you know, he kind of blew me off and he said, okay, you know, thank you. You know, he called me up 5 days later and he said, Shane, this is incredible. I took this, you know, he goes, I'm sorry if I blew you off. You know, I've been doing endurance races for, you know, 15 years. I've had so many people give me these products. 99% of the time it's a gimmick. But I ate this and I felt it. And, you know, I got more energy for my runs now, and he's an investor in the company now. So we have, I could tell you 10 more stories like that. I would encourage all of you to come out to our booth outside and taste it. We're taste testing it out there, and I can give each of you a bar. We brought enough for everybody. So you know, our reorder rate, what I will tell you is clicking over to business. So once I came up with the idea, I developed it in my kitchen, raised a round of equity from friends and family. 300,000 initial round, raised a second round of 400,000. So we've raised 700,000. Friends, family, and investors. I was formerly a commercial real estate broker for 24 years. So I had a bunch of my investors that put up some of the money for the initial investment. After I developed it in my kitchen to a level that was as good as I could personally get it, we then went out and hired a top food developer in this space, a gentleman that used to work for Cliff Bar, and he took it from where I had it to where it is today. And after that, I brought in some top marketing consultants who worked with Muscle Milk for years. We gave them a piece of the company, worked out a deal with them so they could help us make connections with retailers, co-packers, you know, all different aspects of going to market. They've got us at Amazon. You know, we launched 90 days ago. We got in Amazon about a month ago. It's selling really, really well in Amazon currently. We're also selling it direct to consumer through our website, and we're currently in 3 vitamin shops. And we're talking early days, but we're talking with some of the larger retailers, having, you know, preliminary conversations. So our ultimate goal is to sell the company to, you know, a General Mills or a Kellogg's or any number of, you know, large companies in that space that buy products like this that have worldwide distribution. So we are looking to raise money. We don't need the money immediately. Probably in the next 4 to 6 months, we'll look to raise a round of equity somewhere in the $1.2 million range. The valuation of the company it's going to depend on, you know, a variety of things. And if you know, as our sales continue to climb, that will ultimately determine where we're going to value the company. But I would say that it's probably going to be in the $5 to $7 million range. It may be a little higher than that, depending on where sales are. So this is my first event. So, you know, thank you for giving me your time. I'll probably be back at the next event. And at which time we'll be a little closer, a little further down the line to actually raising that first round. But I wanted to come and, make some contacts here and kind of get started. So we have some, we have some people that we can reach out to when the time is right.
All right. Thank you, Shane. Give Shane a round of applause. Primal Power. So yeah, I'm right in your target demographic. I'm an animal-based keto guy, so I'm looking forward to trying it. So does anybody have any quick questions for Shane before we move on? Yes, right over here. Okay, perfect. Please go ahead.
Just a quick question. I'm one of the few people that actually likes liver. But the reason
There's a few of you out there. We
Yeah.
run into a few more.
little liver and onions, calf liver, you're not all good. But anyway, enough about my eating habits. But one of the reasons I kind of stopped eating it was because the publicity about how much toxins and fat is in liver. So now obviously you've refined it down to something else, but that was always been the knock on liver.
I would say that's largely fake news. So liver is it's kind of like a air traffic controller. A lot of people think that because liver is like a filter, they kind of imagine like a fuel filter on their car, that it gets gunked up with all of that. That's actually not how it works. So how it works is it's like an air traffic controller. It directs where the toxins go. It doesn't absorb the toxins into the organ. It directs them, and it stores them in fat cells. So, I mean, what I can tell you is, liver is extremely high in all the vitamins, all the minerals, all the amino acids, all the ones that I mentioned. When we were developing this bar, one of the things that happened, one of the reasons I named it Primal Power, was as we were developing it, dogs kept attacking it. Basically, I would send it out to my friends. They would set it out. In fact, John Franklin's here is one of our investors. He put it on his home office, one of our early versions of it, and I think he took his daughter to soccer practice, and he came back, and his dog had jumped up and taken the bars off, and he ripped open the packaging and ate them. So the animals can smell that that's in there. And that was one of the reasons I came up with the name Primal Power. If you took 10 other nutrition bars and threw them up there, that would never happen. It's just, it's an incredibly nutrient dense food. It's super good for you. And, anybody who tells you that you shouldn't eat it is misinformed.
Yeah, I mean, there is a real problem in the nutritional science space right now, because we have a lot of warring factions with a variety of different opinions. And so, you have, and I deal with this in the work that I'm doing, and I try to kind of be agnostic, right? Like I accept the vegan argument, the keto argument, the carnivore argument, but essentially what we have is nutritional science is essentially down to a bunch of opinions. And, in the way it's being portrayed in the society. But we're moving towards a place where there's certain things the science is very clear. And the reality is yeah, I can say for sure that liver is an incredibly nutrient dense food.
And
no
the way you feel would be one thing that you could go by. So if you eat the bar and you feel the energy and you feel the vitality and the clarity and, all of those things, then okay.
So he's pumped. He's going to go run the marathon right after this. So he's all pumped up. There he goes. Okay. All right. Thank you, Shane. All right. Excellent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you just leave that on the chair there. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I leave you. My name once again is Elias Erjan. I've been your master of ceremonies for the first portion of your programming today. We are going to be moving on to the second portion of your programming today. So we've been pretty focused up until now on the MedTech, health, wellness, sort of longevity track. And now it's kind of going to open up, and we're going to cover a more diverse group of categories. And so to lead you through this portion, Carol Ortega is going to be your master of ceremonies. So she's going to be pumping you guys up and keeping you entertained. So please, this time, not just that little polite round of applause, go over the top and make her feel very welcome. Give her a big round of applause, please. Welcome up, Carol. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elias. Is Josh Cash here? Okay. My name is Carol Ortega. I'm the founder and managing director of Muisca Capital Group, an investment management firm in Culver City. For the last decade, our investment management firm has been focusing on marijuana. We have mobilized more than $300 million up to date. And with more than 12 exits in the marijuana industry, in the legal marijuana industry, we are ready to diversify our portfolio. And it is great to be here today, hearing all these amazing opportunities to do that, to diversify our portfolios for the investors that are looking for sustainability, clean energy, tech, MedTech. This is the right place to be. I love how all the presenters so far are companies that have experience, traction, very well experienced teams, great leaders. So we are about to see another 22 opportunities to invest. And the next one, we have Josh Cash, President and CEO of UR Energy. UR Energy produces uranium here in US. And UR Energy is focusing on energy security, responsible practices, and community engagement. Welcome, Josh.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And good afternoon, everyone. And now it's time for something totally different. So hopefully you enjoyed this presentation. We'll move through at a fairly rapid pace. I'll try to get done in time to answer any questions because there's so much going on in the nuclear space right now. Geopolitically, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, green energy, the world is moving more and more toward nuclear power. So a lot to talk about. So we'll dive right in. So we always like to start off with a photograph of our operational plant in Wyoming. This is Lost Creek, and we've been producing there since 2013. So we're not a new name. We've been around for quite some time. My attorney will be happy if I give the disclaimer here that I might make some forward-looking statements. There is risk to investing, and we encourage everyone to do their homework before they invest. So a little bit of technology to kind of lay the groundwork here of what we do. We are an in situ miner of uranium in Wyoming. In situ is a Latin term. It means in the place. So we don't dig a big pit in the ground. Instead, we address the ore through wells that we install into the ore body. And what you see here are that crescent shape, that is the ore, the black color. And those are wells that we install. We inject CO2 and oxygen into the ore body. It dissolves it, and we simply pump it to the surface and recover it. And there's the mine. It doesn't even look like a mine. It's where the deer and the antelope play out in Wyoming. And when we're done, we'll take those wellheads out, and you won't even be able to tell that we were there. There's the collection system that's out at the mine that all of the water runs through. Injection wells on the left-hand side, production wells on the right. So now that we've laid the groundwork, we'll talk a little bit about the company itself, then we'll talk a little bit about the investing thesis. So we've been around for quite some time. We've been producing at Lost Creek for more than 10 years. We've produced several million pounds of uranium and sold those to US utilities for carbon-free energy generation. Right now, we've got a number of our production zones in production. We continue to ramp up production because for a few years, the market was very depressed, so we slowed down. But now that the price is hot again and we've been able to sign up some really good long-term contracts, we're ramping it back up very steadily. We've got a great resource in the ground that's going to give us about a 13 or 14-year life at that mine, assuming no more exploration, which is incorrect. We will explore more. Very likely that we will find more resource there to grow the amount of time. We are well known as a very low-cost producer globally. We'll compete with just about anybody outside of Kazakhstan with our cost of production, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Beyond that first operating mine, we are actively building out a second facility right now, also in Wyoming, and it'll also be in situ. It'll have a capacity of 1 million pounds per year, and it's got a mine life of about 8 or 9 years. Now, unlike Lost Creek, which we believe we can grow through exploration, Shirley Basin is we're already drilled out. So there really is no opportunity to grow that resource from a greenfield perspective. We may be able to acquire some properties in the area to grow, but it really is drilled out. But we love Shirley Basin because it is really where in situ mining was invented back in the early 1960s. And since that evolution there, where it was developed and perfected, it has spread around the world. And now about half of the world's uranium is recovered using in situ technology instead of conventional mining. So our estimated cost of operations at Shirley is going to be around $24.40. If you want to see our technical report and analyses for both of these projects, they're online. Each of them is a little over 100 pages long. We'd encourage you to take a look at our website and read those. So construction is underway right now at Lost Creek. We expect it to be done late 2025, and we hopefully immediately will go into production then or early 26. Based on our contract book, we should be able to do that. The reason we're going into production, the reason we're ramping up is price. The uranium price has been growing rapidly over the last few months, and really primarily that's because it's carbon free. And you can see there the significant supply chain gap. The miners are not keeping up with the build out of nuclear energy globally, especially in China and some European countries. But already the world is getting a significant chunk of their energy from nuclear. Here in the US, it's 20%. A lot of people don't realize that. Globally, it's more like 10%. And reactor construction is going crazy right now, especially in China. Major construction going on there. We just had 2 new plants come on in the US in Georgia, a company called Southern Company. And Bill Gates is building a power plant not very far from our mine in Wyoming. His company is called TerraPower, and they've broken ground on that now, and it is in construction. So those are small modular reactors. Estimations are there could be as many as 300 small modular reactors in the US by 2050. That's mind-boggling. And that's tremendous additional demand that the miners, including UR Energy, will need to fill. The other reason the price is really growing is geopolitical. And you can't talk about anything about nuclear without talking geopolitics. Russia is a major refiner, not miner, but refiner of uranium. And the US now is cutting off that supply. It's taken over 2 years since the beginning of the war. But the US, just a few weeks ago, in a unanimous vote, Democrats and Republicans, House and the Senate. Tell me, when has that ever happened? But it was unanimous. They are going to cut off Russian low-enriched uranium from coming into the US. That's really important because Russia is a major supplier. So now the US and Western entities are looking for other ways to get pounds. More importantly, Kazakhstan is the big miner of uranium. They produce nearly half of the world's uranium, and a lot of those mines are under at least partial control by the Russian government. So it's going to be interesting to see how the geopolitics continue to play out. That could turn into a situation where those pounds are limited in coming to the West. If that happens, that will have a major impact on uranium prices going forward. The issue here is the Western world is going to be slow to catch up. There's a lot of uranium production out of Canada, but they're pretty well ramped up now, and they're limited on how much more they can bring into production. In Niger, if you read the news, literally a few days ago, the French giant Orano, their mine was essentially nationalized by the government in Niger. It's only 4% of global supply, but when the market is already short, that 4% is a big impact. So we're seeing a lot of support out of Congress right now. The top 4 bullets are items that have already been passed that are meaningful to the industry, and we continue to see growing support. Our 2 big champions are one's a Democrat, Manchin, the other a Republican, Barrasso from Wyoming. Tremendous support there. So going back to the projects, Lost Creek is in the blue there, and the surrounding area, we control that as well. 10 years of production, we've averaged 90% recovery. That's better than the industry average of 70 to 80%. We also have a very low royalty burden of less than 1% at both Lost Creek and Shirley Basin, with lots of room to grow the resource. If you take a look at our audited financials here on the screen, You can see that in 2015, which is where we hit a peak of production, our cost down there toward the bottom, a little over $16 a pound. That is C1 cash cost. That same year, our all-in cost for the mine site was around $33 a pound. We're not going to get quite back to those numbers because of inflation, but I wanted to show you this. This is the proof in the pudding. We can do this. And we're hoping to get close to those numbers going forward. For those of you who are not familiar with the uranium industry, today the spot market closed at $85 a pound. Big delta between 85 and what we believe we can produce at. So ramp up is underway. We just brought a 5th header house online a few days ago, and disposal well 5 is installed that handles some of our wastewater. We're well aware of the supply chain issues and how that's an issue around the world, not just in the US. My daughter is 21. She's single. She's not dating anyone. She tells me that's a supply chain problem. I have to believe her. But we're well aware of that, and we're buying material well in advance. It has not been a problem for us. We've got our key staff, and hiring is complete. So I won't go through this entire slide just in the interest of time, but I love the top couple of bullets. It talks about the impact our industry has. Our 2 mines, our production, we will offset over 300 million, that's correct, million metric tons of CO2 compared to if that energy was generated from a coal-fired power plant. So if you're looking for a way to invest in green energy, I would ask that you look at us, consider us. So here's our market position. We are market cap of $400 to $500 million. We do trade on the New York American Exchange under URG. We also trade in Canada on the Toronto Exchange. Last month, we had a cash position of right at $53 million, and we're debt-free. Revenue this year of around $33 million. So you might ask, why are you here? We're here to spread the message. We wanted to come to Southern California, share with you guys and share with the world. If you're looking for an investment opportunity in green energy, look at the uranium miners. Look at UR Energy. We're up, running, producing, and we're making a real impact when it comes to carbon-free energy generation. And we've got great analyst coverage in the US as well as in Canada. So as a takeaway, we're well-financed. We've got some really good long-term offtake agreements with major US and European utilities, and we're filling those and just continuing to grow production going forward. So I'm sorry I went through it so fast. It was a lot to cover, but I wanted to make sure we left time for Q&A at the end because there is so much going on right now in the space.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I have a question. What are the terms of the opportunity? The minimum investment, which financial instrument are you guys offering?
Yeah, so we're not looking for any direct investment like that. We're hoping you guys will consider us to buy shares in the company versus on the exchanges is what we're looking for. So just getting the message out, letting you guys know we exist. It is an awesome investment opportunity.
Yes, John, nice presentation. So you have a lot of analyst firms covering you. What are their target price ranges?
Yeah, 250 to 350. I think some are pushing $4 a pound.
I see. And you're at $1.42 right now.
Yeah. We've had a retracement in prices these last few days. The spot price went down a little bit, and so there was a government decision, a short-term decision that kind of drove prices down. But today, the last couple of days, the price has begun to come back up.
Yeah, there was a sell-off over the last 30 days.
It was industry-wide. And one thing I should let everyone know, it's really important, is tomorrow is the reconstitution on the Russell 3000 index. We've been added to that. So it's impossible to predict what's going to happen with price, may go down, may go up. But I think we will have an extreme liquidity day tomorrow, maybe 30 to 50 million shares traded tomorrow.
Thank you.
Very good presentation on this. I think you mentioned the second mine was
Right.
under construction or it's producing.
It is under construction. We'll have it finished up by late 25. Capital cost there is going to be around $41 million to build the mine and the first mine units to get us into operation.
So that'll increase your uptake, your offtake agreements, and your growth will be, any idea?
It'll nearly double our production capacity.
Huh.
And the contract book, it won't affect that. It just gives us a more diverse supply of mines to feed into those contracts.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Any other question? Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Our next presenter is Greg Ellis. Welcome, Greg. Greg is the co-founder of Breakthrough Bioscience. Welcome.
Yes. All right, cool. All right, going to talk about some psychedelics today. Psychedelic therapy is new and exciting, but today ketamine pretty much is the only available psychedelic because it's scheduled free. New psychedelics are starting to emerge in a patchwork of states that have legal frameworks. However, most psychedelics have the same issue. It's the duration. They just take too long. If anybody's been to college, you kind of might know what I'm talking about here. But there will be an increased demand for new psychedelic therapies having very short demands or new durations to accommodate our busy schedules. The solution is vaporizable DMT. It's powerful, it's got a very short duration, and it's very quick acting. To illustrate, a psilocybin therapy session, a therapist could probably only do about one psilocybin session per day, right? Because it takes so long. However, that same therapist can probably do about 8 sessions of DMT, each session lasting about an hour, which is what we're accustomed to. It's better for the patient, and it's better for a commercial point of view as well. Another part of our solution, IP rights. We have issued patents that broadly cover any and all devices comprising vaporizable DMT. It's a lot of consumer interest in DMT. There's people actually blatantly selling these DMT vape pens over the internet. Some such sales are illegal. They also infringe our IP rights, but at least they're showing market traction to a minimal viable product. The best comparable market is the off-label ketamine clinic market size. It's about $4 billion. It's almost $100 million per state. It's important to note that the total psychiatric mental health market is currently in the hundreds of billions of dollars per year, and it's actually expected to be about $500 billion by the end of the decade. We believe that psychedelics are going to play a large role in this, DMT especially, because more and more people are going to start moving away from traditional pharmaceuticals towards psychedelics to meet their unmet mental health needs. All right, so how are we going to do this? So we're going to disrupt the exploding ketamine clinic industry, starting off in states that have the appropriate legal framework. The first state is going to be Colorado. That's going to allow DMT therapy as a result of their Prop 122 that passed a couple of years ago. What we're going to do is we're going to create a franchise of independently owned DMT clinics that are going to be supplied by us. To take a closer look into this, what we're going to do is we're actually going to have our own DMT clinics to start off with. They're going to be vertically integrated, and they're going to be sourced by us. This is to establish the brand. After our brand is established, then we're going to start working with others to create this franchise of independently owned DMT clinics. The next step is expansion nationwide after DMT is rescheduled, which can be as early as 2027. So just like there's billions of dollars in the ketamine clinic industry today, it's going to be the same thing, but it's going to be better because it's going to be DMT. And it's also another important difference that it's all going to be under our franchise. And that is going to be made possible because of our strong IP rights. Our revenue model predicts that we'd be pulling in tens of millions of dollars per quarter in Colorado alone within a few years. And this will allow us to be profitable in Colorado within the 3rd year. It's important to note that this profitability is going to allow us to create a bridge to nationwide expansion after DMT is rescheduled. Our investment ask, and this is the very nice to have, would be about $10 million for the first couple years and possibly an extra $9 million for the 3rd year after that. This is to create all the infrastructure to make the production, the DMT clinics that we're going to have to go ahead and build the brand that we're going to be franchising. So this is the team. I'm Greg. Among other things, I'm the former general counsel of Phylos Bioscience, which is a ag biotech company in the cannabis space. So I do have a lot of experience in a similar industry. Rebecca is our science and R&D lead. She's a drug discovery chemist and a former organic chemistry professor. And Nelson is a regulatory and operations lead. He's got decades of experience doing this stuff for successful MedTech startups. And he also, interestingly, used to train facilitators outside of the United States for 5-methoxy-DMT. So to sum, ketamine more or less has a monopoly on the psychedelic therapy industry today. Other psychedelics are starting to emerge to disrupt the billions of dollars that the ketamine clinic industry has today. We easily expect DMT to become the most successful psychedelic therapy to emerge, again, because it's the only psychedelic that has a short duration. It's very powerful. It comes on quickly. You can have the whole therapy session said and done within an hour. People can do this during their lunch break. Can't do that with any other psychedelics. And finally, our broad IP rights, coupled with our franchise model, will easily position us as the dominant leader in the emerging psychedelic therapeutics market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Any questions for Greg? Okay, let's move on. So our next company presenting is High Power.
All right, guys, let's get some energy up. Come on. Let's give it up for High Power here. We have Michael Marsden coming on stage. You need help up? Got you, brother. So this is a deal I wanted to bring to this conference. You know, he's going to dive into the specifics, but it caught my attention. You know, Helen and her husband have over like 1,500 acres of land by the Salton Sea in California, you know, inland. So this is a very local deal, a real deal. You can see, touch, feel the mineral rights. They have patented technology to pull the lithium up. They recently, I think Alan was telling me they even found like gold or so. He's going to explain it much better than I can. In the coming weeks, we're actually going to be hosting a private event in Newport Beach and one in Beverly Hills at the Beverly Hills Hotel. So for, you know, qualified accredited investors that are interested and have talked to them, we'd love to invite you, you know, post event that you're interested. It's not just this room as well. We're talking to the 2 different live streams that we have going on across all sorts of countries. Please get in touch with me or the Painter family or Michael. Anyways, without further ado, I'm gonna let him explain this. I don't butcher it, but I wanted to let you know I'm excited about this deal. I'm making some very strategic introductions for them. I think could be very valuable. We're over dependent on other countries for lithium, so we really need it internally. And the fact that we could potentially mine it along with other minerals locally, right in the Lithium Valley, that's what it's called, Lithium Valley, right here in California. So we need to grow the California economy, and that's why we're here. So, anyways, Michael, take it.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Marsden. I'm a native Californian. My family's been in town for many generations and up in the Sacramento area and in Nevada before that. So we have a long history in the West. The project itself is, this is the pitch deck for the project. There was another slideshow we had, but I'm going to do this one. We have a big problem with minerals and availability in the United States. We have exported our manufacturing to China and other countries, and we've left ourselves in a situation where we don't have the critical strategic elements that we need in order to perform functions of our daily society with batteries, not only in cars, but in utilities, as well as all the small handheld devices you have right there in your hand. Those are all run by lithium-ion batteries. And when we started this project, we were looking for lithium supply, and we found it in the Salton Sea brines. The U.S. Department of Energy says there's enough lithium in the Salton Sea brines to power all of the lithium-ion batteries nationally for the next 40 years. And this is the most eco-friendly way to get stuff out of the ground and turn it into products. Because we simply take the brine out of the ground, we extract the metals that we want, we refine them, and we manufacture them into finished products right at the head of the well, right on the site. So that vertically integrated system is one that is not only very, very cost effective, an example of which is that you could sell a ton of lithium carbonate today for around 20 grand. If you go to rock mining or any of the other clay mines, your cost of goods sold figure is going to be around $12,000 to $14,000. If you're a brine miner, it's under $5,000. So not only do we offer clean mining, but we also offer the least expensive product. Never before have we seen a situation where we can take a huge problem like mining. Everybody wants to criticize mining because of the open pit mines or the giant evaporation ponds that are down in Southern California. Down in South America. We can simply do that with two 30-inch holes and a bunch of equipment in between, where we take the brine out of the ground, we extract what we want from it, and we send the rest of it back where it came from in real time. So we have no debris, nothing on the surface. There's nothing to contaminate the area because we're only putting back what we took out. So from a regulatory standpoint, it's very, very clean, very, very easy compared to other types of mining. So we are considered junior miners because there are a lot of other things in the brine besides lithium. Now, if you look at our literature, we're going to talk about lithium and other metals. There are 20 metals in the brine that are considered critical strategic metals. These are critical strategic metals as defined by the executive order signed in 2017. It said, these are the essential items that we need in order to run our country, to run our military, and to run our lives. We have to be able to develop those here in America. We can't rely on adversaries that are across the way. For example, if you want to get an ion battery, a lithium ion battery, and you need the lithium, you're going to buy it from China. China controls 87% of the lithium. Why? Because we let them. We let them control that product. What happens when we start to develop over here? They dump their product on the market and they depress the price from where it was at 40 and 50,000 a ton down to 20,000 a ton. They did it to chase all you guys away from us developers. But in reality, it's an artificial number. That number, as published by Benchmark and the London Metal Exchange, are artificial in many ways because they're not talking about shipping it from China. They're not talking about the quality of the product, which is substandard. And China does this all the time when they dump product. They dumped a huge amount of cobalt on the market not too long ago, caused the metal exchange to actually close for 3 days, that particular product, which they never suspended contracts. But again, we have an adversarial relationship with foreign countries that are making the same materials we need here in America to support America. Now, there have been a number of things that have been done. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act offers up to 40% tax deduction for companies like ours that are bringing new product to the market. And if one of the battery manufacturers uses lithium from the United States in their batteries, there's another $7,500 credit for the battery buyers, like in cars, for example, the EV credit. So there are incentives. However, right now, today, there's only one manufacturer of lithium in America, and they're not making anywhere near enough for all the gigafactories that are planned. Right now in America, there's only one company that's making about 1,500 tons a year, when we need hundreds of thousands of tons a year in order to supply the domestic needs. So it's up to us, the developers, to go out and explain to you, the investors, the opportunities we have. Now, one of the other things, when you look through our literature, you'll see a whole list of other elements that are in there. Those other elements are also valuable. You might see the platinum group metals, for example. We found that in the brines, there's also gold, silver, and platinum. People say, where did that come from? Well, it's always been down there. Why isn't it there in these other reports? Because it sticks to the casing and the pipes bringing it up. It's really simple. It's there. And the reason I found out about it is I was talking to the guys who are cleaning out the pipes. I said, why do you do it so cheap? They said, well, we're nice. No, they're keeping all that high grade ore. That was their moneymaker. So there's a lot of information out there about how to get other metals out of the brines. Some of the metals you may not have heard of before, like tellurium, and things that will be recoverable right in front of our lithium extractor. So again, we're a private company. We're a private equity offering. We have a Reg D offering on the table right now. We went out and acquired the 1,300 acres to develop this on. We own it free and clear. There's no debt. We own the mineral rights and the water rights. So now we're ready. We're a very conservative company. We don't like to stick out and say we're going to leverage everything. We're leveraging nothing. Now we're looking for sophisticated investors that can pass that Reg D test. And we're ready to start drilling wells. And our projections show that we can, in a reasonably short period of time, start returning in excess of 18% is what we plan. That's what we're looking for. And probably more than that. Again, we're very conservative in all our numbers. The main point here is that America needs to have a better way to mine. They need to have a clean way to mine because we have to take care of our Mother Earth. And we have to have an economical way to make money. We have to be able to produce it so we can compete worldwide, price-wise, without having any problems about any of those things. So we could go on the world market and we can end up winning every time. So these are important things to realize, that these opportunities are right here in our backyard. The Salton Sea is just right about hour and a half away. At the Salton Sea, you'll find that the brine is measured in hundreds of cubic kilometers. That's hundreds of cubic kilometers of resource that is available. So we're going to we have a nice table over next door. Please come by and visit us. We have answers to the questions. And if anybody has anything, do I have any time for question and answers?
Thank you, Michael. Okay.
Yes.
So I know Salton Sea area.
Uh-huh.
What, say you have 1,500 acres. Are in that area around Salton Sea or?
Yes, yes, we are on the west shore of the Salton Sea. We have 2 sections that are on the lake. We're right below Salton City on Highway 86. We're on the west side, yes. Yes. Yeah, well, the Salton Sea area is an area that is very controversial because it has problems with all the agricultural runoff from the Imperial County agricultural sector. And they also have been having the lake evaporate because there's nothing really adding to the lake. It just evaporates off. So the salinity is about 10 times the ocean. And there's a lot of problems around there with dust and things that the local population doesn't like. We're involved with remediation efforts with the state of California. They're doing experiments on our property, measuring things, and also planting material to hold the dust down. So on our shoreline, we have all those things going on right now. So we're very conscious of that. Our private placement is $225 million. It's in 2 phases. The first phase is a $25 million phase, and that's to drill our first wells. And then the second phase, the 200, is to build our extraction plants so that we can start generating cash flow and returns for our investors. Yes. Pardon me? Yeah, he wanted to know what the 25 was for. The 25 million first part of it is have some special features to it. Please contact us. We have some special incentives for that. And the PPM. So it's 25 to drill and 200 to develop. And that we expect to have cash flow after that. Our goal is to have an 18% long-term return on investment to the investors. All right. Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree with what all you said. I am a SPAC banker. I just took a company public, which is planning to build a lithium refinery in the state of Oklahoma. Okay. So I was working with them So my job was to take that company public by reverse merging with a SPAC, special purpose acquisition company. Zero revenue company, got a valuation of 500 million, and it's going public by next month. So my question to you is, if given an opportunity like that, would you like to combine with a SPAC vehicle, go public? You can get the money from them and you can become a public listed company, and that would help you to get the federal grants and the state grants as well. So is that an option for you?
Well, we'll talk to, people about, whatever it takes to make this happen. So come by the booth afterwards and we'll
Okay.
talk about what
Perfect.
we can do, find mutual interest areas.
Thank you. Any other question for Michael? Thank you, Michael.
Sure.
Let's give an applause. That was Michael from High Power. Our next presenter, we want to welcome California State Treasurer Fiona Ma. Is Fiona here? No. Fiona? Is the state of California representative here? No, not yet. Okay. So let's welcome Accord Enterprises. David? Thank you, David. Accord Enterprises, we welcome David. They work in preservation of capital with oil and gas. Welcome.
All right, thank you all. We're going to get started. I'm still waiting on my partner. He's going to join us in a little bit. But again, my name is David Brookhouse, and I want to thank GCN for hosting this event. This is our first time here, but super excited about it. And my partner is going to be coming. His name is Thomas Lawrence. And what we're going to be discussing today is preservation of capital in the oil and gas industry. So we have preservation of capital in oil and gas. That's kind of a contradiction because we all know that if you want to save your money, don't put it in oil and gas. So what we're going to do today is change that. We're going to change your perception and show you how our proof of concept and what we were able to deliver to our partners, over 2,000 partners over the course of 5 years, is going to show you that this asset class is not only safe, but can actually grow your net worth. So let's start with a little participation. Please raise your hand if you're invested in oil and gas or have ever been invested in oil and gas. We have 1, 2, 3. I like this room. I was expecting 1 to 2. Now, see, that doesn't surprise me, though, because most rooms that we pitch is we go across the United States and we do educational events at investor networks, IRA companies, 1031s, you name it. And most are afraid of the oil and gas industry because they only hear the horror stories about the liars, the frauds, the cheats, the failures, which equate to what? A risk not worth taking. And so me and Thomas, we can speak on this asset class for the next 3 hours if you let us. Obviously, we don't have the time to do so, and we're not going to make you an energy expert today. What we're going to do is open your eyes to a relatively unknown asset class that, again, can not only preserve your capital, but help build your net worth. So what are mineral rights? Mineral rights are your legal rights of an individual or entity to exploit, mine, and or produce subsurface minerals beneath the property. If you take a look at the image we have right here, this is going to be a great depiction for our traditional real estate guys. You have your air rights, your surface rights, and what we focus on is the mineral rights. See, because we believe that's where the value is. So by owning these rights, this gives us the ability to control every drop of oil and gas that's located underneath the subsurface. We focus on states like Oklahoma and Texas, where we know there's proven oil and gas reserves. Now, the only downside to owning mineral rights is that to fully develop your minerals, it's going to cost in the neighborhood of $10 to $15 million. Most private individuals don't have access to that type of capital. So the most common form or relationship is to sign an oil and gas lease with these major operators like Exxon or Chevron. By doing that, these operators assume all the costs risk, and liability associated with drilling. And in exchange, we get paid monthly as long as that well is economically viable, which is going to be for the next 25 to 50 years. So mineral rights are more akin, for what we're doing, more akin to real estate than anything else. So let's compare it to, let's say, your traditional single family. Both of them are going to provide passive income. Both of them are deeded and titled in the courthouse. But that's probably where it stops. Because your minerals are going to be zero liability, zero capital call, zero expenses, zero holding costs. See, we're not worried about that broken AC or repairing a roof or ultimately replacing a tenant in a property, because we're the landlords for these multi-million to multi-billion-dollar companies that develop our minerals and, again, spend anywhere from $10 to $15 million to do so. So now we know what mineral rights are. Let's talk about the assets that we provide and ultimately how we select them. So what you're going to see on the screen is our buy box parameters. We have a host of them, but I'm only going to focus on a few, with the number one being is that every property that we buy within Oklahoma and Texas has to have a well producing on it. Why does that matter? It gives us two things. Number one, we're not prospecting. We're not taking a guess if there's oil or natural gas located underneath it. We know because there's existing well located on the property. And number two, which is important, is it provides cash flow from day one. So the chance of you losing your entire investment are going to be zero. Now, the key driver for our investment is going to be new production, new wells being drilled. The more wells we have drilled, the higher our revenues. And then so whenever we look at properties, again, it has to have a well producing on it. But number two is it has to be operated by what I consider one of the big boys. These are the multi-million to multi-billion-dollar companies that have the firepower and capital needed to fully develop our properties. Because ultimately, if we don't see new wells, then we're stagnant. We need our revenue to increase year over year. And with that being said, is with these properties, as far as returns are concerned, we're looking for a minimum of 10% cash on cash averaged out over the next 5 years. Now, we call you, all our investors, we call you partners. The reason why we do that is because we participate alongside you in every offering. That makes our interest align. Is the better that you do, the better that we do. Now, what's unique about Eckerd that I think is different than you'll see from your traditional real estate is we go out and buy these minerals before we ever offer them to you. Because there is going to become a point in time where people stop investing. But I'll tell you from Eckerd's standpoint is we're 100% confident that we're going to hold these minerals and they're going to produce value over the long haul.
So I think the question can come up. So if the investment is so great and if you're willing to hold them indefinitely, then why do you bring on accredited investors? Why do you want people to participate in this, again, if it's so good? And ultimately, the way that we operate is we want to build and grow our own energy portfolio. We can more efficiently do that by bringing in outside capital so that we can rotate our capital and continue to buy more and more of these top tier assets. So everything that we offer to our investing partners, we're going to retain 5 to 20% based off of our cash flow. How much of it can we keep and still continue to buy the next round of minerals? And so our track record shows that if we work together, we can both make a lot. Am I holding it too far? Okay, sorry. Not a germaphobe, I just. So if we work together, we can both make a lot of money. So what you'll see on the screen here is our track record, okay? You'll see that over the last 5 years, we've sent out over $90 million to our investing partners. Okay, 40 million of that was sent out last year. We're on track to send out $75 to $100 million this year. And in fact, the graph is a little bit skewed because we just sent out $3.6 million on the 25th to our investing partners. And so, again, we know that the model works. Because we could come up here, we could say a lot of nice things and tell you how great oil and gas is, but if we're not sending you money, who cares, right? You're here not because you love to put your money somewhere, but because you want to see it back, right? That's what we want as investors. And you'll see our partners, they get monthly distributions like David mentioned. And they love getting green envelopes because that's what we send our distributions out in. That button? You push it. And so they, like I said, they like getting green envelopes. We send a lot of them out. We work with over 2,000 accredited investors, and they're very happy to be able to see these in the mail every month. So I think what you need to consider is this the kind of industry that you want to be in? You hear a lot of stuff about green energy. How's that going to affect your industry, right? Well, if you look around the room, just about everything in here is either made or transported involved with a petroleum product. So from your synthetic fabrics and your tablecloths to the pens you're using, if you're wearing makeup, that's used petroleum products. Everything that you see is going to be touched by the oil and gas industry. So a lot of our partners, they're into real estate, like David had mentioned. And so when they go and buy a piece of real estate, they're really, they're limited, okay? When you own an apartment complex or an office space, you're limited to a specific geographical area and the people that are willing to go into that, right? That are willing to pay you your rent. When you own oil and gas, everyone is your customer. Every single person in here uses oil and gas every single day, whether they want to or not, right? That's what we do. And so really, you know, we come here, we do these presentations, and people will either decide to invest or they'll decide not to invest. Ultimately, we win either way, right? Because you're either going to be our partner or you're just continue to be our customer. And so we want you to come join us, be our partner, make a lot of money with us.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, David. Any questions for? No, but
we're located just outside of Dallas, Texas. Yes.
I understand what you're doing because I've invested and we financed the developmental gas and oil. You have a booth out there, I take it?
We do. We're just right out here.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question? No, well, hold on.
Is that we had that 4 years ago, we had that price shock that oil was actually trading negative. I think it was at $37.26 at one point.
Yep.
Do you build that into your model in terms of what could happen with the vicissitudes of price? I mean, you had to pay to put the oil back in the ground.
Yeah.
Very fascinating, but I'm just curious your perspective on that.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that mineral owners still got to check that month.
Right.
Right. So as long as they're producing a drop of oil and selling it for a penny, you're entitled to your proportional amount. When it comes to our modeling, we're always going to model with low commodity prices because we're not trying to give you some pie in the sky kind of number. Hey, if everything aligns just perfectly, you make this kind of return. We're going to give you a worst case scenario, really more of a stress test than a projection, so that way you can base your decisions off of a low kind of activation, low kind of a return. And that's where that 10% comes.
That's
in.
right. And like Thomas referenced, is we're averaging 13.5%, but we're looking for minerals to average out 10%. I mean, you got to think about this. We're buying these minerals from private individuals like you or me. If they're making 20% a year, they're simply not going to sell it. So we make our value on the buy side. And then so we may start out in year one at 5%, but as we see that new development, it continues to increase. What you're referencing, it was negative on paper. We can't project a black swan event. But what we can be is practical and understand that we have much more demand than we have supply. So basic economics tells you what? Prices have nowhere to go but up. So we're trying to situate ourselves in purchasing as many mineral rights as we can to exploit that. We're up to 66,000 net mineral acres now, and we're not stopping, because there is going to be a point in time where commodities shoot over 100 to where it doesn't make economic sense for us to do it anymore. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other question? Thank you so much, David and Thomas. From Accor Enterprises, let's give an applause. Preservation of capital with oil and gas. We are welcoming California State Treasurer. Fiona. Yeah, the beauty.
Hi, I'm California
you.
State Treasurer Fiona Ma. Welcome to the Global Capital Network Investment Forum. I'm very happy that so many of you have come together to think about investing in California. As the 5th largest economy, we have so many things that are on the horizon that are exciting investment opportunities for you to take a look at potentially. Number one, AI. California, Silicon Valley is leading in the AI tech boom. We consider this a shining light in our next technology boom here in California. We need housing. We need workforce housing all around the state, and especially more student and faculty housing around our UC and CSU campuses. Agriculture, that is one of our mainstays. We are the leading agriculture producing state in this nation and around the world. And we need more technology to come in and help us grow more efficiently and effectively. Aerospace, also another growing and leader here in our economy. And then, of course, please come and invest in our green, clean, sustainable environment. Our governor and our legislator have set very aggressive goals on combating climate change, and we need the best and the brightest to come here to California. And one more, stem cell research. California is the only state and only nation that has passed 2 state initiatives supporting the research for stem cell so that we can heal and cure many of these diseases that are ailing us. So thank you all for coming to this investment forum. I hope you have an amazing conference and look forward to meeting you in person so we can work more closely on making sure that your success is California's success. Thank you.
That was California State Treasurer Fiona. Fiona is currently running for Lieutenant Governor. Our next company presenting is M&M Partners. Oh, you're.
All right, guys, we have a special guest here. We have the executive board of the California Investment Forum. I'm going to invite them on stage. I was just recently over there with them in Anaheim. Fiona was there actually as well. But I'm going to ask them a couple questions and have you guys sit down real quick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Can you tell us a little bit about the California Investment Forum for guests that haven't been there?
California Investment Forum, within our group, we have network of professionals, whether it's in finance, public affairs, government. What we wanted to do is bring all the companies, financing, so forth together to promote California new businesses, tech businesses and so forth, because so many businesses are living in California now. We need to make up with them and make up with them with high-paying jobs, high-paying businesses. So if you have the combination of money, the projects, the government, and people willing to work together, then you put them in the same room and good things can happen. So we had California Investment Forum just a month ago, very successful, very high level. We had the likes of CalPERS, US investments, Google was there. Various consul general from different countries, because they also want to share in the technologies. So
Yeah,
please add
I
to
mean,
that.
basically the whole goal was to make sure businesses do stay in California and so they can get the tools they need. And the reason for participation of the government side was basically to let the government state know as well that these are things that they need. These, especially startups, you know, they need capital, they need probably less regulations at the
Stimulus
beginning.
and tax
Stimulus,
incentives to-
exactly. Government money, grants, you know, what's available. We had people from the office of the governor talking about the grants that are available. And at the same time, we invited the consul generals of different countries, everybody from Middle East, Europe, Netherlands, UAE, Saudi Arabia. And they all liked it, and they want to make sure that we could do the same thing in their countries, so we can have a reciprocation of the investors and the opportunities in California.
Definitely. And what synergies do you see? Obviously, we are California focused here, but we do bring a global network of investors and founders. What's the best way you think we could synergize with our audience here with the CIF?
I think it's great because, you know, I see all these companies that exist. I mean, these are all the technologies they need. There's a reason they're here. They're looking for investment. They're looking for diversification. They're looking for potentially additional advisors and, you know, the right attorneys for startups, CPAs, law firms that can understand the challenge of this type of companies. So we can actually, both between California Investment Forum, probably complement with what you already have done successfully. I've been at your events in the past and always great number of people, great talent that we have met at as well.
Definitely.
Another thing that was unique about the California Investment Forum is the fact that we really brought some heavy hitters to the table. The fact that CalPERS came out and told us what their game plan is for the next few years. Other corporate, other investment funds telling what they had in mind. And by sharing our ideas with them, it gave them the knowledge of the different type of companies we're talking to, trying to develop different technology and what have you. So hopefully with that relation, it'll open doors for us to work together closer in the future.
Definitely. Just, finally, well, I think each of you should probably share like maybe just a minute or two about your background and who you are, just so everyone knows. So helps you guys connect with the right people here, the founders, investors. We have family offices, angels, multi-billion-dollar VC funds. So I want everyone to know, directly who you guys are, so they're able to connect with you guys. So it'd be great to share some of your guys' background, just high level.
Yeah, I mean, my background is majority of it is finance. Going back to GE Capital days, we used to be the largest non-bank financial institution at that time. It had $850 billion balance sheet. And then in 2009, I started our own fund, small fund, with a couple of partners, invested in US and abroad. And probably the biggest strength is the relationship with large institutions, both domestically as well as outside of US, from Middle East to Europe, Nordic funds, German funds, different institutions. So we can, with the help of CIF, Dan, all the other partners, basically leverage the Rolodex we have and match some of the opportunities you have and take it to the next level.
Awesome.
And myself, I come from a finance, real estate background. I worked under U.S. Department of Commerce, SBA, GoBiz, which is the governor's office. We've worked with many different consulates throughout, focused primarily Southeast Asia, but now we've established relations with Middle East. The whole idea is to bring our knowledge and share our connections and help us all grow and figure out how to turn our economy around.
Awesome. Any final thoughts that you wanted to leave with everyone?
If everyone has any potential questions, answers, we could actually, we're here to answer any questions potentially you may have. And no, nothing. I mean, you guys created a good platform here as well. So we would like to compliment with you. So
Awesome. Oh, we had a question.
Hey, I'm a startup founder and I'm looking to raise capital in digital healthcare. And I was wondering what's the best way to connect with the investors through this network who specialize in medical startups?
is it medical devices or?
No, it's digital healthcare platform.
Well, the best way is probably if you have some sort of executive summary, you could share with Josh and then we could take a look at it and see
Okay.
how we can participate.
Sounds
Right.
good. Where do I find Josh? Okay, that's interesting.
What was the question?
All right. Yeah, no, just I'll send you the executive summary and then that's
That's even better. Well, I built a deal flow platform called globaldealflow.com, literally so to be the glue between presenters and investors at these events. So I mean, I built it out of a personal need. People, investors say, "Hey, Josh, what's your favorite deal flow in this category?" This was now I can say, look at this. Go on the platform on the mobile apps, iOS, Android, web. So you post your deal, and investors can find it too. And I've democratized access to that. So I actually don't charge a percentage of the money you raise. I don't post a charge to post on the platform. So it's other platforms are all trying to take the fees on that. So there's other ways to generate stimulate economic activity in California and globally. So I would say post on our platforms. That's on the agendas, but that's literally a built software to help connect investors and
Yeah,
founders.
probably better way, more automated and at the same time.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, yeah, that concludes that. Okay, we have a final question over here.
Oh, that's fine. They can hear me. I'm very loud. Oh, okay. I'm very sorry. From over here, it's really hard to understand the gentleman. I just want to know what is it that you guys offering or what you guys looking for? I have no idea. Yeah, I know that, but specifically, what are they, looking for?
What we are part of a forum called California Investment Forum. So we have similar to what you see here with technology and new businesses and so forth. We're kind of similar, except we have government presence, larger institutions potentially as part of it. So it would be a complement to what Josh does here.
So another word, if we have deals available that we can bring to you guys, that there be a potential of grants that are available to the projects, is that what you're talking about?
Potential investors opening up different markets internationally. Those are some of the value propositions.
Awesome. The final question, Paul Rubio.
I have a question. So how can we activate the state of California to really get back into activating businesses to do business in California? Because as of now, California is not really active. You know that in the 2020, Florida brought all these capital, trillions of dollars went to Florida. So we're not doing this in California. We are asleep here. What is it that we're going to do with the state of California in partnership with private companies and the state to be able to activate more entrepreneurs to take action, to create more jobs, to create big companies so we can really get the capital flowing? What are the strategy from the Treasury of California?
Well, one of the strategies of the state of California, the treasurer is, as she runs for lieutenant governor, foreign direct investment will be under her charge.
Can you give me more energy, please? Okay, let's speak a little louder. I want to be able to hear you.
So the California State Treasurer, she understands the problems that we're running into because in essence, we work with her directly, introducing her to different businesses, industry, what have you. So she does see the issues that are coming up. As business people, people in investments, we really need, my personal opinion, we need to take charge and work together to start developing these businesses, funding these businesses. Hopefully you'll stay in California. And then the government hopefully will catch on to the fact that we're out here doing what we do, but it would make it so much better if they were an active participant. We've found that by California State Treasurer Fiona Ma. She does have an interest in working with businesses. She's helped many businesses, especially through pandemic time, where get them out of the hot water. And now moving forward, we all need to see how we can work together to turn things around here in California and
All right,
keep
thanks.
businesses here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. That's all the questions
Thank
we
you.
can field for today. We're also going to be featuring two of our presenters today. Cell Sound Aesthetics for using sound wave technology for the body. And then we have High Power, was the lithium mining company out of the Salton Sea. If I could have High Power come up first, please. Word for you guys. So again, Fiona Ma she was slated to speak today. She got COVID along with her PR agent. So it's better safer than sorry. But just as good, we have our CIF executive board here. So anyway, we have Michael Marsden coming up to the stage from High Power. We have an official certificate of recognition from Fiona Ma's office, the secretary, or the secretary treasurer.
Largest economy in the world.
I love that. Yep. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Woo! All right. Next will be Kenton Gray, please. We're going to be representing award to you for Cell Sound Aesthetics. And you might have seen Cell Sound earlier. They had about a 15, 20-minute panel up here. Just amazing technology. I love talking to the CEO, Mark, about the technology. Kenton is an awesome partner. He's taking their technology global. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. One more, Kenton.
We doing?
GCN podium here, guys. Yeah. Even better.
We doing? Shaking hands?
Yep. There we go. Up further. All right. There we go.
People time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cannon. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Yeah.
And our third award goes to Josh. Global Capital Network.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll shake your hand now.
Congratulations, Josh.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Much appreciated.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
Congratulations to the winners, and thank you for making California a more sustainable place to live for all of us. Let's welcome M&M Partners. Is Mark? Thank you. Welcome. Mark Putney, M&M Partners is a boutique real estate investment firm. Income opportunities for private investors and property deal flow. Welcome, Mark.
Hello, everyone. So I'm actually Kyle McCright. I'll be speaking on behalf of Mark today. I'm the business development director for M&M Partners. So I know you've heard a bunch of these already today. So really, I'm going to try to spend just a little bit of time going through what we do so you understand, who we are. But I think most importantly, I want to spend a few minutes at the end discussing what we want to do next. And I think that's the most interesting thing for the people in this room. Some familiar faces out there, some new. We also have a booth next door. So after this, if you want to talk in greater depth, that's literally right through this wall. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. You can't miss it. So at the end of the day, we are a real estate sponsor sponsoring multifamily and multi-tenant office investments in the San Francisco Bay Area, specifically in the peninsula and around San Jose and Silicon Valley with our investors. So some of you may be asking, let's see if I can get this right. There we go. Why the Bay Area? One, our partners have decades of experience there, right? Invest in what you know. So when you have the decades of experience, right, obviously we have the relationships to find, most importantly, off-market and distressed deals. We're not going to buy anything retail. We're not going to buy anything that you really would ever see right in your inbox. All of this is proprietary, and I'll go into that a little bit more later. We also, right, we have a massive supply constraint. We have a lot of institutions that extremely over-leveraged, right, in the late 2010s. And most of the inventory, right, is 60s and 70s type builds that the family's owned for decades, haven't done anything to it in maybe 40 years, right? So the replacement cost is so high that it's either you build some crazy expensive new luxury development, which really nobody's doing, candidly, right now in the Bay Area, or they're these very old buildings, right? If we can buy and then rehab these buildings, we can offer a similar quality to the luxury builds, but keep the rents just below them to keep our buildings full and a good return for our investors. We're also vertically integrated, I should mention. So not only are we sourcing the deals, right, working with our investors, we also have an in-house property management company called M&M Property Management, Inc. This is, full service, registered with the California DRE. So we are doing our own leasing, right, maintenance, et cetera. We're doing our own, right, accounting, asset management, everything under the sun. We also have an in-house contractor, which I think is the most important thing for us, who's doing all of our rehabs for multifamily units and all of our TIs for commercial properties as well for offices, which I'll touch on more in a bit. The important thing here is we save probably about 30% by keeping this in-house as opposed to going outside, which is what helps us generate the returns, right? As we have a great market, right? But if we can save that 30% on the improvement cost with the supply constraint and how expensive everything is becoming, we can generate some pretty solid returns. Just to give you an example of some of the work we've done, this is just a two of our buildings. You can see what it looked like before, right? We're buying these very dilapidated 60s and 70s buildings. In fact, this one, we're only the second owner of ever, and it was built in the mid 60s. So we're coming in, completely redoing the kitchens, the interior, and essentially doubling the rents in most cases over what they were when we get them. A bit more history about what we've done to this point. So this is very unique to us in specific. So we structure our deals both for offices and multifamily as tenant in commons. Very unique for this type of investment. The reason we do that, right, is anybody can come in, lip in their money as an LP, but in California, as I'm sure we're all quite aware, 30% or 37% in capital gains upon exit. So what we figured out was if we structure these as tenant in commons under IRS Rule 2002-22, we can have up to 35 investing entities in our investments. They're all special purpose entities, LLCs that we create for you. And this makes you actually a grant deeded co-owner and your percentage of the deal as opposed to an LP. So the benefits of this obviously are, right, the massive tax savings in terms of depreciation that you get to take. You own a piece of the debt, even though the recourse is totally on us. We're only ever taking 50% leverage maximum. We're moving to an all cash type of situation now, which we'll touch on in a few minutes. And probably the biggest one to this point is the 1031 capability. So the biggest benefit of the why we do the TIC in the Bay Area is, right, we have all this value we've created through all the rehab we do in-house. Why pay it right back to the state, right? In the capital gains taxes and the feds. So under the tenant in common model, we can actually 1031 everybody's interest forward, irrespective of what anybody else does. So you don't have to follow the entire partnership. You can take your LLC with whatever your accountants or your teams want to do and invest that in a separate project that you may decide. You can come forward with us, right? We'll have a new deal lined up, absolutely. 75% of our investors do just that. Or you can cash out and take the money. But it's completely up to you, doesn't affect anybody else. And we modeled this out for many different types of partnership splits. And even in the most generous LP scenario, you're still making really a great return on the TIC, oftentimes 40% more than you would make in other situations, at least in the good old days. We'll get to that in a second. So just some samples from our current portfolio before we talk about what we're looking at doing next. The one thing I should note, right, about how capable we are as managers, we are profitable across our entire portfolio, even in our office portfolio. We're actually distributing to our investors monthly in our office portfolio because we implement a multi-tenant strategy, right, where we're taking, let's say, an 80,000 square foot building, cutting it up into 1, 2, 3,000 square foot offices and leasing those, to many tenants. Having, 50, 60 tenants in a building like that keeps it positive. Our multifamily, also in the Bay Area, is 97 to 100% full in all situations. And this building on the right is 100% full, other than the 5 units that we're rehabbing right now. So every time we get a new unit, it gets leased, right? And this one is stabilized and will just continue to be profitable as we go. So we've done this before. We know where we're going. We validated the market. We know that we can do this. So what we're looking for here, and I think what is of interest to all of you, is that, as I mentioned before, right, we're seeing a lot of distressed type opportunities, a lot of off-market opportunities through our relationships in the Bay. And the distressed ones are the most interesting. So as you've probably seen in the news, right, there are these deals that are happening in major cities all over the country that are 60, 70, 80% off versus what they were purchased for 5 to 10 years ago. We're seeing those deals actually in our pipeline before they hit the news and close, as you would see them now. So what we're looking to find are others that are interested in the sort of contrarian view that we have, that are looking at these sort of distressed buildings where the loan's coming due, that we want to come in and conduct these rehabs at these massive discounts, especially in the office space. So an example of this is actually a building on the left. This is an active opportunity we're looking at right now, which we can discuss more individually, and the numbers behind it over here. This is a building that was purchased for $800 a square foot by a fund in Mountain View, which there's no office market going anywhere in Mountain View. That's where Google is. Back in 2019. In 2020, they were offered $1,000 a square foot for that building. Now we have the opportunity to purchase this for something like $300 a square foot, right? So the massive discount there is something that we see. Obviously, it's very contrarian, but we see as something that really sets us up for the next 10 years, right? If we can go in there, cut up the floor plates into smaller type offices, spend a few years leasing them out, refinance at the end of that to pull the principal off, we have generated a massive return for our investors in that sense. And then we can ride the cash flow from there. I do note we want to be purchasing these all cash. We don't want to mess around with debt right now. It's difficult to get. And if you're buying at this huge a discount, we'll have the opportunity to refinance at a later date. In the multifamily sector, here's another example on the right. This is another one that, with these higher purchase prices, we're looking for those who want to, get involved in these types of distressed deals at these higher values that we're used to right now. So this is an old price, I should say. We can get this for a lot less now, but this is a great example. This is a 76 unit property. The rents are 40 to 50% under what they should be. Across the street, right, they're getting about 3 times the rent that they are in this building, but the same family's owned it for 50 years, right? The units are old, nothing's been done. So this is the kind of thing we would go into. Now, the crossroads we're at, and which we want to talk to you guys about, is either we're looking for investors who want to invest in individual deals and take advantage of the tenant in common and the tax savings that way, or look at a fund where we can go basically pick up these distressed type offices, right, at very large bargains with our investors, and these really quick closes within 30 days. So we have 2 different menu items in that way. We're definitely open to whatever you want to do as an investor in doing those, but the key is we have a proprietary deal flow. The firm has been doing this since 2006. It was profitable during the GFC, profitable during COVID, even distributing in some cases. We know what we're doing in these distressed markets. Everybody said, the firm was stupid for buying apartments back in 2007, and look how that worked out over the past decade, right? But now we see this opportunity again for distressed office and undervalued apartments in the Bay. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions there may be in terms of further details on the tick structure, specifics on how that works, numbers on deals like these, more on our track record, et cetera. Like I said, we do have a booth right next door that's lit up, and we'd be happy to dive into those in more depth, but I don't want to glaze your eyes over with all that now. So is there any questions, anything that I can answer specifically based on what we just discussed?
No questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
That was M&A Partners, a boutique real estate investment firm. Thank you. We welcome Dr. Ramina from Think Healthy Backs You, a MedTech organization for lower back pain relief. Welcome, doctor. Thank you so much for being here today with us.
Good afternoon. How many of you can sit up more upright right now? Have better posture? Fantastic. And how many of you have suffered from low back pain in the past year more than 3 times? I'm a chiropractor, and 80% of my patients could have avoided being a patient. However, not everybody has the luxury of time or money in order to be able to sustain that. Over the past 30 years, let me see if I got this correctly. Perfect. Back pain is the second reason people go to the doctor's office after a common cold. It's the most prevalent. Combining cancer, high blood pressure, and diabetes, there's more people suffering from back pain than there is of all those 3 combined together. It's not detrimental. However, it ruins your entire life and your day. And if left uncorrected, it will become an issue. And that's something that we're all concerned about. What I did is over the past few years, I innovated, developed, and tested, and got my products approved by Medicare. So I offer you a solution to an old problem. How many of you have seen something like this? This is something that most medical doctors, orthos, chiros, your primary care physician recommends to you. It's big, it's bulky, and it's ugly. Well, what if you have something that is fashionable, that's attractive, that's comfortable? You could put it on, go play golf, or put it on and come to an event like that. This is a market that there are many causes of back pain. However, what is the solution? What is the solution that's functional for your lifestyle? My product is a medical device made fashionable, reimbursable by insurance company. Medicare reimburses around $400 to $800 for your PPO insurance. This medical device, how many of you like to go to see a doctor, like stop doing what you're doing, go to a doctor's visit? You must have a really good doctor. Many people would rather go to the beach, hang out with their friends, instead of going to the doctors. You have to carve out at least about 4 hours of your day. Well, what if your clothing was your doctor? What if your clothing told your doctor that you're having a problem or what to do to fix it? The remote patient monitoring device is a sensor that goes inside your medical device and tracks your movements. We can tell your doctor exactly how well you're doing, and it gets reported to your medical records. And if, God forbid, something goes bad in your journey of health, this will let your doctor know. Now, we have a booth right outside, and we welcome you to come see it. The person next to me, the booth next to me, The gentleman came and told me, my God, I don't know what happened. I started having back pain. So I told him, go to the bathroom, put this on, and he's here. So I asked him to give us his own testimonial. Yeah, go for it.
I do have a football coaching voice, so I can be all right. So, so I've got this this t-shirt underneath, but I literally was like Superman, meaning not stronger. But when I came out of the bathroom, I walked over to her and she goes, "How you feeling?" I'm like, "I think I'm like 3 inches taller, and my back feels better now." So completely unsolicited, but all within the last hour, and very organic and very true and sincere.
Exactly.
So thank you, doctor.
What was your pain level before?
I was like at a 7. I was debilitating. I was literally ready to shut down for the night.
And what's your pain level now?
Like a 2 or 3. And I'm playing golf tomorrow, so I'm glad to.
Oh,
could fix
we have golf studies that has proven it. So this is the power of time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the power of time in your hands so you can enjoy your lifestyle. Healthcare is moving into a whole different direction. Healthcare is moving into remote patient monitoring. Why? Because the doctors want to know what's going on. Do you know why healthcare is important and why remote patient monitoring is important? Because a lot of times when medical products are dispersed to you, we want to make sure that you're wearing it and you're doing well. With remote patient monitoring, we can actually track if you're being compliant. So what does compliance mean? Am I moving wrong direction? What does compliance mean to you? To you means that you'll be better, faster. To the payer, your insurance company, means that they don't have to pay another NCV at $5,000, MRI at $2,500. So the purpose of my company is to help the user and the payer. This is a B2B model directly to the doctors and from the doctors to the patients. Who pays for it is the insurance company. Because we have this product approved by Medicare, the monthly subscription to track your progress and your results is reimbursable by $160 a month. So consider this a subscription model with $160 a month for 3 months mandated, up to 9 months, paid by the insurance company. We're not chasing customers. We're not paying for Google ads and Instagram because you know what? Those are costly. We want to have a sure, safe investment, and who pays for it? Your insurance company. This is our business model, B2B. The doctor recommends this product. They have about a 400% profit margin. And but where we make our money is that from that remote patient monitoring. We track the patient's progress. We keep the doctor noted. And if there's a problem, we let the doctor know. There are other companies who attempt to give you remote patient monitoring. If any of you has blood pressure cuffs, you know that that's remote patient monitoring. But there are other companies that have products that help with the posture. This company, by the way, this company is called Aspen. They just exited at $400 million. This is the power of durable medical equipment. Up to date, I have self-funded the company up to $1.5 million. We have had sales because we tried this product, we did a beta test, and next week we are running our remote patient monitoring beta with a third-party company. Your funding is going to be helping with our sales and marketing, and specifically to get this to market. Our salespeople are doctors. And now how do we get to doctors? Okay, the 3 companies that you see down here, the top are our team members. But the companies that you see down there, this company is called HealthArc. They're actually based in Orange County and they're nationwide. They are connecting with Kaiser doctors, primary care physicians, university hospital doctors. Our goal is to reach the primary care physicians 1%. And we are expecting our sales in the first year to be $2.8 million, paid by the insurance company. The one in the middle, this company is a third-party remote patient monitoring where we control the billing, where we disperse the product. And this one, they are a direct response TV company. They specifically will do the ads on TV. You know, Are you suffering from back pain? Did you just hurt do you have sciatica? Call this number and we'll get you connected to your doctor. Who's that doctor? This group. So we generate our leads here, feed our doctors. The doctors will disperse our products, and we do our subscription billing and modeling. Our goal within the next 3 to 5 years is to exit and be purchased and merged with the medical health insurance companies such as SC Johnson, Anthem, Blue Cross, Blue Shield. That is what my goal is. And this is the only way that as a chiropractor, I could help people be healthier without drugs and surgery and be able to reach the masses a little bit farther away than my geographical office space. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Ramin. Questions?
Does it just deal with the issue? Because you still have to deal with the cause, right? What causes the back pain? So does that shirt just deal with just takes care of the issue, but not deal with the cause, I guess what I'm trying to say, right? Because it's like wearing a belt, right?
There are multiple reasons for people to have a back pain, right? The number one cause of back problem is distortion. So if you stop by at our booth, I'll show you. Poor posture causes 75% of your aches and pains on your muscles. If stays for too long, it affects your discs. If you keep moving with that, with or without pain, you wear and tear the joints, so you now have predisposed to early degenerative arthritis. You keep that going, you're gonna have either radiculopathy, restless leg syndrome, neuropathy, sciatica. This is a progression of musculoskeletal problems.
Restless legs comes from that?
Yes, of course.
Oh God, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Please.
Super quick. Is this a class 1 medical device?
This is considered a class 1 medical device, yes. I do have I've created 3 products that I've got it approved by Medicare. One of them is a shoulder orthosis. That one, we just starting to do our RPM. That one reimburses $84. Our cost is $7 manufacturing. We sell to doctors at $25, so it's a good profit margin for the doctor. But most importantly, again, we are trying to build a technology company in order for us to be able to have a greater exit, not just the product. The product is our hook, but it's the technology that's going to help us exit, and that's what our goal is. And have happy, raving, referring customers.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Ramina.
I encourage you to come try it out for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenting company, Jacked Up Fitness. Power racks, accessories, fitness programming, and nutrition supplements powerfully engineered. Welcome, Dr. Aaron. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Carol. And thank you for those who organized this event. Josh, thank you very much for everything you're doing for the investors. What's a good investment strategy? The story, the human factors, and financial statistics. So watch very carefully what you're about to see in the next few minutes, because this is an investment meeting. Video, please.
I'm Don Mastrangelo, founder and CEO of Jacked Up Fitness. We launched in 2020 with these badass home gyms, and we've grown our sales from just over $500,000 in 2021 to over $25 million in 2023. And we're shipping out hundreds of units every month with solid gross margins, driven by an all-star team that eats, sleeps, and breathes gains. We've achieved it all without taking a single dime from outside investors. Now, for the first time, we're opening the gates for you to join us.
Let's face it, at gyms across America, waiting in line is the new cardio, germ dodging is an Olympic sport, and selfie snapping influencers are not it. Jacked Up Fitness is one of the ultimate lifestyle brands that is empowering Americans everywhere to ditch their gyms, have fun, and get fit. Through commercial-grade power racks that crush every muscle group, anticipated AI-powered health monitoring, and smart cardio machines that are coming soon, and a full line of supplements and apparel to keep you jacked up.
After I'd sold my last tech company, the pandemic shut gyms down just as I was starting my own fitness journey. I saw this huge unmet need for professional-grade gym equipment, just as everyone was being forced to work out from home. For months, I became obsessed with testing and refining the perfect power rack, a total body workout beast that could replace an entire gym membership in one epic package. And now our machines can be found in over 10,000 homes, police and fire departments, US embassies, the Pentagon, and even SpaceX. And we feel we're just getting warmed up.
As a Jacked Up Fitness customer, your purchase comes with a lifetime access to a growing library of kick-ass workouts by top trainers like Kim Lyons from ABC's The Biggest Loser. It's your portal to a thriving community of soulmates who will support you, challenge you, and make skipping leg day a cardinal sin.
And as an investor in Jacked Up Fitness, you can be part of the $30 billion US fitness market, which is experiencing a revival, as millions of Americans are realizing they can get the same pump without the commute, the crowds, or the funky locker room smells. In fact, nearly 6 out of 10 adults are now breaking a sweat at home, leaving gyms in the dust. With badass products, diehard fans, and our line of nutritional supplements, we believe we're poised to command the $5 billion home gym market.
This Jacked Up Fitness cable system, it's stellar to any gym.
This thing really seems to check all the boxes I was looking for. You can't beat it. You need one in your garage ASAP.
Definitely worth every single penny. You will not regret it. Highly recommend.
We are seeking to double down on innovating new fitness technology. We plan to build out further offerings, developing everything from weightless magnetic resistance technology to immersive on-screen experiences, redefining what is possible at an at-home gym.
Are you ready to get jacked up? Together, let's take on this opportunity. Invest in Jacked Up Fitness.
So being an investor in Jacked Up Fitness is a partnership. The company makes revenue, profitable, and it's growing really fast. Watch the numbers. And with that, I would like to introduce you to Don. Don, please come to the stage. He's our Chief Executive Officer and founder of Jacked Up Fitness.
Thank you, Aaron. Just the big green button there. Okay. Thanks, everybody. This has been a wild ride. I'm a serial entrepreneur. This is my 23rd business since I was 17 years old. I didn't even see this one coming, and I've had an absolute ball since we started this in 2020. So I'll just give you a little bit of history. I'm not going to go through all these slides because of it's a short amount of time, but this is what we did so far. When we started the business, when the pandemic hit in 2020, we did $70,000 in revenue. We did $700,000 the next year. In 2021, it jumped to $8.5 million in 2022. We did $25 million last year. We'll do at least $35 million this year. And basically, it's just a combination of having an amazing product that is just the right place at the right time when everybody is moving from working out at the gyms or not being able to, or working out at all to looking at working out at home. And it's not just about working out, it's about strength training. That's the most important part about what we do so differently than what everybody else is doing. You've heard about all the companies that have come and gone, a lot of cardio, that kind of a thing. You think about Peloton and companies like that. Enormous companies with enormous revenue have done really well, but all the doctors are talking about strength training today. You need to build muscle. If you want to lose weight, you need to work on building muscle. You need to build bone density. It's about longevity. It's appropriate for young people, middle-aged people, older people. And as far as, you know, what we already talked about on the video, being at the gym is just a different experience these days. It's just, you know, not that desirable. And you have all these millions of people who are working from home who used to go to the gym on their way to work and back. Now they don't go to work and back. They want to work out at home. We have families who don't want to leave the home to work out and leave their kids for hours at a time. That's why we're blowing up, not just because of the product, because of the timing, because of the trends. and because of how badass we are as a company and my staff, the way we treat the customer, the way we interact with the customer. If you go on our site and look at the reviews, you'll be amazed. So again, we bootstrapped this and did it all without any outside investment or partnerships. It's all about the lifestyle. It's not just about selling hardware, although that's a great, great business. We have 60% margins on the equipment. We've got 6 different machines catering to different price levels that people would be interested in. But everybody wants one of these in their spare room, their living room, or their garage once they see it. Most times when I go out and talk to 10 people about, just meet people randomly, and they ask me what I do, and I show them a picture of the machines, they have no idea anything like this even exists. Okay, the market opportunity is huge. I'll just skip to the USA SAM. It's $5 billion. We all know how big the fitness market is. It never goes away. It just changes as to who's getting what percentage of that market share. We can talk about the competition, but I'll wait to answer questions on that one. We have a lot going on where we're getting ready to do retail kiosks in malls. Right now, it's 98% direct to consumer. Everything is done over our website. We don't have any collections issues. We get paid up front for every order. We ship out 20 machines a day all across the US. This is the business model. Our average sale is $5,000 for the original sale. We get another $2,500 on the average over the first year to 2 from people who are buying accessories for the machines. And now we also have lots of recurring revenue products. We have apparel, we have supplements, just really an amazing business model, growing like crazy. And now here are some of the new things that we're coming up with: magnetic resistance technology. And we are adding cardio, because what we're learning is that while we've differentiated ourselves by focusing on strength training, our customers still need to do cardio, and they're asking us for cardio solutions, because once you get stuck on the Jacked Up brand, you don't want anything else in your home gym. And this is what we're doing right now. Is we've just launched a Start Engine crowdfund as of this morning. Actually, it was late last night that it launched, so it's just unique timing that I was able to come and see you all today. It's live on Start Engine right now. We're looking to raise $5 million. This is the breakdown of what we plan to do with that money. We're on a roll. We're kicking ass. We are profitable. We've done this without any bank financing. We've done this without, it's just my own personal investment. And, you know, with this exponential growth, it's time to bring on some outside investment, and that's why I'm here. You know about Aaron. I think some of you might know Aaron. I have a great senior team. I have a great junior team. We have about 30 employees right now. We're based in Temecula, California. You'll just have to go on the website and read the reviews. You saw a few video reviews right there, but this is where we're headed. You can see we already have a trajectory. The fitness market is enormous. We're barely getting started with 10,000 units out there. We'll easily surpass this year, and you can see that we're on our way to being a $400 million company in just the next few years. Why invest with us? You've seen the exponential growth, the work-at-home market. One thing I didn't mention is the GLP-1 drugs that are out there today for weight loss, and that's becoming an amazing, huge, fast-growing trend, especially among affluent people. And their doctors are telling them, do not take this drug if you're not going to do strength training. And those people do not want to go to the gym to do their strength training. And they come into our shopping cart and leave with $7,000 and $8,000 and $9,000 orders, and they get after it. So I'm not going to play that, I hope. That's it. Thank you very much. Would you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
Okay.
A couple of questions. First of all, I see most of the people who work for you have tattoos, and you don't have any tattoos. So explain that.
I'm going to get a Jacked Up Fitness tattoo very soon.
Now, more seriously, how do we find you on Start Engine? What's the
Okay, so if you go to jackedupfitness.com, which is our website, just go to the bottom and you'll see a link that says invest under the company. And that will take you right to the Start Engine page. Or you can go to Start Engine and search Jacked Up Fitness.
I just tried doing it. It's a little hard to find.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure it's easier to find, but it's live.
Thank you. Any other questions for Don?
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Hi, guys. If we could please have everyone start to tone it down a little bit. We're about to start our next presentation. So, all right, guys. Shh. Thank you. So can I get a raise of hands? Who's ever heard of Frank Sinatra? Well, Frank Sinatra's favorite pizza comes from a joint called Sally's a Pizza. And we have a representative who's going to come on stage here. Christian is going to tell you all about Sally's a Pizza. Let's go on stage first. I actually got to see their presentation. They're just poised for a potential pre-IPO situation. They're fast growing, doing amazing sales. They have everything down keen. I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah. No, thank you. My name is Christian Bonaventura. I am the brand advisor to Sally's. I'm going to keep it short and sweet here. We're building a rapidly growing restaurant chain that we think is the Shake Shack of the pizza category, combining high-end interior design, legendary pizza, and an elevated hospitality experience. We look at it like this. We think this is the pizza chain for the Starbucks, BMW, and Apple consumer, and it shows up in our numbers. And with that, I want to show you a quick video that gives you a sense of the magic of Sally's.
So I'm raising the Italians that moved to New Haven, Connecticut, who really figured pizza out. Like, they have insane pizza in New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay.
Yeah, like really like legendary. I've had it. There was a comedy club I used to work out there called the Joker's Wild. And I had New Haven pizza. And even back then, it's just really good pizza.
Well, okay.
I don't know why though.
Anyone who would ever use the phrase, it's just pizza, they're beyond hope. And you can only hope that at some point in their life, they're willing to try it. And then no words are necessary.
Halfway between New York City and Boston is New Haven, Connecticut, home of Yale University. Sally's a Beats began within a quarter mile of Yale.
You have to go with Sally's.
Sally's.
I was raised on Sally's.
By far, Sally's.
If you want a taste of Sally's pizza, prepare to wait hours. This line formed on a rainy Sunday an hour before the place opened.
It's worth it. Sometimes you wait an hour and a half, and then you sit down, it's another 45 minutes.
Between outside and inside, 2 hours.
A real sign of accomplishment in New Haven is the secret number at Sally's. Now, I had the secret number before I became mayor. I was given the secret number. Of course, if you told anyone the secret number, you were in danger of not being able to use the secret number.
To have that number was very, very special thing. That would be like an all access pass backstage.
I started to get artists to play New Haven because they wanted the pizza.
Whitney Houston eats Sally's Pizza. U2 ate Sally's Pizza. The Grateful Dead have eaten Sally's Pizza.
Beach Boys loved it. James Taylor loves it.
Of course, Sinatra, well, everybody knows about him.
The story is that when Frank went up to pay, Filomena Consiglio, Tony and Sally's mom, she said, well, we got this. And the quote is, we love you guys. You know, we don't want you to pay. So Frank never forgot that. That was the kind of passion and connection that that family showed to anyone who was their friend, anyone who was their family. He really was a diehard fan.
I think New Haven pizza as a community has the best pizza in America.
That is insane. No plates, all on trays. Look at that.
80-year-old oven. Look at that. Amazing.
Late night legend Conan O'Brien showed up for a slice. Take a look right here. He's here with one of the employees.
Gwyneth Paltrow, the actress, stopped by Sally's Pizza in Worcester Square yesterday for a slice. They posted this photo on their Facebook page. They say while she was there, she signed a pizza box that said, "Thank you for the most perfect pizza."
Look at that pie. Makes me want to cry, Frank. 9-2. 9-2. Dave loves Sally's, true. Like, arguably my favorite pizza in the world right here.
One of Connecticut's most famous pizza places, they are looking to get more full. Sally's Beats taking its world-renowned pizza across state lines for the first time, opening 2 locations in Massachusetts. So listen up. Those will be in Woburn and at the Boston Seaport. Sally's currently operates 3 locations here in Connecticut, the original shop over in New Haven, of course, and 2 more dotting the shoreline in Fairfield and Stamford. 3 more locations will be opening in Connecticut, in Wethersfield, Newington, and Norwalk.
Pretty iconic. As you can see, the Sally's consumer phenomenon has existed for decades. The original was opened in 1938, and now it's growing like a rocket ship. And if you maybe would like to hear more, if you're interested in hearing about the opportunity, we'd love to talk to you. Got a booth right over there, and happy to answer any question you have.
Thank you. Thank you. Definitely my favorite. Okay. Coming next, we have our next presenting company, Eurospace America. Welcome, Greg. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Eurospace America. The conversion of commercial, retail, and industrial building to institutional quality self-storage properties. Welcome, Greg.
Very well said. Thank you very much. Nice to be here among all this great technology and super ideas. We have a little contrast, a very simple one for a little relief here. Climate controlled self-storage, and it's got the QOZ, Qualified Opportunity Zone, tax enhancement. But if you're not a person that has a property that's sold and you want to not pay taxes on the capital gains, it's fine. It doesn't dilute the investment itself, which is proved to be 31% to 34% IRR in the, I believe it's 8 full cycle programs. So we have a little YouTube video from the president, Russ Colvin, who couldn't be here today, so I'm pinch hitting for him. And it really goes into the QOZ aspect of this most, which might be of interest to a lot of you people. It's not completely known among the community. It's like a 1031 exchange, but a different one. Maestro, if you'd play that video now, I would appreciate it. With the sound. Well, I guess I'll vamp a little bit. The property that we are syndicating is in Las Vegas, where climate control is quite needed for your valuables, your stamp collections, your art, your scrapbooks, your furniture. People are good downsizing from big mansions to small condominiums, and they don't want to get rid of their valuables. So places, we have Phoenix coming up, Tucson coming up, Houston coming up. They can go anywhere, but there's where the special need is, of course. I like to say it's a Goldilocks deal. You all know Goldilocks and the Bears. This is not too cold, not too hot, just right. And so is the investment. The yield isn't cold, 4% to 8%. It's not hot. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to triple and quadruple your money, but there's a tenant risk. It's just right. You get cash flow to the investors once it's built from the ground up, and it gets to the close to the certificate of occupancy, C of O, and expenses are met. Then generally these programs give 90% of the available cash to the investor until they get a 15% IRR. So naturally, it's 11 to 13 months to build. So the 13th month you open the doors, there's no rent. So it takes a while to build up, maybe another 12, 13 months. Call it 36 months when to start cash flowing and getting towards the 15%. And then as occupancy goes up and rents go up, then the first renters fall out and you replace them with higher rent. So there's more cash flow. Then at the end of somewhere between 3 to 7 years, when it seems right and the offers come in to buy, because now there's a track record of rents and percentage of increases, and there's a ready market to buy already developed self-storage, especially the ones that we like with the extra acreage for RV and boat parking. Because we look for the qualified opportunity zones, the local permit holders and the city council love to speed it through because they want to get boats and RVs off the streets in neighborhoods that didn't have CCNRs, and they're littering the landscape, and they want to improve the general area so that, you know, condo builders and apartment builders will come in. So they really love us and really help us, where the permit process, that anybody's been in development knows, can be very cumbersome. These are, for the most places, a green lit to smooth go through. We like the GSR. You know, I'm not going to get into that because some places it's easy, some places it's hard, but we still want the penance. We use power, so we want to conserve power. We'll save that discussion for another time. I also want to say that all of the properties are managed by Public Storage. We're a favorite client of them. We were with EZ and switched this year, got a better deal for the investors and our construction people and management. And we're very, very pleased. Public Storage is, I'm sure you all know, the largest and we think the most efficiently run. So wherever we have property, they have somebody that's going to want to manage it. And so I don't think I need to go anymore. It's a very simple concept. We have a track record of 8 and a nice RR to go with it. We are looking to high net worth individuals, family offices, funds, and IRAs to take more than the $25,000 unit minimum. We want to make it available to everybody, but we appreciate the capital buildup with $1 million investments too. The president of the company has run Core Capital and other real estate syndication firms and 1031 firms for over 20 years. So we have no fear that the investors will be taken well care of in the investor relations and come out with a similar 31 to 34% IRR. And I'm going to open up for questions right now because it's a rather simple product. I don't think it takes a lot of explanation.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Any questions for Greg? Your Space America.
Grant, any questions?
Nothing.
I'll put you down for what, 6 units? Okay. I didn't hear that. At least. Oh, okay. All right. So my speech did not deter you from investing. I count that as a win. Well, I've been in financial communications for 51 and a half years. Thank God I started when I was 8, right? And this is one of the most solid deals. Of course, we favor all of our clients, but it's a very solid deal, a very, you know, while there's always risk in construction, you can't say there's no risk. It's rather a known type of quantity. They built in the same way on the same template in many environs and been on time and on budget. And we would like to spread the word. And even if it's not your cup of tea right now, hopefully you will like the brand and the brand name, if not my presentation. And if something comes across your desk, you could say, hey, you ought to talk to these guys. They're very easy to work with. Happy to do joint ventures with other developers or with home builders or light commercial industrial that would like to have storage next to them, especially next to freeways or recreation facilities. And we can white label it also. It doesn't have to be our name on the cover. We can do all of the work and let, as family offices like to do, they like to take care of a whole deal, what we call white label it or brown wrap it, whatever your terminology is. happy to do it and happy to be the developer and share the profits.
Thank you very much,
Sure.
Greg. We invite you to visit your Space America booth in the exhibitor room. Coming next, we have a panel. Thank you, Greg. Coming next, we have a panel with Jason. You guys are not ready? Oh, okay. Okay. How about Chupa Realty? Okay, thank you. We welcome our next presenting company, Chupa Realty, Scott Shiver. Chupa Realty Investments is a company that is focusing on land repurposing and commercial property development. Thank you for being here. This is going to be your turn.
I really have to get into my.
Thank you, Scott.
Right now. Which one? Is it just like? Yep, got it. Hello. So it's, first of all, the fact that there's a presidential debate going on, but you all chose to be here in front of me instead. I really appreciate that, because the one thing that both those guys want to be able to tell you, and I'm going to be able to tell you right here, right now, I'm going to make you money. I can put money in your pocket. That's what we're talking about. So I know there's a bunch of deals that you're going to come across already today. And if you're still here for the next 2 hours, you got that going. So when I'm often at a conference or set up like this, I'm like, hey, I know the deal. You come away with 1 to 2 good ideas, that's a win. Now, you might come away with 10 good ideas, and that's great. But at some point, you got to prioritize them. So the one I'm going to tell you about today needs to be priority at the top, because there's urgency with this, because it's going away. So Shop Off Realty Investments. Who are we? We are not Shopify. We are not shopping buildings. We are not office buildings. We are founded by our Bill Shopoff, who founded the firm over 30 years ago. We are not a startup. This is not angel investing. This is not venture capital. This is not a binary. Maybe it hits, maybe it doesn't. This is not wait till we go hit an IPO. That is not what we're doing here. Our experience over 30 years, we have done over 1,000 full cycle transactions. We have bought over 1,090 deals, and we have gotten rid of 1,047. We do not marry our deals. We date them. We make money, return capital back to your clients, to you. And our average IRR over those 1,000 deals is a 25. So write this down so you can at least take away one thing when you leave here, because this is the opportunity I'm presenting for you today. 1.6 and 2. We're talking about a 1.6 multiple over 2 years. That's our offer today. So we do a lot of real estate. Our deal is we are a transformational real estate company. We take something and turn it into something else. I often use the analogy that when I met my wife 35 years ago, it was great because I met her in a bar and she looked at me and she had this thought. It's not what he is, it's what he can be. Thank God, 6 kids later, 34 years of marriage, and maybe I did a little bit better than I was back then. That's what we do with real estate. We take something and we turn it into something else. We monetize it for as much money we can for as soon as possible. So for instance, those of you from Orange County, we bought recently the Westminster Mall right off of 405, not to make it a better mall. That Sears is not going to become a Best Buy. But we work the entitlement, the zoning, we turn it into residential, we help the community, we make a lot of money, we move on. The deal I've got today for you to offer is this project in the Inland Empire. Now I only have 180 seconds left, so my job now is to remind you that we have a 1.6 multiple over 2 years. That's it. That's a simple deal in real estate. If you want to know more about it, then feel free to come and talk to me afterwards. But what is the deal? It's 1 million square feet of industrial space in the Inland Empire, right on the 10 freeway, Palm Springs, right next to the Amazon Center, as you see. Directly adjacent. 1 million square feet big box is needed. There's a huge demand. There's 32 million square feet of demand for 500,000 square feet space or bigger in this region. How do we know and why are we good at it? A year ago, we built 1.8 million square feet of industrial space and we sold it for $329 million. Okay, that's fine. But if you look up the history of what that means, it was the third largest industrial sale in the entire United States last year. So we are Shop-Off Realty Investments. Our office is right across the street on Jamboree Road. You may or may not have heard of us. And we had the third largest industrial sale in the entire country last year. And I'm bringing you an opportunity right here today where you guys can get in. This is only a $30 million raise through this type of a channel. We have $53 million of preferred equity with our institutional partner that got the 50 IRR in the last deal we did. We're only raising 30 million. We already have 15 in the door. This is going fast. So that's why I said there's urgency. You may have 10 great deals you come away with today. But take a look at this one and see if it's something you want to be a part of, because if it is, you will have to move in the next 2 to 4 weeks because it will be gone. But we appreciate looking at us because we come out with new deals all the time. This is really simple in our space. You can see where it's located. I don't have a pointer or I'm not technology savvy. One of my 6 kids would be able to do that for me. Neither of them are here. This is going to give you an example of who's looking at these. When I talk about 32 million square feet of demand, Whirlpool, Amazon, Burlington, Lowe's. There's a number of people that are contacting the brokerage community, CBRE, Colliers, et cetera, looking to get in this region. We are building, we are breaking ground. We've already bought the land 2 weeks ago. We're putting up the full 4 walls and a ceiling. I can talk to you about all the metrics, why those demands are so great, why we underwrote this at 93 cents a foot, and the comps currently are at $1 to $1.20 a foot. So our 1.6 multiple over 2 years is extremely conservative. So with that, I will just wrap up and say it's Scott Shear with Shop-Off. I'd love to have an opportunity to talk with you about this deal and urgency, and certainly a lot of other things that we do as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate you. And if you don't know, Shop-Off's one of the awesome major commercial real estate investment firms around here. You guys really need to check out their portfolio and their offerings. Next up, I'm proud to bring Verizon to the stage, the Verizon Enterprise team. Can you give them a round of applause? Come on. So we've been able to partner with them to power our IoT and on-site solutions for 5G. So this is kind of what helps power our front desk, our staff, some of the expo people that need power. They were able to, after months of research, I was able to pick out the right enterprise equipment with them and power it. So I want you to look at them not as, oh, another cell carrier, but basically a lot of our sponsors, our investors, our partners have either devices they're creating or they're using smart devices in the field. You guys can sit down and get comfortable. Yeah. So I was going to have these guys talk, each just a minute or two each about some of the things they're seeing in the IoT space. And if you don't know what IoT is, it's Internet of Things, and it's everything. Okay, think smart fridges, smart microwaves, smart cars, smart phones, basically everything's getting smart. And what that really just means is that there's like a cellular modem or gateway that can connect to the cell phone. So it doesn't need, an unlimited plan like on your cell phone. It might be a small amount of data, might be a large amount of data, or it might be a pooled. But anyways, these guys know their stuff. So I recommend anyone that is dealing with IoT, or they're bringing that into their existing enterprise operations or into some rollout of something where you might not be thinking of that, to utilize the enterprise team here. But anyways, I'm gonna let them introduce themselves and just any things you guys want to share about kind of the state of edge devices and IoT, and kind of help educate people that are just understanding about how everything's becoming smart. But
thank you so much, Josh. Appreciate all the time. Thank you for letting us come up. My name is Michael Cadena. I'm Associate Director with Verizon. I've been here over 10 years now, and I've started in the retail section, and I came all the way to the B2B side, and I've worked with enterprise accounts. I've worked with medium business accounts. And what that's enabled us to do is really understand the challenges, the business challenges that everybody is using some sort of telco, some type of wireless, some type of communication aspect. And so we are dealing with all types of industries, private defense companies, media companies, digital media companies, any type of construction in all sorts of industries. And so what we are able to see is that that the challenges that everybody is having and presenting solutions, and it may not be something that Verizon has to offer, but it's something that we're like, hey, this is something that's working in your area. This is a challenge that you might have. And so when we attack it as a consultative approach, we like to understand your business, understand what's going on, and present you with options. And so when it comes to the IoT side, when you think about Uber, you think about any of these types of solutions that require data, none of that was possible before LTE. None of that was possible before LTE because the data was not able to get transported. Now that we're on that 5G aspect of it, we're now on 5G, we expect to see a lot more applications be able to be used, a lot more of just different things that you're not be able to understand today. And so we're excited. We're here out in a booth. We want to just talk a little bit about that, see if there's any questions. If you guys have anything
Yeah,
to add
actually,
as
one
well.
thing I'll ask you about. So after months of talking to all sorts of the top vendors in the space and getting quotes and this and that, they actually were able to connect me directly to the CEO of a great wireless distributor that has the enterprise technology I need for an edge device. And it wasn't them telling me about their network. It was him when I was going after everything I'd heard about. Oh, T-Mobile's really hard. I have great prices for unlimited data. And AT&T is much, they're my personal carrier for now. But Verizon's actually, I'd like you guys to touch on that. They've purchased a certain aspect of the spectrum that the other brands don't have. And one of the difference they have when it comes to business and enterprise data, which is important to me, is when you're doing, like, for example, the front desk here, when you guys are checking in, to my knowledge, Verizon is one of the few, only if not one of the few carriers where if you're on a business data plan, that goes to a dedicated cell phone tower or cell phone device, whereas some of the other carriers, they're mixing and matching. So all these personal calls and social media and YouTube, that's slowing down your important critical business connections, whereas Verizon has dedicated towers. So that's the difference when you're paying maybe a little bit more, or you see these really super budget things. There's a reason why it's budget, and why they say, "Can you hear me now?" Is because the signal today has been amazing. The throughput's been great. Actually, one of the live streams to, I believe, 175 countries on the right-hand side here, that's actually going through my 5G router, the front desk 5G router, a bunch of our sponsors and everything. I've just been loading it up. And after a month of research, they actually found me a device they got it for like half the price of what everyone else was quoting. They hooked it up. So anyways, I'll let you guys kind of answer that question. It was long-winded.
Well, and then to echo what you were saying, Josh, our network, right? What a lot of people don't know and what a lot of people just think is it's that cell tower that looks like a tree that's sitting on the freeway, but it's everything that's underneath it and beneath it that goes into that too. Verizon owns a lot of the fiber that powers these towers, and other vendors, other carriers rely on us and our network for those connections as well. So when it comes to the infrastructure and the network we have, you're not on a secondary or a failover network. You're on a primary network that has strong fiber backings behind it. And you have a network team like us that's able to help support any inquiries or troubleshoot problems that you have.
Awesome. Well, anything else you guys want to share? Feel free.
I would just say thanks to Josh and having us invite us over here, and we're look forward to meeting everybody in the room. Please come up to our booth. We'd be, happy to, touch base with you guys if you have any questions. We've worked with a lot of different industries. So, I mean, from construction to medical equipment device manufacturers using like our services into their devices. So we're happy to share that information with you guys.
And by the way, when I say the hotspot, I don't mean like a little wireless, small device with a battery and you connect you and your friend's device to it. Like I have an enterprise device, so like 6, 7, 8 antennas over here, GPS, yeah, full-fledged, multiple routers, gigabit or hundreds of megabits down and up. So anyways, when you have important business connections, whether it's on a mobile, you're doing events or somewhere else, and you need a stable, powerful interconnection to do deals or business, that's when you want to carry a relationship, or you're powering 15 devices. You don't want to go and individually be figuring out your SIMs. Last thing, this is a techie thing, but the device I got, which is one of the reasons I picked it, has an eSIM. So a lot of times it's really annoying to get a physical SIM and have to wait or change things. A lot of these devices you can instantly activate on the carrier when you need to, on demand. So you're ready to do business, whatever business might be for you guys with all the different companies you have. Anyways, thank you so much, Verizon. Can we get a round of applause for Verizon? Thank you, guys. Appreciate Andrew. Awesome. I think Chip will give it that. All right, thank you, guys. Next up, we have Chip Parker from LabX Ventures. He's going to talk a little bit about what they do over there. I'm very excited to be introducing him. So if you haven't seen the beautiful white classic car outside with the Global Cap Network logo and LabX, that's thanks to Chip. The podcast going on to the right of the shared wall, that's thanks to Chip. There's a lot of things we're going to be talking about, and I'm sure you've seen the huge, beautiful LabX Ventures, booths out there and the other podcasts going on. Anyways, tell them a little about what you're doing.
Thanks, Josh. Get off the stage. Well, thanks, everybody. I'm not going to pitch anything tonight. I'm actually going to do a little bit of storytelling. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the past, the present, and most importantly, what the future looks like. And I thought this was really cool that Verizon was up here, because I'm going to tie into that, because I actually sold my company to Concentric Verizon. And you would think, oh, Verizon. I remember I saw the guy out here. I said, God, that looks like the Verizon check mark. And boy, it sure looks like that. And he goes, oh, no, Mr. Parker, let me tell you that it doesn't look like that. That is it. And I'm like, oh, I have to get one of those. They're really cool. So they're going to be over here. I'm going to tie that into this in just a second. But I want to start by asking you a question. If you could be anywhere in the world, any country, any resort, any mountain, any desert, any marina, where would you want to be right now? Then I want to ask you, if you could be anywhere in the world, any country, any resort, any marina, who would you want to be with? And then I would ask you, you could be anywhere in the world with anybody that you want to be with, what would you be doing? So my question is, why are you here today? And my hypothesis is that the reason you're here today, we losing the mic? No, we're good. Okay, the reason you're here today is because you're likely an entrepreneur that with an idea, an innovation, you want to do something, you want to raise some capital. If you're an investor, you're here because you're looking for that entrepreneur. You want to check, you want to be involved in it. Or if you're a leader, you want to support these folks, whether you're a service provider or a university or that first angel or family or whoever it is, you want to help those people, come together. And I believe that's why you're here today. You're here because you're an entrepreneur, an investor, or a leader. Now, I have a lot of people ask me, gee, here we are in Irvine, Newport Beach. We'd like to be like Silicon Valley. But what a lot of people don't know is that Silicon Valley actually started right here in Southern California. And people say, what? That's not possible. What do you mean it started here in Southern California? But it did. And the reason it did was because back in the day with the military, we had more clear weather flying days for the test pilots in Southern California. And we had the mountains and we had the desert and we had the ocean. They had all the environment that you needed to have for having test pilots, clear weather flying day, right out here, right up the street in Torrance. So you had Boeing and Rockwell, Lockheed and all these guys, Raytheon, they were all up there. But then after the war, when all of the pilots came home, a lot of them were engineers and went to engineering school, and they started working with the companies, engineering ideas and things. And then with Rockwell Semiconductor and other folks that had moved up into Silicon Valley, became the beginning of the microchip. And of course, we know what happened with the microchip. It moved everything into that. And then we get into the internet. We get into where we are with the convergence of technology and internet and MedTech and the greatest things in the world. But what people don't know is it all started right here. Now, if you look at the future, where are people going? It's not just Silicon Valley anymore. Matter of fact, in 1997, there was a cover, Newsweek, cover of the magazine. And it was one of those directional arrows. And the cover was top 50 high-tech areas in the region or in the country. And it was Silicon Valley, number one, Boston, Austin, New York, the normal cast of characters. Where do you think Southern California ranked 1 through 50? You don't have to guess, I'm going to tell you. Didn't rank. Didn't rank for the area that started off to be the beginning of Silicon Valley. So we stepped out to do something about that. We created the Tech Coast Initiative to brand the region from Santa Barbara to San Diego under the name Tech Coast to try to bring ideas and innovation and capital and collaboration into the market. And it worked very well. In 3 years, we got to number 3 in the country. And we stayed between number 3 and number 4. But what I'm sharing with you now, and the reason that you are here today, and you're here in Irvine and Newport Beach, is because this has got action. And there's innovation, and there's the universities, and there are the people, and the things that are here. So I hypothecate that you could be anywhere in the world, at any resort, in any country, with anybody you want, and you are here today. So get out there and meet the individuals. Everybody here wants to talk to somebody. Everybody has an agenda. We all do. Every single person. Find it, meet it, talk to it, introduce yourself, work it, and enjoy being down here in Southern California. So now let me tie this back to Verizon. So I started very early in the internet business, pre-web browser. We're going to get out there, and I'm talking to all the VCs. I talked to all of them. And I said, hey, we have this thing called the internet, and it's going to be great. We're going to have collaboration. We're going to do this. We're going to make all this money. And you know what they all said? The internet, yeah, that's just kind of a fad, and we can't really make any money. We don't do deals like that. And I said, look, come to my office. We're up, we're running, we're profitable. No, we just don't really look at deals like that. I'm telling you, in a year from now, it's the only thing you're going to look at. And I'm going to give you a front row seat right now. And in a year from now, you and all of your partners and all your compadres in the industry, this is the only thing you're going to look at. I did that 1 day a week. I spent 4 days a week working it the old-fashioned way, one customer at a time, and going out there and growing. It was hand-to-hand combat. And those VCs, they sat back and they're like, look at this. And in 3.5 years, we became the largest privately held ISP in the region, and we never brought in $1 of venture capital. Now, it's changed a lot. It used to be just the VCs. We didn't have angel groups. We didn't have clubs. We didn't have global networks like this. And the market has changed significantly. And the market is about to change into a renaissance that you can't even imagine. I mean, I think on stage right now is a guy that says the best is yet to come. And we know that to be the case in technology. And I want to tie that back to Verizon, because as we built the company and we worked on it, every day, one brick at a time. And then we found a company out there that wanted to grow, because they were thinking about, who's thinking Verizon? That's my cell phone company. They're not a tech company. They're not a corporate investor. No. They very much are. Internet of Things, high-speed service. Get to know the guys in the telco space, because guess what? They know everybody, and they know what is going on in the future. And they're very approachable. So I thank Verizon. It's part of the story. It wasn't planned. I was just like, oh, Verizon, yeah, I can talk to that. So hey, with that, I want you guys to come up here, because we're going to present a plaque to Josh. Bring that plaque up wherever it is. I think one of you guys have got it. We put together a little plaque of recognition for the Global Capital Network and for Josh and the teams that are out here. Come up here, Josh. Come on up here. This is where the action is. These are the guys that are threading the needle out in the marketplace. Get to know them. They're all approachable. They're all good guys. Look at this. Here's the Verizon. I want a big thumbs up for the cameras. Turn your hands this way. There you go. There you go. There it is. So that's the big picture there. All right. One of these. All right. On. Very good. So Josh, we present you this plaque, and what we have on here is about 20 signatures from leaders in the community, like the Orange County Business Council and Octane and the Tech Coast Angels and Pasadena Angels. If I'd known you guys were going to be here today, Verizon, we would have put you on there, but we will check that big red check mark next time. All right. So with that, thank you for putting this on. The hard work you do, you have no idea how hard it is to do this kind of work. And Josh, we commend you. All right, you can stay on the stage now.
Thank you so much, guys. Actually been up for about 40 hours right now, so I do work pretty hard. I've been up since 6 a.m. yesterday. Anyways, the next company, I'm going to bring Water IQ to the stage, and I'm going to be presenting them with an award. So if I could get Lawrence Field to the stage, pretty please. There we go. Thank you, Lawrence. So Lawrence is going to explain water IQ, but essentially using sound waves and technology to help clean and purify water. So a lot of you know I'm super into impact, from my Deal Flow platform to global CONNECTpreneur presenters. I'm putting together like a $10 to $20 million impact fund. So when I see something that can change the world, I can just place my capital directly. I've been starting an impact awards segment of GCN, where we focus on giving awards in different categories. So for the clean tech category, I'm giving under the innovations with water purity, algae control through ultrasound frequency. I hereby give you the Global CONNECTpreneur Impact Award. Thank you, Lawrence. Can we get a round of applause for Lawrence? You're welcome. So now I'm going to let him dive into his technologies, but it captivated me. And I see it as a web of solutions that we can implement around the world. I like finding technologies and interesting things that can change the world, but what gets me excited is imagining multiplying that. So if I see a technology, I'm like, how can I put that in 50 locales or municipalities around the world? Once you find something that works, how do we just blow it up? How do we take it to Asia, United States, Canada, South America, just different stations everywhere. Once you find something that works, and I want to find all these technologies, a web of them, and do it. So anyways, I think yours is one of those that I want to take abroad. So anyways, Lawrence, thank you so much. Please explain to everyone what we got with Water IQ.
Thank you, Josh. Where do I be able to change the slides? Is that it?
Just a big green button.
Great. Well, thank you, Josh, for the invitation to present Water IQ Technologies today. My name is Lawrence Field. I'm the founder of Water IQ, founded it in December 2020. I have a background in ultrasonic technology and wastewater. And I'm here today after spine surgery 2 days ago in Phoenix. And so I am on self-admittedly painkillers, and was able to get here last night, but I would not miss this award for anything, even after spine surgery. So I was retired and living in Jackson Hole, and saw this device on a lake at a course called Shooting Star. And I asked our superintendent what it was, and he said that the pond had algae issues and that he was not able to use chemicals because the water on the golf course was flowing into the Snake River. And so he had to find a non-chemical solution, and he was very satisfied. Because I had a background in water and ultrasound, I was very intrigued. And so I quickly discovered there was a growing crisis of water bodies being impacted by nutrient pollution, which is caused by excess nitrogen and phosphorus. So this nutrient pollution makes its way to source reservoirs through runoff, with real estate developments growing, with agriculture and storm runoff. It winds up, the nutrient pollutions wind up in our water bodies, and it turns into harmful algae blooms. Harmful algae blooms are increasing worldwide, partly due to climate change, because climate change, the warmer the weather, the more harmful algae blooms thrive. Also, with increased emphasis on ESG, companies are really being held to be more compliant, to not use less toxic chemicals and look for more cleaner, sustainable solutions. So historically, these end users have used algicides to control their harmful algae issues and have created a $1 billion market opportunity. So treating algae with toxic chemicals is similar to having chemotherapy if you have cancer. It can kill the cancer, but it hurts your body's immune system. Similarly, chemicals hurt a water body's immune system. Harmful algae created large opportunities for us worldwide, as we have 50,000 drinking water utilities in the United States, 17,000 wastewater treatment plants, 1.5 million lakes and ponds that are managed by municipalities, HOAs, individuals, 35,000 golf courses worldwide, 60,000 irrigation ponds used for agriculture, 100,000 fish hatchery ponds. And we help solve many pain points for these customers, namely the end users need to get in compliance with EPA regulations. They have poor water quality, labor costs, and applying chemicals are getting costly, all the way to lower fish yields in the aquaculture market. So we have spent millions of dollars on perfecting this technology. How's it work? If you're an opera singer and you hit the right pitch at the right decibel, you can see the crystal start to vibrate and then shatter. In the same way, our device emits ultrasonic frequencies and causes the inside reproductive organism of an alga cell to vibrate and then shatter, sink, and then go to the bottom of the water body and decompose naturally. So we introduced a product last year that has 4,400 ultrasonic frequencies targeted to kill a number of not only blue-green algae, green algae, but also now we're able to impact red algae and golden algae. So our unit sits on a body of water, emits 4,400 frequencies, and it goes through a cycle, 4/10 on, 6/10 off, until it goes through the 4,400 frequencies. And then it starts all over again. It's automated, sits on the body of water, anchored, and it's powered by AC or DC power. So we have a product stack that not only includes our ultrasonic devices, but a whole suite of remote water quality monitoring systems. All of our products are made in Johnson City, Tennessee, where we have capacity of $25 million right now that we can make without any more CapEx. A picture is really worth 1,000 words. Is there a way I could have maybe just some water? Is Josh still here? Yeah, just a little water. I think it's the pain medications kicking in. Thank you. So this is what a body of water looks like. This is green algae. The pond owner didn't even know he had rocks in the bottom of his pond, but this is after 30 days with our device. And you can see our device on the bottom right picture out in the middle of the pond. So this is green algae. This is harmful blue-green algae. It's toxic. And so this is how it looks 30 days after our device gets in the water. We have a very large, I really appreciate it, large group of high-profile customers in our different Thank you. In the markets that we serve. So why would you use ultrasonic technology? One, it works. It cost effective, doesn't impact anything else in the environment except algae. And it is really, you talked about impact, Josh. This is the sustainable alternative to clean our water bodies. We have one competitor in Holland, LG Sonic. Suffice it to say, we're far superior. Their unit has 80 frequencies. We have 4,400, and we're more cost effective than they are. So we have a good business, but we have a couple of big opportunities. I'll go over one of them, then I'll talk about the deal. So in Ecuador, there is a $9 billion shrimp industry that millions of dollars are lost every year by harmful algae blooms killing shrimp as they're growing up. And we killed 92% of their cyanobacteria. They're no longer using chemicals. This company is owned by Cargill. And this is one of 27,000 ponds that the top 10 largest shrimp producers own in Ecuador. One pond for us is about a $10,000 opportunity. So it's a $270 million opportunity. Our dealer in Ecuador, a large engineering firm, feels like we're going to be able to capture 15% of that market, or $47 million. We have some other opportunities. I'm running short on time. I'll just kind of go to the end. We have a great team of scientists that are leaders in research in harmful algae blooms. We have a group of dealers worldwide that is expanding. We sell globally, a lot of happy customers. We're the official water technology for Audubon International. That's given us the really gold stamp of approval. So we're out offering, we raised over $10 million of common stock. Now we're offering 4.85 million of a Series A preferred. And we have 1.35 million raised. We have another 700,000 circled. So we have roughly $3 million available for a Series A preferred. Our revenue assumptions will be able to hit this year. We'll be profitable this year at the sort of $5 million of gross revenue. We have a $3 million sales backlog, and we'll be able to easily grow our top line, double it over each year over the next 3 years. And so the investment that is valued at sort of a $7 million post-money valuation, 2 and change pre-money valuation. We think that over the next 3 years will be worth upwards of, the company will be worth $100+ million, and it'll be a very attractive investment for the Series A investors. Thank you very much.
I came back. What happened while I was gone? There's a spine on the stage. I don't know what happened there.
That's my spine.
Is that your spine? Is that what happened to you? Did you lose your spine somehow? If you didn't hear me earlier, my name is Elias Serjan. I was the MedTech host for the earlier today. So I'm going to just give our current Master of Ceremonies a little break. So thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if we do have, no, we're over time, so we can't, any questions? So yeah. Oh, the next one I was told was Global Costa Maya. Oh, these guys are leaving? So what's the group? Which one? Bitech? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess we have a programming change. I'll roll with it. So if BiTech Technologies is going to come up, here's your opportunity. We will bring up, there's a couple, how many people are coming up for this? All right, so how many people are coming up? 2 of you? All right, let's make sure you get the microphones. And are we ready on deck here in the back for BiTech, whatever they have going? I think this is the microphone that's dead. So who do we have? We have Benjamin and Cole here. All right, take it away, Benjamin. Here you go.
Thank you.
Find another working mic. So they're going to put your timer on there, and then have a presentation. It's going to be on that. So you can hold that in your hand, and that's your.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Tran. I'm the CEO and chairman of BiTech Technologies, the advanced, innovative, renewable energy innovation for improving the stability of the grid and bringing the green economy to the United States and the world. I have the honor to introduce my partner here, Mr. Cole Johnson. He's a fluent from Texas. Few hours ago, and he here for an important meeting and also to come here and do a presentation. I am here to show you how to make money. So please enjoy my presentation. So BiTech Technology is a publicly traded company. We've been in business for almost 3 years, and we are trading under the ticker symbol BTTC. And the market cap is roughly about $16 million. So we call ourselves an IPP, that stands for Independent Power Provider of Renewable Energy. Recently, we did a merger with Richland Development. He was the CEO of Richland, based in Texas. Richland had a history of almost 20 years of experience in EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction for solar and energy storage. They used to run the team about 700 employees for about 18 years, but for the past 4 years, they changed the business model to renewable project development. And, you know, Richland spent millions of dollars into building the project. Today, we have about 23, or we have exactly 23 projects of renewable into the BESS. That stands for Battery Energy Storage System. And I'm going to have Cole Johnson talk a little bit about the nature of the business, how we make money, and how we balance the risk while making money together. Please.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
So the business combo with Ben and BiTech and BridgeLink that recently occurred really brought to life the end.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's this one? Sorry. I was probably talking loud enough anyways. But so it really brought to life the end user and the technology piece, and really how BiTech fits together is really bringing the innovative piece to the IPP world. And we're currently working with multiple groups, partners for JV opportunities, capital bringing it in. We're set up to where we need limited money at the top co, and then really at the project level, we'll have quite a bit of capital ready to go out. So we look forward to kind of partnering with these groups, whether it's a technology group or it's a capital group for the uplisting of our group, of our company, and really going forward with the business model. Like Ben said, we have over 23 projects, right at 2 gigawatts of power that we're looking to bring online. We did sell a portion of our solar assets at the beginning of the year that's going to bring right around $20 million in the next 12 months. We'll get the first tranche of that capital, or we received the first tranche of that capital already, and we'll get a big portion at the end of the year. So, Ben, do you want to jump up?
Thank you. So You probably have done some research, and hopefully you have done some research about the industry today. BESS, that stands for Battery Energy Storage System, is one of the most exciting and fastest growing sector in the whole renewable energy industry. You can see Texas, there's so many days, hot, humid, winter time is very cold. So the business model is very simple. I'm going to straight to the business model. You see our core business model. So if you can see the map over here, you see the very light blue color and it change from green to blue. That's where we buy the energy between 2 cents to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. And we store it in the BESS or BSS. And during the peak hour, between 3 to 5 p.m. or 7 p.m., we sell at high price from 10 cents to someday over $1.50, $2 per kilowatt hour, and we make the delta. And that is sustainable operating assets. The lithium-ion battery that we purchase to put into our fuel can last between 15 to 20 years. It depends on how we use it. So with that kind of business model, we call ourselves operating assets, renewable energy. We store in the BESS again, and we provide connect to the rig, and we provide the rig a method to remain stable and resilient, keeping the rig balance. And that's how the business model works. You can see over here in Texas, the duck curve, you can see at certain hours, the energy level very high. And, between 3:30 to 7 p.m. And that's how we make a lot of money. So in the year, that's about 365 days, about 6 months that there will be extreme weather, either it's too hot or too cold. And we should take the delta through the operation of the BESS. And we really need only about 30 days of extreme weather where we can make between $1 to $2 per kilowatt hour and make a lot of money for the whole year. So let me tell you a little bit about the history of BioTech. Not too long ago, we started as a very early stage technology-driven company, but we went public, and then we identified a company like Bridgeland through the introduction of a friend, and we decided to work together. It took us 8 months to do the due diligence on Bridgeland. It took us 8 months to negotiate, and finally we merged. And today we have an assets of approximately about $150 million based on the evaluation from a very reputable investment bank. With that, based on the evaluation of the net present value, only on the first projection of the first project, 100 meg, would run for 4 hours. So we call 400 megawatt hour project. And with that kind of valuation alone, it's already had a valuation of $325 million as a net present value. And that make a difference. And remember, we had 23 projects totaling 2 gigawatts of power. So you can imagine how strong we grow. So we are in the process of uplisting to NASDAQ. And in fact, we're going to be filing the S1 or prospectus to the SEC anytime. And we expect that the company is going to be public sometime by the end of this summer. With that, we expect the company had a bigger valuation as compared of today, market cap of roughly about $60 million. So that is the point I want to tell you how to make money. We have a lot of interest of investment fund that want to come to invest in a lot of our projects. It's because it's very simple. When investors invest in a company, they only need to ask you 4 questions. Question number 1, does this company have enough experience to run the project, to operate in the projects, and make it happen? The answer is yes. We have Bristol team here. They have almost 20 years of experience in the field, starting with solar installation. Their revenue is, if you don't mind, I can disclose, it's a private company running about over $100 million in revenue a year. And that's the strength of this team right here. The second question the investor gonna ask is this a safe investment? And the answer gonna be yes. It's because 85% of the cost of the projects is based on the equipment, the battery. And it's safe because, people can collateralize on the equipment, which is the best. The third question is, when do we get the money back? According to the projection, we should get approximately forecasted about 24% of return investment. So it's roughly about 4 years to get the money back. And the last question when investor asks is, after we get the money back, how long do we continue to get more capital into our pocket? The answer is gonna last between 15 to 20 years because a lithium battery will last that long. So investor realize this is the fact. And based on the last 4 years of the industry, that's why when this company grow, you will see the share of the company will continue to go along with the business model and the operation and the sustainable operating assets. I'm running out of time right here, so we don't have a lot of time to go over all of the projection, but this is roughly tell you how the cash flow is. I know everyone is interested in the financial data. This is example of the forecast of the very first project called the Redbird base. It's about 30 minutes away from Houston, Texas. And the good thing is we had the IDC, which is 50% of the total CapEx. With the IDC, the US government give us up to 50%. It's because the base is 30% and we get additional 10% for a project in the renewable energy community, and another 10% if the project using the domestic product, which we will apply into our project. And you can see the IDC is 50%, and we got the tax equity partner who will put in 90 or 95 cents on the dollar to fund us on the day that we actually have a commercial operation day. And that's the beauty of the project and the beauty of the business model. So we had some team here, and if you're interested, I'm running out of time. If you're interested, you can go to biotech.tech, and there's a lot of information for you to read. Thank you so much for your attention, and hope you enjoy the evening.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you so much. So just to be clear, if because I don't think I hear you're leaving, so just bitech.tech. So bitech.tech if they want to find more information. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we have here? I'll take that. Do we have right now? We are looking for Global Costa Maya. Are you here in the room? Okay. This one looks interesting. I've been to Costa Maya. I've had the privilege of being in that part of Mexico. So we're going to hear briefly from that team. So if we on deck can get ready and take it away, gentlemen, from Global Costa Maya. Here you go.
Residences Global is the most luxurious housing complex, comfort and sophistication, located in Costa Maya and Los Cabos, with an exceptional architecture built in a secured location with high security measures, with an amazing private blue beach, white and golden sand, beach club, and a commercial area that offers a varied range of services and amenities. Clubhouse, spa, restaurants, etc. Welcome to Global Residential, your perfect life by the sea. I'm very excited to be able to introduce you to this house. So elegant, so smart, a home inspired by the sea. Live in this amazing paradise, an exclusive residential complex with private beach. Your perfect life by the sea, your dream come true located in paradise. For more information about our project, I invite you to visit our website and follow us on social media.
Can you please put the PDF on the screen? Can you put the presentation, please, though?
Okay, good. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Gonzalo Balcázar, soy el CEO de la empresa. Tenemos un proyecto residencial de 1,500 viviendas y residencias de lujo en el Mar Caribe en México y en Los Cabos.
So we're here from Grupo Global. This is Gonzalo Balcázar. He's the CEO of the company, and we're selling 1,500 luxury residences in the Caribbean Ocean.
El primer proyecto que tenemos es para inversionistas, para personas que quieren un alto rendimiento y una tasa de interés. Es el proyecto único con beachfront en México actualmente en el Mar Caribe.
So this is in this area, it's the only project with beachfront, with a private beach club. And right now we're looking for investors that want to take early bird offers.
Costa Maya es el nuevo Cancún, es el nuevo Tulum y pensamos que las propiedades se van a estar revalorizando mucho. Tenemos Tren Maya de alta velocidad, tenemos un nuevo aeropuerto en Tulum y tenemos el muelle de cruceros más grande en el Caribe, en tierra.
So with this project, we follow in the footsteps of Tulum, and we hope for similar growth. The catalyzers for that growth are the new Tulum International Airport and the Maya train, which are large infrastructure projects, which are being finalized right now and which are close to the project.
Como les comentaba, tenemos un aeropuerto privado, un aeródromo, somos vecinos del muelle de cruceros y tenemos estación intermodal del Tren Maya.
So as you can see, everything is close to the Maya train station and as well to a private airport, which is around like a minute from the project.
Este proyecto es el único que tiene beachfront y creo que es el lugar más hermoso de este planeta.
I think it is one of the most prettiest beaches in that area, and the only project which has a private beach access, which is only for residents of the project.
Empezamos este proyecto en enero la venta y ahora estamos a 6 meses y hemos vendido más de 100 unidades y creemos que en un año, año y medio vamos a tener vamos a tener la venta completa.
The kickoff of the project was in January, and up to now, 100 units were sold, and we hope to sell out the project in the following 1.5 years.
El proyecto estamos construyendo actualmente el beachfront, que es oficinas, centro de negocios, y esta es la primera etapa que va a estar lista el hotel también en diciembre, y cada año vamos a concluir una etapa de las que están ahí separadas.
So the first 2 hotels as well as the beach club are under construction right now, and they're scheduled to finish in December.
Esta es la primera etapa que ya empezó a construirse.
Here you can see the first stage of the development and the lots.
Esta es la entrada principal.
You can see the main entrance.
Este es el hotel que estamos construyendo actualmente. Tiene Beach Club, tiene para recibir a todos los posibles compradores, a las personas inversionistas y que estén de vacaciones una semana con nosotros, un día, para que ellos se relajen y en el Business Center hagan negocios con nosotros.
Here you can see the first two finished hotels as well as the beach club, which is finished, and any purchase comes with 2 weeks of free vacation for you and your family.
Esta es nuestra maravillosa playa.
Here you can see the beach as of right now.
Estos son los modelos de casa. Tenemos 16 modelos y tenemos desde una recámara hasta 6 recámaras, desde $150,000 hasta $650,000 a un 15% de anticipo y 48 meses de pagos.
This is one of the 60 models of houses that we offer. The prices range from $300,000 to $600,000, and there is 1 to 6 bedrooms available. Everything is owner financed, and the term is 48 months to pay the entire building.
Tenemos 16 modelos y en nuestra página web están descritos videos, fotografías, precios, renders y planos de todos nuestros modelos.
Here, the same things you can find on the website. Here you can find like all the houses, all the different types with the prices and with all the information that you need.
Nuestra página está en 6 idiomas y tenemos representantes en 30 países.
The webpage is in 7 languages, and we got sales reps in 30 different countries.
Esos son todos los lugares cercanos a nuestro proyecto.
You can see the places that are close to the project, the important touristical attractions, as well as the infrastructure that is relevant.
Este es el Beach Club que estamos construyendo en este momento.
Here you can see the beach club, which is under construction right now.
Este es la Casa Club.
This is the clubhouse.
Este es el parque cultural que estamos empezando a construir el año que viene.
Here you can see a part of the cultural park which will be adjacent to the hotel.
Este es el muelle de cruceros Costa Maya. Es vecino nuestro.
This is our neighbor at the project. It's the Costa Maya Cruise Port.
Ese es el aeropuerto nuevo que es para nosotros, que es el Aeropuerto Internacional de Tulum.
The new Tulum International Airport.
Y este es el Tren Maya, es la obra más cara en toda la historia de México. Costó 500,000 millones y es la única, el tren en todo el país de alta velocidad.
This is the Maya train, which is the largest infrastructure project in the history of Mexico, which stops by 25 minutes from the project, and the Mexican government so far has invested more than $500 million into the project.
Okay, queremos hacer viviendas de alto desempeño, de alto lujo y que la gente viva cómoda, gente como ustedes de Estados Unidos, y creemos que las inversiones en bienes raíces siempre van a ir creciendo y creciendo.
We are offering high-end luxury residences, and we think that investments in such assets will always hold its value.
Es el último pedacito de Mar Caribe con beachfront y creemos que nuestro proyecto es único. Creemos que es una buena oportunidad de inversión y lo más importante es que quien está desarrollando este proyecto es el Banco Inmobiliario Mexicano, especialista en fideicomisos de vivienda.
It is the last project that can be done with that amount of beach, and everything is done with the help in accordance with the Mexican Real Estate Bank, which is the largest trust bank in Mexico for transactions like that.
Todos los documentos, todos los pueden ver en nuestra página web y tenemos un call center y queremos decirles que nos gustaría mucho que nos visitaran a partir de diciembre. Ahora estamos en época de construcción, pero creemos que va a estar el lugar perfecto en diciembre y pueden visitarlo desde ahora y son bienvenidos a nuestro proyecto.
You're welcome to visit as of December, and we hope that you all visit the website and you look at all the information that we have for you there.
Ahora por último vamos a proyectar un video de 1 minuto solamente.
Yeah,
y
you have,
listo.
video? Yeah, you have time for questions if you want to.
If you could, please put the video though.
Start a new life by the sea. Move on to the best chapter of your life Enjoy one of the most incredible places on this planet. Gobal Costa Maya and Gobal Los Cabos, a world-class residential development. Elegant luxury residences for an exceptional lifestyle. Guarantee of quality investments and high added value. Our amenities are unique. Spa, sports areas, gym, beach club, marina, business center, hotels, cafes, restaurants, and everything you need to get unforgettable experience. 24-hour CCTV system and high security measures. The architecture of our residences is inspired by the environments of European resorts. 16 different models and sizes of residences for all needs. A luxury in the middle of the sea. With Gobal Assistance Service, you can book services such as golf, diving, yacht tour, excursions, restaurants. There are clinics, hospitals, school, airport, marina close to the residential complex. Transfer services by minivan, plane, or helicopter to the closest international airport. We are a trust of the Mexican Real Estate Bank. This is the safest way to invest. Follow us on social media. Request information via WhatsApp.
Thank you so much, California.
Oh, thank you. Wow. All right. I guess we're out of time for questions, but that was very impressive. I'm sold. I'm looking into this. This was great. So give them a round of applause. That was phenomenal. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, and I actually, just as a quick anecdote, they showed that port in Costa Maya. I actually worked in the cruise industry, and I can vouch for how beautiful those beaches are. They're absolutely stunning. So looks like a very interesting project. I'm going to investigate that myself. So it looks and 200 acres. Did I read that right? That's massive. Wow, so it's like you're building a town, basically. Wow, phenomenal. Okay, well, thank you for coming. That was very interesting. So thank you. All right, so I think next up we have Sustainable for Life. Is Richard Scott here? All right, so next up we are going to have Richard Scott, and please come on up here. All right, so Richard, you are, sorry, I'm filling in here. So you're going to talk about, if we have that ready, innovative engineering, clear tech, energy, sustainability for impact. Pardon? Okay. So who is this? So Richard Scott, there's somebody else going instead? Okay. Okay, I guess somebody else is coming up. Who is this that's coming up next? Okay. Sorry, Richard. I guess somebody else. We'll have you right after, okay? Okay. All right, I saw that one coming up. The cultivating, is that person here? Clone cultivators? That's you. Come on over here. What are you cloning? What are you cloning and what are you cultivating? We're going to find out. All right, here you go, Doug. Take it over.
Thank you. Good evening. Doug Shea, one of the executives for Clone Cultivators. Going to bring it back to the States. Oklahoma is where the operations are. So hemp, cannabis obviously has been, legalized in several states. We're not dealing with cannabis as far as marijuana. We're dealing strictly with hemp plants, which is growing. The worldwide demand for hemp is pretty impressive. It's being used for, there's so many different genetic strains that are being used for clothing, biodegradable utensils. I mean, it goes on, jeans, you name it. But our operation is in Oklahoma. Our focus is to, and this is a 506C, by the way, so this is a SEC Reg D offering. So our focus is to cultivate and distribute high quality hemp clones. And the partner we have is a guy named Gary Bell. He's been doing this for 6 years. He has a 20 greenhouse farm right now that he's been averaging about $2.8 million in a year. So he's been doing pretty good. And all we're simply doing is partnering with Gary and taking that from 20 to 80. Okay. So the greenhouses are, the infrastructure is there. It's just simply getting the money in to ramp up and make the improvements and let him do what he does. So Clone Cultivators Fund 1 LLC is what the actual investment vehicle is. Advanced practices, general terms, but if you ask every one of them, what do you do to make your clones, better? They're not going to tell you, but they're there to, he and his farm hands are there working hard every day to generate a great product that he has a great market for. So that's the name of the game. Genetic selection, that's key. They're always working hard, and the expansion into 80 greenhouses is really going to kind of get his brain going on all the different varieties of genetic varieties to be able to be part of his resource. And sustainable cultivation, he tries to do everything he can to, make sure he's being environmentally friendly. They're not on city water. They actually have lakes right there that they get their water from, and that's key because you don't have the chemicals that typically is involved in your chlorines or whatever it may be in your water. The licensing is through the state of Oklahoma. It's a hemp license, not a cannabis license. And so they're pretty strict too. So they come and they test, they come and go to the various farms throughout the state and make sure they're not growing stuff they're not supposed to grow. So the goals, again, so this is the actual farm, and you can see on the top, those two bodies of water. So we have plenty of water. Greenhouses on the right, greenhouses on the left. That's not all of them, but so we'll have 80 in our new expansion. There's living quarters there. I mean, it's a fully functional farm. Broaden the genetic library, as I was mentioning a minute ago. It's really just to, get as broad as they possibly can to increase their market. Boost plant health and yield. And so the plants that we're talking about here are just, 2 foot tall, so we're not into anything that's already flowered. These are all just little clones that we're selling. Then they take the buyers take them, they grow them up, use them for whatever they want as far as what their goal is. So our R&D pretty much covered that. So the investment opportunity is $2.6 million. It's really 20 shares at, 130,000 a piece. Kind of a use of funds example, all the way down. But if you look to the right, so the picture there is showing really the plant size that we're dealing with. So we're not, we're nothing big, nothing tall, just nice and small, easy to ship, and very valuable. So here's financial projections are based on his 20 acre farm. Okay. So he averaged about 2.8 million. So we're just essentially taking that times 4, because that's a good number. Prior to us doing this, he's, reach out to his suppliers to make sure that they can handle what 80 greenhouses would bring. And the answer is absolutely. He has a pretty good sized international business that is taking up a lot of the plants. But of the investment, you can see on the Q3, Q4 column down at the bottom, there's 1.9 that he projects will go back to the partners by the end of the first quarter of 25. Okay, so his goal is to get the money, get the greenhouses up and going, but 75% of the revenue is going to be dedicated to the investors until they get 100% payout. So 1.9 of the 2.6 goes back by the end of the first quarter of 25. And then the other 700,000 will probably be mid-year of 26. or mid-year 25, excuse me. So at the end of the day, the partners get their capital back, and then they're going to be paid not a coupon, but the distribution will be about a 50% share of the total investment. So 1.3 million of the 1.6. So it's a good, fair number. The gross revenues, you can see it's about 11.5. And so it comes down to a net of just over 7 million on 80 greenhouses and a 1.3 million distribution to the partners on an annual basis. If he decides to sell, it would have to be after 5 years. If he decided to take any debt, it would have to be after 5 years. So we have that agreement with him. We want to be partners with him, build this. You know, the next step we believe is probably going indoors and having a much larger operation. But we believe we can, you know, provide a investment vehicle for the partners that is in a proven area for him. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's been doing it. We're just taking it to the next level and be able to provide a good opportunity for people. Conclusion, you know, Gary's a visionary. We actually met him through the oil and gas industry. He's a frac sand salesman, you know, so he's been doing that for 15 years, but he also is a pretty accomplished farmer, and he's taken 2 businesses public. And so he's not a dumb farmer. He's a pretty smart guy, but he does this for fun, and he knows how to do it. He's got a great market, great customers for his products, and he just wants to get it to the next level to where we can have a good variety of strains to sell across the world, in the U.S. And outside of that, that kind of exactly what we're doing. So it is a 506C, and if you have any questions for me, you can talk to me here, or I've got a booth next door.
Any questions for Clone Cultivators Fund? The cannabis industry is worth $50 billion by next year. $50 billion, the cannabis industry. 50 billions in the next couple of years. And with the rescheduling that we are facing, a lot of the boundaries from federal are going to be gone. So this is a great opportunity to invest. Great. We welcome our next presenting company, Sustainable for Life. Richard Scott, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you here, sharing with us your investment opportunity.
I want to thank everyone for giving me the time and the opportunity to take you into what I call the future. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry. Thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to present the future in water, electricity, and food. Name of the company is Sustainable for Life. It's been around for 10 years. I've been in the business 15 years, and I had a yearning inside of me to help people, to repair the world, and to make it a better place for us to live in.
He's coming. If you want to start.
No, I can go and start. Like I said, the way we started this, we wanted to come up with a beautiful name, Sustainable for Life. And that's exactly what we're doing. We started Sustainable for Life with the idea that we could feed people who never had organic food. We could give them food for free. We could create water, electricity, and everything that the world needs. And how we started this was we decided to build everything by playing a game, stay on the boards. And by doing that, we built the first sustainable system in existence. It's built around a 20-acre dome, and that dome is completely computerized. And because of that, we built it by deciding what we need first, tons of electricity. And where would we get that electricity? Well, we found the generator that was just as unique as the name. This generator runs off of 98% pure oxygen. And by doing that, it has zero emission negative footprint. And when it fires up, it creates a carbon dioxide. And that carbon dioxide is taken to AI and is put in a place where it's converted to liquid CO2. Now for that 20-acre dome, we now have the electricity that we need, and now we go from there. But when the dome creates electricity, it needs a lot of components to do that. So when it takes the oxygen, which goes to 17 tons of oxygen a day, it creates a carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide is then turned into a liquid CO2. So now we have the CO2 that the dome needs, and this unique generator also needs CO2. And by giving it to CO2, it pushes the turbine. When that happens, we're creating enough electricity for 250,000 homes, 160 megawatts of electricity. Now we have the electricity that that dome needs. But because yeah, it's not gonna go. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good one. Okay. But once we have the electricity that we need, once we have the CO2, now the dome has CO2 and it also has electricity. So from there, we take that and we go back to the generator. The generator is running off of 98% pure oxygen, and it goes through 17 tons of oxygen a day. And by doing this, it entitles us to get 90,000 gallons of water every day from that generator that's giving us 109 megawatts of electricity. Now we take that and we realize that we're onto something that is working perfectly. So because it's going through that 90,000 gallons of water that it gives us, we take that water and send it through a water decel that's different from all the other water decels. In the way that most water decel, it gives us the water, but we're so excited about it, we don't realize what it's leaving behind, a brown sludge that they're throwing back in the ocean. Well, this water decel thinks and realizes ocean doesn't want it. So instead of doing that, it brings the water to a temperature and it separates. And now it's giving us drinking water and it's giving us tons of sea salt. But we take that water and we do one other thing with it. We clean it, reprogram it, and then we pump tons of oxygen in that water. So now we don't have just drinking water, we have highly oxygenated water, which is good for the plants, good for the humans, and good for the person. So now we have water, we have CO2, and we have electricity in that dome. Now, the only thing at this point that we're missing is the sun. But remember, we can't step off, so we create our own sun. But a company that's creating what we call a light of life. And what that light does is exactly the same thing the sun does. The only difference in this light, it puts off no heat. And because it's doing that, we can leave the light on in the dome 24 hours a day, which enables the 20-acre dome to give us roughly enough food to feed 16,000 people a balanced meal every day. So now that dome is doing exactly what it should be doing. So you asked us, and we're going to pause for a minute and say, how do we do all this? What gives us the ability to create a complete sustainable system, which only overhead it has is people? What we created by this system that we have here, what we call an infinity. Once you turn it on, it runs forever. It's an aquaponic greenhouse, anaerobic digester, water decel, algae bioreactor, a generator, an ASU unit, and an arc generator. So now we'll start with the greenhouse and what that greenhouse will do for us. That greenhouse will get the water from the water decel. It will get the heat from the generator, the electricity from the generator. It will have organic fish and vegetables that will go to the market and create a revenue. It also will have an organic waste that will go to an anaerobic digester. That anaerobic digester will take the waste and will turn that waste into an organic fertilizer that will go to the market. so that we have another form of income. Then we take the water desal, which we designed that will separate water, give us water, also give us all types of sea salt. This water desal is different in the way that it can take any water and turn it into drinking water. So we don't care where we get it from, we can still give it, and the earth, the people, and our produce a good drinking water with oxygen in it. The algae bioreactor is my favorite because I like hot rod cars. This algae bioreactor has the ability that we change the DNA in it. And when we do that and that algae goes to a press, it creates an organic fuel that will run your car and your truck. So now we become our own fuel company. The generator is a unique generator that we spoke of. It's a closed loop generator that runs off of what I was speaking of, pure oxygen. But the beauty of this generator is that it's zero emission negative footprint. And by doing that, it makes the whole platform that, which enables us to get carbon credits. The ASU unit is the next unit that California only has one of. But what this system does, it gives us the ability to give away all the food, because this system will give us liquid nitrogen, liquid argon gas, liquid syngas, liquid nitrogen, and liquid hydrogen, all of the highly needed gases that there is. So all these gases will be sold so that we can help people who can't afford organic food. They can come and we can give them whatever they want. And the last is the arc generator. This was my favorite part because during the pandemic, one of the problems I noticed that they had was a waste problem. Waste that they didn't know what to do with because it was contaminated. It had all types of diseases in it. Well, this system right here has the ability to take care of not only a nasty waste, but it can take care of Tesla batteries, solar panels, anything on the earth that has a carbon background. You don't have to separate it. It goes straight through it. It turns it into pure energy. It also gives us tons of syngas, which the generator needs to spark of. But the beauty of this arc generator is in third world countries where they're walking in mud and dirt every day. This generator byproduct will be a gravel that we can pave all the roads that needed to be paved in third world countries. We can let them walk on pavement instead of dirt or have floods when rain comes. The challenge that we face, we no longer face it because we figured everything out and we've gotten past all these bugs. We did our branding, we did our tactics, and we did our budget and timing. Who do we do this for? We do it for everyone, everyday people who need organic food right now and clean water. Secondary, we do it for farmers who need organic fertilizer that we will help them with. And community, in each platform that we set in a community, the platform alone will create 1,000 jobs. It's not going forward. As we were saying, I'm catching up with myself now about COVID. COVID was a bad thing, but in a way it was a good thing. We lost a lot of friends, we lost a lot of family members, but we were strong enough to come through it on the other side and be a better person. And thanks to Sustainable for Life, we're helping them do that. Why do we do it? We want to leave a legacy behind, a world legacy of how many people we have been able to feed, create a quality life, and an environment impact. On kickoff time, we were a little behind, but I know right now this year we will kick off and we will start building a new future for the world. Our mission statement is to heal the world, to heal the environment, to make it a better place for us to live, to give us the ability to do what I feel should have been done years ago, help the earth. Because that indeed, at the end of the day, is our home. And if we keep doing that, our home will be here forever for us and will give us a better place. our intentions. We cannot depend purely upon donations to build the capital needed to put in action in things to heal this, that we can heal. We know finances is available through good jobs done, yet the passion of investments in our panel welfare lacking. We want to help people in a way that, in my heart, I believe we're going all the way back to where our great families were. We're giving them something that they never had before, sustainability. We will prove, with proven urban essentials, we will be able to do what we need to do. Right out of time. So what I want to tell you with my last minute is that sustainable for life will be the future of everyone now. We'll be able to, for once and all, control our future for electricity, water, jobs, and everything that this planet and peoples need. And thank you very much for your time.
Amazing. Thank you, Richard. Questions?
Yeah, question, please.
So Richard, you said you're gonna work on the water without heat. So is it like more of like an infrared versus like a laser or something that would, have heat?
The generator, we found out that through vibrations, you can heat water. So if we take it through the vibration, we can bring the water. We also know that water is alive and we don't realize it. But if we bring it to a certain temperature, we can reprogram that water and make the water think it came from the ice cap, so it has no smell.
Okay. So it is so you said, so it is heating. It's just not heating to like a point where it's going to boil or something in
Correct.
state.
Exactly.
Okay. And then you had a slide that said sustainable versus sustainability, I think, or
Yeah.
can you explain that?
Self-sustainability. That's what we was referring to with that slide is sustainable is the fact that it runs off of itself. But sustainability, we want to take it to a level that it not only runs off itself, but it's sustaining people, it's sustaining this world.
Okay. And do you have a picture in the slide that you can show everyone? I've seen it after talking to Richard, and I'm not sure if you guys have been to his booth today. There's a big engineering picture. He has a lot of terms in here and desal and other things. What's that? Okay.
It didn't come. But we have it at our booth outside if you want to see it.
But basically, even though these concepts are very abstract, it seems, and again, it's not just the room. We have two different live streams going on right now. It's like a whole plant. You have to kind of see what he's built, but it's multiple machines kind of feeding into each other to tackle these different complex problems. So I wage you guys to check it out. I believe it's also on Global Deal Flow, our Deal Flow platform. It's going to be listed under impact and under Global Cap Network presenters. But you still have that graphic over your booth?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's in the booth against this wall, actually right against this wall right here. So I, caution you guys as you are hanging out tonight to also go in that room and check out what he's built. If you're into impact, I am. So, I mean, I think what he said is something I vibrate with myself. It's just, it's change the world and make money at the same time. I don't think we're going to necessarily get to where we need to by doing things for free or giving away free shoes or free meals. I think we have to build business models that help and make money at the same time. So it's a win-win consistently for shareholders, for everyone else. So anyways, I just wanted to bring that up, that to kind of paint a picture a little bit of what he's talking about. It is like a warehouse factory with different machines connected. So there's a technical aspect to it. So even though, again, it was abstract, he's a brilliant mind. I've talked to him about the interworkings of it. So it's not just an idea. He knows what machines he needs and equipment
Thank you very much.
to execute.
So please come out to the booth so I can show you more and answer more questions. Thank you
Thank
very
you, Richard.
much.
Thank you, Richard. That was Sustainable for Life, Clean Tech, Energy, and Sustainability Solutions for Impact. Our next company presenting tonight is TL Tedford Enterprises. Are you guys here? Terry Tedford. Well, while Terry join us, we are going to present a panel right now? Are you guys ready? Yeah, we can go ahead with Esplanet. Are you guys here, Esplanet? Morali? Thank you. Okay, excellent. Coming next is a panel. Okay. Okay.
We have Jason Ma, CEO of 3IQ. He's going to introduce, oh, EQ, apologize. Also, Eric Escobar, who on behalf of SecureWorks and Dell goes around the country, talks about security issues, top security guy. We have Gregory Hake as well, former Navy SEAL, right? Former Navy SEAL, who's also gone through a multi-billion-dollar exit in a healthcare company. And we have Nate Lattimore of Invitamate, operates one of the largest investor databases of anyone I've talked to, doing some really cool stuff. Hey, I'm gonna let each of them talk about themselves. We're gonna have you guys sit on the panel here. I just wanted to give a brief intro while you guys are getting on stage here. And Jason Ma is the moderator, who's coming from Silicon Valley. Let's give them all a round of applause. They've all come in from different distances as experts in their field.
All right, finally, the hacker is here. All right, so that's important. You know what? You know what? I will sit with you. How's that? I'm sorry? I know, nice and cozy. He wants to be next to me. So, all right, let's bring him. Why don't you guys share that mic?
This is our mic.
Right. All right, so we got 12, 15 minutes. I guess, we will
sit on a bed of lies.
Yeah, this panel is supposed to be like around 6 o'clock, but I guess it's important for us to gather all the esteemed panelists in one shot so that you guys could enjoy them. All right. So like what Josh has mentioned, we have a top-rated hacker on a panel, and we have a digital marketing expert, and we also have a former Navy SEAL who is also a successful businessman. And I guess what I'm going to do is that each one of us is going to present in 1 or maybe 90 seconds, 1.5 minutes maximum, who we are, what's important to us, what are we doing today, and I'm going to have one question for all of you. And that is, what's the greatest takeaway that you would love the audience to have before they go to dinner or something like that tonight? How sounds good? Okay,
Good.
so I'm gonna stand and talk. How's that? So who I am is that, thank you, Josh. I guess go Bears, former Cal alum. I'm just here to support him, roll with him. And my name is Jason Ma. I'm the 3EQ CEO of 3EQ. I've been in tech business for 40 years, and I'm building another super crazy, exciting tech company and run my family business 3EQ. My tech company, super briefly, is that we are disrupting something huge in a three-sided marketplace of adult consumers, advertising brands, and also distribution partners. That includes the $700 billion digital advertising space. So we're doing something very disruptive. That's my tech company, and God willing, the thing's going to be huge. My family business, 3EQ, THREEEQ, I'm very big on mentoring and coaching one-on-one, especially the high achievers, from high school kids, college kids, millennials, all the way up to middle-aged CEOs. So they come to me, they know me or refer to me, watch me speak, read my Forbes articles, read part of my book, Young Leaders 3.0. And what I do, I joke around, is that I make people very dangerous in a very good way. So help you clarify and identify and prepare real well what your key goals should be in your life stage, right? Because each one of us got different life stage goals. and help you maximize achieving the greatest results possible. But at the same time, raise what I call your long-term success and well-being arc. And I have a methodology and mentor framework to do so. Along the way, I wrote a book, I wrote for Forbes, I get invited to speak in all sorts of family office, investor, CEO summits. I'm very, very grateful. And I get to talk about preparing next gen for success, talk about investing. In fact, I spoke in the Microsoft Silicon Valley headquarters last Monday and Tuesday, 2 separate conferences about future of education, mental health, and also about how AI is impacting venture investing. That was so much fun, so much fun. But here I am supporting Josh right here today. I'll keep that for now. So I'm gonna swing over to you. Take it over. Okay, how about go like this? Spend about 90 seconds, talk about who you are, what's important to you.
All right, how's everybody doing? Thank you, Jason. So my name's Nate Latimer. I've been in big data since I was 20 years old. I'm 41 now, so I've been doing this for quite a minute. And really what sets us apart in our world, my company's Invatimate, which is a weird name. I know, I get that. Means innovate and automate. We have reached to a massive sea of known investors that we flag as we source data. As consumers buy products online, subscribe to services, book trips. We monitor that activity, we flag the investors, and we can filter them by income, net worth, home value. Like if they have exotic cars, so a lot of wealth indicators. If they have a yacht that's over 100 feet. That's what we do, and we just play matchmaker from there and leverage technology by tying that data to tech so that relevant investor eyeballs end up on your offering page, and we help you move the needle faster so that you raise capital that you're seeking faster. So basically just playing Cupid.
All right, Eric. I have the coolest job in the world. I'm a hacker. I work for a subsidiary of Dell, and the whole end game for us is companies ask, hey, do you think we're secure? Can you see if we're secure? And at the end of the day, we test them, we find their holes, we find their vulnerabilities, we break in, we commit, that's one of my coworkers taking a picture right there. We commit probably several thousand felonies on any given day-to-day basis if we didn't have permission to do what we do. And yeah, it's the best job in the world. We're breaking anything from healthcare, military, aircraft to, medical robots, like what other cool things, car dealerships, you name it, we pick it. We're an equal opportunity hacker. And our whole name of the game is we use the services that we break into, and we want to make sure that everybody's safe and secure. And my takeaway from all of this is change your password and use multi-factor authentication. And if you need a copy of your room key, we have badge readers over there. We can make you a copy of your room key. That's it.
Love it.
Hi, my name's Greg Keiki. I did 22 years in the teams, and then I got out and was luckily picked up by a biopharma startup out of Connecticut. I don't know where our New Haven guy is, but I've spent a lot of time at Sally's, which is delicious, and helped take that company from 62 people to 1,200 in 8 months. We went public, and then it got bought by Pfizer for 11.5 billion, and then I got fired from them, which was great, and I rebooted my consulting business again, and so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. It's a growth accelerator for human capital, really, with a late seed and Series A startups, or small to medium-sized businesses, and that's kind of what I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Since we have a very limited time, we have about 12 minutes here, but pretend, gentlemen, okay, so Greg, Eric, and Nate, pretend that you're debating against Trump and Biden right now. No, just kidding. So what would be...
I need more than 12 minutes.
I could do it in one.
Right. So what would be one takeaway, practical takeaway, pragmatic takeaway, based on your expertise, your passion? Okay, you have up to 2 minutes to tell the audience. What would you like them to take away based on your expertise and your passion? Start with Greg first.
Oh, yeah, sure. I won't need 2 minutes, but I mean, human interactions are going to become more critical. You're going to have fewer of them, and the skill of communication and conflict resolution in person is perishing across the workforce. So you really, really need to, as leaders, which I'm assuming most people in here are watching need to invest in mentoring and leading by example within that space. It's going to be even more critical to engage with people on a meaningful level.
Things 1, 2, and 3 are change your password, change your password, change your password. So we have access to a large database of leaked passwords, and that's the #1 way. Hey, I saw that. That's the also, good luck. What are you going to do with this? I could track you with it, do bad things to you. Like, this is worse if you have it than anything. We have a database of a lot of passwords. My guess is Nate has probably dozens of passwords in there, so he should watch himself. That all being said, multi-factor for when your passwords fail. But in reality, the companies that we test, if they all had multi-factor, if they all had different and unique passwords, if they used passphrases that are 15 characters or more, it would make my job significantly more difficult to try and compromise these companies. And we compromise companies all the way from Fortune 10 down to your mom and pop, restaurant. Everybody needs it, from compliance, or, I mean, you've seen hackers on the internet. They do not discriminate. You're just a number in a list. And so you're a target. So make sure you're safe.
Okay, Eric, before that, I got a question for you.
Please.
Did you mention that you commit like dozens of felonies on a daily basis, but somehow
Thousands of felonies.
but somehow you're protected? How does the protection work?
So companies come to us and they have to sign a long, lengthy legal agreement that says we give you permission to do all the things. Think of it of like you're selling a house, right? You sell a house and you permit somebody to go look through and find all the bad things, right? So if you hire a locksmith to break into your lock, normally, if they were to do that without your permission, it'd be completely illegal and that would be a felony. But because you gave that locksmith permission to get into your house, well, now he can do it, and he is, he's not violating any laws or anything like that. So that's what we do for a lot of companies, and we have a lot of really crafty and clever ways that we compromise companies. And if we were to do them illegally, then it'd be several thousand in any given day.
I love it. Love it. Nate?
Yeah, so key takeaway from me, guys, would be if you are seeking capital for any venture and you need not only the data as the fuel, but also the vehicle to deliver the message a successful way, we do that a number of different ways. So we do that with mass email deployments. We collect the opener clicker data. We repurpose it by uploading it to social media channels. You bid lower that way, and our conversions are great. So that's one of many ways that we can get the message to the right audience and prove that traffic once it gets on your offering page, as long as it's in a licensed FINRA broker dealer environment. So if you're running like a Reg CF, a Reg A, Reg A plus, Reg D, as long as we as digital marketing and advertisers are allowed to solicit your offering, then we can do so without disclosing the terms. That has to be licensed FINRA broker dealer hosted. So that would be the key takeaway.
So quite a bit of a trick of the trade in managing data and using data, et cetera here. I guess I got 2 points. One point is really, as an entrepreneur, as an investor, right? Building a company, and as an investor, of course, you want to, make some serious ROIC and MOIC. And it's about building value and managing risks, right? So building value is like, what specifically are you doing to really contribute and add value to the customers and to partners and distribution? And also what tangibly, how are you executing your plan to really return a sizable return on investor capital and MOIC as well? And on the risk management part, I'm from Silicon Valley. I've been in Silicon Valley for 50 years, right? So I watch, in fact, before some of you were born, probably. My kids are 27 and 24. My favorite bad joke is that even though I look like I just graduated high school, but my kids are Gen Z, working young adults. So, but managing risks is very important. IP risk, right? And Eric, you talked about that. People risk, competition risk, technology risk. How are you really precisely executing all that? That's something to think about. The second point I'd like to make, based on limited time, is really to work on yourself, constantly and never endingly improve and learn. Learn and learn. Jamie Dimon these days, when he talks, right, JP Morgan, is learn and learn. Especially given AI, you gotta have to constantly upskill and reskill yourself, your staff, your team, everyone, right? But in a very nice way, with humility, minimize the ego and pride and all that. But if you don't do that, wait till you see what's coming. AGI artificial general intelligence might be coming sooner than you think. And so, of course, right now, all the rage is about Gen AI, right? So that's part of the takeaways I like for you guys to take away from. I think we have about a minute or two, so I'm going to ask one more question. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to ask something very general, freestyle for you. Okay. Would you have any additional words of wisdom from, your expertise, who you are? Do you have any additional words of wisdom that you would love for the audience to digest or to take home with? Let's start with Nate this time.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So, one thing I've certainly learned after really kind of stumbling into the capital raise game throughout my career, which happened about 5 years ago, we've completed roughly 90 raises. And what I've learned is if you are trying to raise capital, you really have to nurture that relationship. A lot of people will come to me and just say like, hey, Nate, can I buy an email deployment and, send an email to 250,000 people? Doesn't work like that. They're not going to convert the first time. It's a multi-touch channel marketing. You need to be consistent and you need to stay on top of it. You need to nurture them back and build that relationship. And so there's a lot of consistency there. And make sure one thing that is extremely important is just make sure that you're very, very clear in your presentation and your offering so that, there's that super aha moment to where people just get it and they click with it and then they're emotionally attached to it and they're excited about the project as opposed to just like, how much money could it make me? That's where we cross-pollinate by going into their lifestyle behavioral attributes, their interests, to find out not only are they going to be interested in investing in you, but also becoming your client, purchasing your product or purchasing your service or whatever it is that you do. So, it's that involvement, I think, is the words of wisdom that I would give you over what I've learned in this space.
Eric?
Change your password. No, but really though, if you're, it's really not that complicated. Change your password, use a passphrase. No, but if you're going to buy a company or you're going to invest in a company, make sure they've had a security audit done. Make sure they've had a penetration test done. You would be shocked at the amount of large companies that sell off small division or what they consider to be small divisions of their company that have been breached because they don't want to have to deal with the fallout, the regulatory fallout that comes. So make sure they've had compliance checks done. Make sure they've had a penetration test done. If you are trying to be sold as a company, make sure that you've had the same done. Make sure you have your security ducks in the row, because the amount of deals that I've seen fall through because that, the security policies weren't in place or there was a threat actor active on the network, is pretty substantial. So just change your password, change your password, change your password.
Rick?
Uncommunicated expectations go unmet every time. 80% of what I do when I deal with clients is lack of communication and conflict surrounding communication, or some sort of miscommunication, or in most instances now, a complete ceasing of communication because people don't know how to talk to one another or how to communicate effectively. So yeah, uncommunicated expectations go unmet.
Josh, do we have any time for audience Q&A at all? Or Josh?
Josh, what are the questions?
Any time for Q&A or we're done?
So there.
So yeah, absolutely. Eric.
Yes.
We're joking around with your last name at first. So.
I do have an uncle Pablo.
His last name is Escobar, right? So.
What? Sorry, I don't get the joke.
Where's Al Pacino here? Scarface. No, just kidding. Yeah. So. What keeps you awake at night?
The grid. Yeah. I have 90 gallons of gasoline, 2 backup generators, solar, and a couple of batteries that I can keep charged up. Stock of food, extra water, because the grid is very fragile. We've tested a lot of grid. We've tested a lot of infrastructure, and it is, some systems have been online longer than I have been alive, which is terrifying. I mean, I'm not that old, but still terrifying. But yeah, so I'd say grid critical infrastructure. Adversaries are probing it every day in and day out. They know the ins and outs better than the people that run it, and it's fragile. And that's what keeps me up at night is the grid.
I am especially concerned about EMP, electromagnetic pulse.
I'm not worried about an EMP or a CME.
You sure? Why
No,
not?
I mean, look at the Aurora Borealis and the crazy like Northern Lights that we had not too long ago. I mean, that would have been, there's a lot of infrastructure in place for shutting key pieces of infrastructure off before it happens. I'm not that worried about it. Maybe like a high altitude detonation would be a thing, but really just a hacker in the right network turning off the right thing could create a cascading failure far more so than a solar flare, high altitude nuclear blast or anything like that.
Interesting, because when I immerse myself with a family office investor space, speaking everywhere, and that it's a common worry for us, but you're not worried about it. It's interesting.
I have that risk analysis of the have you ever seen the documentary How I Met Your Mother? There's the crazy hot scale of how likely something is to happen, right? And that's like a 10 out of 10 on the scale of like, that's really bad, but how's it going to impact your daily life? When in reality, everybody, well, maybe not everybody in this room, but more than likely, people are going to be laid off from a job. And that's going to be the thing that causes the most harm in somebody's life is, a source of income getting terminated. And so when I look at like what's most likely to happen versus what's like the harm that it's going to cause, I mean, if people just had a 90-day emergency fund or, that doesn't just come to finances, that comes to like all the basic needs. I'm less worried about that. It could totally happen, but so could a comet or something else like that. That's like an extinction level event. That being said, I do have 90 gallons of gasoline and 2 generators and backup batteries.
Right.
And I'm also a ham radio operator, Whiskey 6, Whiskey Delta, if anybody is a ham out there. So
Right.
I do win all the crazy things as well. My wife thinks I'm crazy, and I probably am.
It's a good backup plan. Greg.
What's the worst that can happen? Hey, Greg, get Eric off the stage.
Greg, you're a former Navy SEAL and you help companies become very successful, right? Tell us one short story that's very memorable to you.
From which portion of my life?
Navy SEAL, during or after or whatever.
And thank you for your service, Greg.
Thank you for your service. My heart goes to my deep
Thanks.
respect, okay?
Well, I was telling one of Nate's friends when one of our own F-18s almost dropped bombs on top of my head earlier, so that was kind of funny. Gosh, what's a memorable story?
It could be anything. Could be anything, right?
Yeah. Honestly, like the first thing that comes to mind is one of my most memorable operations that I've done was with some alphabet soup people and some army cats. And we were in the bad neighborhood. You don't get sent to the good neighborhood when you're in the teams. And what we were essentially like breaking in, we were doing some stuff that you guys are doing. Yeah. But yeah, it reminded me of toilet papering a friend's house in high school. And no, it wasn't. But the helicopter pilots that were watching the road for us were like, oh, a car's coming. And like everyone would go and hide and everyone started laughing all over the radio. And that was one of the more candid and funny memories that is very, very vivid in my mind. But just with a bunch of great people. And it was set across the backdrop of Western Iraq, and we were pushing into the Al Anbar province in 2003, and things were really, really dynamic. And here was just a bunch of guys out with each other, hanging it out there and laughing like a bunch of kids over the radio. So that was it's a good memory for me. Yeah.
Well, it is. I wrote in the incredibly tight relationship, right? That brotherhood and all that, which goes beyond, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's unparalleled. I think that someone asked me earlier on, what's the greatest part of being in the teams? And it's the people, is that you're with just a phenomenal group of individuals that will literally give their lives for you. And I mean, for me, it was like such a privilege. I come from very humble beginnings. I literally went to a one-room schoolhouse in Nebraska. I grew up on a farm. And I used to do a talk where talk about, so I've come a long way from the farm. And, it's just an opportunity where I raised my hand and said, hey, take me. And just feel very blessed. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate, we're done? We're good? Okay, all right. Okay, so any quick thoughts, Nate, or?
Yeah, again, thank you for your service, Greg. That's a cool story, the camaraderie. I applaud that. And yeah, if anybody has any questions for me afterwards, just meet me off the stage. I know we're running short on time here. So
Fantastic. Thank you very much, all. And I guess that concludes the panel.
Change your password.
Change the password.
The three of us are going to start a company somehow.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, everyone. We welcome our next presenting pitching company, Esclanet. Esclanet. Esclanet is bringing the future of retail to life with robotic assistants. Excellent. Yeah, we're waiting for the pitch deck. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. This one, you use it to this one?
Yeah.
The green one? Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Murali Kandlagunta. I'm the founder and CEO of Esclanet Inc. We are building the future of retail and beyond. So we are redefining retail by taking on the most perennial and core challenges that retail has been facing for a long time. The retail industry has been marred by labor turnover, inventory management issues, and as well as customer growth. So with our solution, which started with a tech exclusion kind of Amazon Go Store. If you go to Amazon Go Store, you see that it's a great experience when you take something and then walk out. And we wanted to emulate that. But that technology is not being accessible to any of the customers that are the small businesses. So what we wanted to build was to build a technology that is accessible to the small businesses. So what we are building, when we dug deep into this, to talking to many of the customers that we have, what we found that their challenges are all related to labor shortages. So with that, we found out that the biggest challenges that they face are restocking and inventory management, and that's where we focused our efforts in. So what we are building is a multitasking robot combined with a marketplace app. Both are powered by computer vision and AI. So our robot, as a multitasking robot, can do three core things in retail, especially convenience stores. It can do checkout and verification, inventory and restocking. It can also take your online orders and deliver to you while you're pumping gas or just hanging out in the parking lot. So with Esclanet, consider a C-store, convenience store that has 3 shifts and 2 employees per shift. And with that convenience store, we can provide up to 36% in annual savings, and then 55% after 3 years of, we can provide 55% annual savings after 3 years. With our Esclanet, the customers have unprecedented profitability to their retail and business. And the market that we are going after is the brick and mortar market in retail. That's around $20 trillion. And we also don't want to build a single task robot. We think that single task robots are not sustainable in future, and we want to make sure that our customers get the best value by having a robot that can do multiple things. And our revenue systems, you will see they're not a single point failure. If you go to the next slide, our go-to-market strategy is currently going with the convenience store market, and then we graduate to pharma stores and supermarkets. And then we also have received interest from airlines, healthcare, as well as hospitality business. Ultimately, our goal is to be industry agnostic. And if you look at our competitors that are Simbe Robotics and Mashgin, we beat them hands down. You can see we can do customer checkout, verification, inventory monitoring. Simbe Robotics can only do inventory monitoring, and we do restocking, online order fulfillment, and delivery. And this is our team. We made astonishing progress in 18 months. We unveiled our product in CES as well as NRF. And you see the 2 robots that we built in 18 months. We also won 2 innovation awards at CES. And our revenue streams are as innovative as our product. That's what we think, because our app revenues includes transaction fee. This is not an additional cost to the retailers, but a replacement cost. Instead of their POS, we're going to use Sklanet's POS. And of course, our robots are going to be robot as a service. It's a monthly cost for the customers. And after 2 to 3 years, subscription fees from the customers will kick in, and that will act as a safety net for our revenue streams. We think that we have our best revenue model than any competitor. And that's repeating. This is a model of how we make money. From the transaction fee, which is not an additional cost, we make around $80K, and the robot as a service, we get $46,000 per year, and that's a total of $126,000 per year per store. So that's what we make per store. And our team is stellar, and I have co-founders from Google and Amazon. We have CSGO who has extensive retail experience in Target and as well as convenience store market. I have Caltech PhD advising us, and as well as NASA engineers working on this project. And our advisory team is as stellar as our team. We have people who have exited the company successfully and also managing great companies right now with Stanford PhDs and then also Kellogg MBAs. And talk about traction, we signed an LOI with a company that has 1,800 convenience stores. If we just cater to them at 25% of their stores, we would be at $56 million in revenue. And then if we cater to 1% of the total C-store market in the country, then we would be at $190 million. We signed LOIs with the hospitality sector. We signed LOI. We are in negotiations with a healthcare startup. We got accepted to NVIDIA Inception program. And then we talked about prototypes unveiled in CES and 2 innovation awards. And the ask is, we are asking $2 million with 20 million evaluation for 10% of our equity. And how we use our funds, deploy our app by September, and then also unveil our production-ready robot at NACS show in 2024, deploy inventory scanning robot by Jan 25th, and then finally deploy the inventory restocking robot by October of 2025. And how we're going to use the funds, we establishing the manufacturing contacts, which we already have been in discussions with, hire robotics and AI engineers, and develop AI computer vision, enhance that, and sales and marketing, as well as robot deployment into the stores that we have LOIs with. And the key takeaways from this presentation is we have the best revenue model, best profitability and ROI for our customers, and when we have the best and balanced team. And finally, our product is also scalable to multiple industries. With that, thank you for your attention. I could take any questions you may have. I mean, like for the pick and pack, right now we are training it for a retail environment. Let's say we want to train it for another industry like aerospace. It could be it could be like a tool crib manager, and you have bins of tools and multiple parts, and you can use our app to record the mechanic that is going to place the order for tools or parts that he wants to repair an aircraft with. And our robot can pack all those and deliver it to him while he is working on the aircraft. So that is saving time, because aircraft on ground is a serious issue. It's like back 15 years ago, it was $200,000 per hour. So if we have an AOG, we want to make sure that we save every minute by delivering to them faster. We have similar examples in manufacturing and other areas as well. No. We are potential. That is the potential. We are pre-revenue. We just started 2 years ago. Just make it that clear. And we unveiled our prototype. We are right now building a production-ready, production-grade robot for our customers that we signed LOIs with, and they have 1,800 stores. Even if we deploy in 25% of their stores, we could be at 56 million, because we also make transaction fee in addition to robot as a service.
I have two questions. When you talked about picking the parts up for the plane industry, I know that Boeing's facility is one of the largest facilities in the world.
Yes.
And I'm just thinking how long it takes there. Seems that'd be a great solution. Is that kind of some of the ideas? Is that something like if Boeing could have robots running around? Because I understand the transportation issues there is like one of the highest cost and quite a very difficult thing to even manage even that for that. It's supposed to be so large, you know?
Yeah, that's even Boeing and all the airlines, they have maintenance and repair centers. They have like parts at one place. Sometimes the aircraft is broken on the tarmac somewhere. You need to get them as fast as we can to all the parts and tools that they want. And then, like in Boeing, when you talk about a big facility, that would be ideal place, because you want to make sure that that the parts reach there in the tracks that they have. You can't just go into like any place to the airplane in the tarmac or even within the hangar. You need to make sure that you follow a certain path that's laid out, and that's what our robot can be trained to make sure that it can follow that path and deliver the tools that they need.
So what comes to mind in LA is we have all these delivery robots where literally they're just sitting there. Like I was at UCLA and 4 were just sitting there waiting to be deployed. So that's kind of what you're saying. These could be deployed and just sitting there at any of these locations and being utilized.
And it not just delivery, but also identifying the parts that they need from the bins. And then let's say they ask for 10 bolts, and then it takes 8 bolts and it sees that only 2 bolts are left. It can directly place an order to the supplier to replenish that, and then deliver these 8 bolts to the
So
mechanic.
it's a supply chain solution too. You mentioned, I saw this NVIDIA program. Can you describe what that is? Because NVIDIA is in the news all the time. What does that mean? Is that some type of a accelerator? What is that relationship with NVIDIA?
So we just got into it last week. And then the NVIDIA Inception program will help us, providing the capacity to train our models, AI models. Because like we got to train our robot to pick up products, and then also like pick up, develop a layout of a store, and then train it for that AI models. And that's where the NVIDIA Inception program can help us in giving discounts or helping us deploy in their servers to do the training, and they'll give us discounts in even hardware as well.
Right. So then you're using this new state-of-the-art chip that's supposedly so amazing, and they're actually helping you build your product?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. So that's a great question, because like once we once we deploy and we see how our transaction fees, how we get the money, how much money we get from the transaction fee, I think that we can even give the robots for free because we could make so much money with just the transaction fee. So, but that's something that we would wait until we deploy and see how our finances play out. So, yeah. That's yes. Yeah. Yeah, and we have been talking about that as well. And 60% of the convenience stores are unbranded, which is like they can do anything they want with the POS they have. So, but the other 40% are branded, which needs that corporate approval. And we have been working how to integrate our product with them because there is like API. We can build it to deploy in there in that scenario as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Our next presenting company is called Sensate. Anna Gudmundsson is the CEO. They specializes in consumer neurotechnology and well-being tech. Welcome, Anna.
Is everyone still awake? See if I can get my slides here. It's great to see there are a few troopers still out. All right. So I'll get started. My name is Anna Gudmundsson. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sensate. I have over 20 years experience in exponentially growing technology markets. And at Sensate, we have a groundbreaking product serving the enormous market of stress, anxiety, and sleep. And we're on good way to becoming a leader in this space. So I'll start with giving a few highlights that you get an idea of where we're at as a company. So firstly, we had generated over 5 million in revenues last year, serving multiple markets and geographically. We are seeing incredible efficacy and usage with the product, so extremely promising. And we're on a clear path to profitability with multiple revenue streams. And we have actually received a lot of valuable support and recognition already. So firstly, these successes really reflect both the incredible strengths of the product, but also the critical need for effective solutions in sleep, stress, and anxiety. Mental wellness is now its own sector and growing way faster than the general economy. So we should all be aware of this new enormous mass market. The Sensate Pebble comes out of my co-founder's 3 decades of clinical work. And is leading into a new cross-sector paradigm utilizing the power of something as natural to the body as sonic waves and frequency. The Pebble sells for $299, and the annual subscription, which is optional, is $50 per annum. And we have consistently seen over 50% in attach rate for the subscription service, which is insanely high for a premium subscription. And we have a lot more of exciting things on the roadmap as well. So how does this magic work? Because this is really an unusual product. It utilizes infrasonic waves and sound to calm the nervous system, specifically targeting the vagus nerve. And the frequencies between the hearable and the subaudible sound are harmonized. It is a general wellness product, so not a medical device, and that means that we've been able to take it straight to market and commercialize. So our research is showing really, really good results. However, the greatest challenge in this field is really to get people to continuously use the product. And sometimes, or there are actually a lot of products that perform well in a clinical setting, but if that does not translate to at-home use, it is completely useless. Obviously, it doesn't have any efficacy. So proving traction with users is the most important data point, both for business success and obviously to have any impact on the person using it. We've been mentioned in the press over 400 times, and I think that just emphasizes the critical demand for stress management solutions that are efficient and actually work. As a side note, and there are actually a few people here that knew of Sensate, and it's because we're very popular also in the longevity space. So it's been great to meet a few users here today. We are headquartered here in SoCal with fantastic teams, both in Europe and in Argentina. Both my co-founder, Stefan, and I bring extensive expertise to our respective roles. Stefan has pioneered integrated healthcare in the UK, and my expertise and experience has been instrumental in terms of fundraising, scaling the company, and building a strong team. So we have made significant progress already. And we're on track for profitability actually by the end of the year. Last year, we focused on strategically important milestones, which included rolling out the subscription service and also diversify our sales channels, including affiliate and partnership sales. And we are on track to a unicorn status. Hopefully, that will be very good returns for all our investors. As you can see, we have significant gains in contribution and operating margins this year, and that really sets us up for that scale from next year onwards. So I would love you to, this version doesn't have a QR code on it. All right, so you can look us up on the GCN webpage, and I would love to send more information about this opportunity. And I'm very much welcome any questions from the audience. Yes, they are actually our largest investors, invested close to $1 million. Yeah. So we have really good venture capital firms. They are all early stage and they are all reinvesting. So it's a small round, 1.8 million, but we didn't see any reason to do a Series A given that we're so close to profit. We're actually closer to profitability sooner than we expected. But 10110 are also one of our investors, Capital Factory. So we are a remote team, San Diego, LA. So and actually we have a North California as well. We have in San Francisco, but yeah, and a big team in Argentina. They're really amazing. Yeah, really good team there as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, we have uploaded actually, so there should be enough information there. Definitely contact details and stuff. Yeah.
Very nice presentation, Anna. So the crowdfunding that you're doing, how do we find you on the crowdfunding site?
Yeah, thank you. There is the QR code. So you can drop your email there, but otherwise it's wefunder.com/sensate. So it says wefunder.com/our brand name. So the benefit there is we both are taking investment from larger investors and angels, but we put up an SPV on WeFunder as well. It's a smaller portion of the round, but we have a lot of customers that are investing, and it's also part of actually building a bigger community. So it's maybe a little less important from the size, but it's really fun actually to do a crowdfund and allow customers to invest as well. So
You've had a lot of venture capitalists also invest in this.
Yeah. I mean, the most of this round and most of the previous rounds have been VCs, but like the benefit for us, both is actually culturally, we wanted to allow our customers to invest, but we've had customers that have invested 25K, 100K, 120K. Because their lives have been changed by the product. We also have a lot of small investments from 250, but it builds also stronger relationship with the company. So it's like part brand building, part fundraising. But yes, by far the largest amount of our funding comes from venture capital firms. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Our next pitching company is TL Tedford Enterprises. We welcome Terry Tedford. TL Tedford Enterprises specializes in advanced safety and navigation tech. by DOT grants and Homeland Security. Welcome, Terry.
Hello, everyone. I've got this presentation going on back here, and it's going to open up some eyes about certain things that are involved. As intense as it is, I think I'm just going to tell you kind of how I got here and get it so you can kind of get a grasp of it. But watching the slides is going to give you some ideas about where all this is going. But we are providing a lot of safety solutions for not only the government, military, but also in civilian. The Department of Transportation are wanting some of these ideas to go mandatory on all new vehicles. The government, literally, I was on my way to retail and the government intersected me and brought me into the Department of Defense, in which everything was going great. They were ready to go to it. They wanted to submit to Homeland Security. And then I've got lobbyists up there working as well, as long as also one on the Hill that we ended up getting full congressional support. Now, about 6 weeks ago, I actually got the patent for every bit of this. So it's all been allowed, as they put it, and I've got it. Okay. So there's going to be some slides coming up here that should raise some questions for you. But this whole, I'm going to tell you about how it started. So what ended up happening, I was just going to build some units because I was a motorcycle group leader. Okay. And I needed some way to get some cohesion within the group. Everybody running amok. Nobody knew where anybody was going. So I was just going to make them for myself. And then friends and family and business acquaintances stuff started coming up to me and telling me that I needed to take it out and do something with it. And I kind of resisted at first. And then it just finally we went with it, and it's gone great guns. There's been no negative to it, no fallbacks, no anything. So now, as far as funding, looking for a little bit of funding to finish up some research. I've got some different countries that have been involved looking at it with a lot of interest, which is interesting in itself. And the Department of Defense, along with the Department of Homeland Security, are working right now to put this into some kind of perspective. So I need to get the software designed, some more in testing and stuff like that to put together. But we're taking the line of sight problem out of the problem. This slide right here, it's about the new technology. There's so much new technology out there that nobody's even looking at. Now, you'll see some prototypes pop up in a minute. We made those and built those by hand. Okay. And we proved everything as far as relay communication and things like that with it. It looks pretty primitive right there, but it was just to make the test, do the test. And we passed with flying colors. There they are. So it looks pretty primitive, but like I said, they were hand built from what a computer has to build normally. And with a friend of mine, we created those and they work perfectly. Now we've moved on. We've got a lot more solutions created, a lot more ideas. There's anti-collision control on the streets, motorcycles, cars, buses, trucks, doesn't matter. We can literally cause a alert to go off if something's trying to occupy the same space that you're going to occupy. Does the math. Okay. So anyway, this thing started out that simple. And then as we moved through, it grew and it grew. Everybody started coming at me with this. So we went ahead and went with it. And so as of like 6 weeks ago, we actually achieved the patent. And so we're ready to roll with it now. Now we just got to figure out which way we want to do funding, whether we're going to do like 20 million for further research to get the software finalized and get it out there, and then finalize some of the bells and whistles that we have available for vehicles. We even got anti-collision units on aircraft, private aircraft, that are proximity sensors, and the sensors themselves will be designed, and there will be another patent series on those sensors. There are 3 sets of different sensors that do something else. So we're going to go ahead and get that done and get the sensors built. Those will all turn into patents also independently. The software is going to be another patent. So we've got a lot of area to go through. The DOD went completely crazy over everything. They asked for the solutions. A lot of them already had them. I just didn't have any idea they needed them. This is good and important because line of sight, they're down here at the bottom of the image right there, that's what that represents. Line of sight takes the mountains and the hills and stuff out of the equation. So I call it line of sight has been accomplished. The defeat of line of sight has been accomplished. And that kind of represents that because I can relay over those hills, and there can be troops over there. There can be anything going on over there, motorcycle riders going over hills, around corners, because everything goes from unit to unit to unit to unit, 1,000 miles. But we also can communicate in 7 different ways. We can use satellites. We can use cellular service. We can use the peer-to-peer situation I was describing. And there's multiple ones that I'm just not coming to right this minute. But line of sight is a big deal. That's the pretty good sized nugget of the whole thing. The civil, here we go. We've got aircraft aviation. You can see here. Oh, you don't see it yet. Civil applications. Okay. So, but by putting these sensors and stuff on aircraft, there's no way another airplane can get next to you. And I do study a lot of air crash investigations that involve in air-to-air collisions. And that's what this is supposed to be doing. The unit is ready. And there's your aircraft right there. I just put it in there for visual. And then you see the little scooters and everything crashed into each other. This is what we don't want. We're losing too many lives over the senseless, needless, why ever we don't have anything, even on commercial aircraft, to detect an airplane in the air around it. That's why they're running into each other. So hopefully, once we get it done and we've proven it in the private sector, private aircraft, which I like to fly, that once we get proven, then we may be able to achieve FAA approval, and they'll start including it in the equipment in the jumbo jets and stuff. I don't know why a big jet doesn't have something like this, but you'd be surprised at things they don't have when you get involved, when you start looking and finding out. And that's where it's at. Now, this is the new frontier coming soon. It's going to lead to something that is near and dear to my heart. And actually Raytheon sent me to go this far. And you will be seeing that in a moment. And that'll show you where it's all going. So the main thing is that I've got 3 ways of doing investment. They can buy the patent. They can invest in the research. They can do any way they want. They can buy it outright if they want to. But I do and would really like to be a part of putting this together. Okay, so because I know the product, I can get all the juice out of it, and then there will be more coming to go with it. When the money comes, more research can be done, and I can move on from there. So this is what I hope to get. This is what I'm here for. And once we get this created and once we get everything done, all the patents for a lot of stuff is already done. And that's Raytheon with the quantum technology. This is where we're going to go next. So once we get this developed, processed, funded, and in use, then we're going to go to space and we're going to see what kind of fun we can have there. So I don't know, anything else to tell you. I'll love to take some questions if you have them.
Okay, talk about the patent portfolio again for everybody. How many patents approved versus pending?
I've got the one patent for everything that you've seen on these slides, all the military, all of that's already patented. It's in one patent, so I can use it in any way that I want. And then we're gonna go for the software, and then it's gonna hold a patent of its own. And then I intend to take the software and the product, then it's gonna get patented as a group for another patent. And then, like I say, there's medical applications here too, but don't have time to get into it all. So come by and see me. Let's talk about it. If you got questions about it, I'm all about talking about it. You can't out-talk me. Let's go. So come see me. Thank you guys very much for listening. And
Thank you,
anybody
Terry.
else got a question?
Yeah, any questions? Any question for Terry?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Basically, what you are developing is a point-to-point communication system
It
for
is a
military.
communication system, yes, sir.
And that's what the patent you have, or you have a patent of some other nature where your technology has a longer range than any other existing technology? Because there are a lot of point-to-point system do exist right now.
I'm not quite sure I got the question. Everything is part of what I've already got done. Okay, everything I've already proven is all of that happens. And it happens by a relay process. Okay. If you're on motorcycle, I'm on a motorcycle, and Josh is on a motorcycle and we're a mile apart. And if he says some problem going on, he's in the back, he sends a signal. Everybody gets that signal. It relays peer to peer, not satellite, not cellular, peer to peer. Now it can communicate by all the means that we've talked about. You can also do Bluetooth. You can listen to music. You can have NOAA weather radar or NOAA weather radar. And it can literally tell you stuff like that. It's part of it. And once you start putting it all together, it's just, I don't have, if I had 2 weeks to stand up here and talk to you, I could tell you some more stuff, but that's why we're going to put together where you can come see it, ask about it. We'll run through it. If you got questions about other things, and I'm sorry, I just couldn't quite understand what you said, but hopefully I got to it. But the relay process is a secret. You put a tower, which can be dropped by an aircraft, and any kind of a military operation, they can fly over. Believe it or not, the general at the DOD was so impressed that he's the one that actually came up with the drop-in satellite little relay processes, and you can expand the operational area out. Extend it if you're making up ground, if you're in battle. You know, you always move your operations up as you take land and property. Okay, like you're taking it over, you can just keep extending your communications. So that hopefully is everything. Is there anybody else that has something to add? There's been many equipment destroyed because of the satellite maybe having interruption, and there's a 6-second delay minimum. Okay. So if anything happens with 7 tanks, brand new, 17 million apiece, 6 of them ran into each other, made $11 million worth of damage, and I got a phone call because I already had the solutions, because I was taking it to retail. So we all win that way, I guess. You know, let's get there, keep everybody safe, and let's make a better life for us all, and humanity wins. So that's how it works. Thank you guys very much for listening to me. I appreciate it. And yes. And I'd love to hear from you all. Anybody has questions, I'm ready. I talk about it every day, all day. So you're not going to wear me out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Terry.
We welcome our next pitching company, Missing Middle Housing Fund. Ned Malik. is here. Net. There you go. The Missing Middle Housing Fund is co-creating the future of housing in America. Welcome.
And also look at the camera, we have two separate live feeds going on.
Oh.
Right, so not just this room right now.
Thank you so much. All right. Guess I can use this clicker. How do I move my slides?
The green button in the middle.
This one? Oh, okay. Here. All right, sorry, can everybody hear me? All right, good evening. My name is Ned Malik. I am a founder and CEO of a company called the Green Building Group. We're actually based on the East Coast in the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. So you must be wondering, what is a company from East Coast doing on the West Coast? So we are in a process of expanding our operation, and we're looking to expand into Southern California as well as Northern California as well. Our parent company, Green Building Group, builds modern, contemporary, green, eco-friendly, sustainable homes that have won numerous awards from NAHB, the National Association of Home Builders. And we are looking to expand and scale our operation. We're looking to go into cities and towns where we can bring our product from the East to the West Coast. And we're looking to scale that. So we started a real estate fund called the Missing Middle Housing Fund. And you may or may not be familiar with the term missing middle. So what we did is we created a short video to kind of explain what is missing middle housing. So maybe we can play that and then we'll get back to the presentation.
Welcome to a housing revolution. Our concept of missing middle housing development is the key to unlocking the full potential of urban development. Imagine a diverse range of housing options seamlessly integrated between single-family homes and large towering apartment complexes. Instead, missing middle housing developments offer would-be homebuyers with multitude of options from small boutique condominiums to duplex, triplex, fourplex, multiplexes that focus on leave work play amenities within walking distance. Our Missing Middle Housing Fund, also known as MMH Fund, offers exclusive real estate investment opportunities to accredited investors wanting to make a difference and offering transformative engagement and a focus on affordability, sustainability, and walkability. Why choose the Missing Middle Housing Fund? Our approach goes beyond conventions. We leverage the power of new missing middle zoning laws, forming strategic partnerships with local governments, housing authorities, and nonprofit organizations, engaging with local communities and stakeholders, implementing best practices in green building standards, energy efficiencies, and modern contemporary designs, and creating a sense of community and belonging. Meet our powerhouse management team, led by Ned Malik, CEO and founder of Missing Middle Housing Fund, committed to pushing the boundaries of urban development. Your gateway to impactful real estate investment begins with MMH Fund, which is seeking to raise $15 million from a pool of accredited investors for a 70-30 equity split. The minimum investment size is only $50,000. We offer a rolling admissions and hold period of just 2 years, with funds being reinvested automatically every 2 years. The fund projects to provide between 15 to 20% annualized returns as dividends, with a goal of 2x multiplier over a 5-year hold period. As an accredited investor in the MMH Fund, you will be making affordable housing a reality. Embark on an exclusive preview of our pioneering initiatives as we unveil one of our initial offerings, the 8th Street Redevelopment Project at Ballston Metro in Arlington County, Virginia, a boutique 5-unit condo conversion project with modern contemporary units. The project is anticipated to take 9 months to construct and 3 to 6 months to sell. We anticipate to generate over $1 million in gross profits before taxes and soft costs. We plan to distribute 70% or $700,000 of the free cash generated from the sale back to the investors. At MMH Fund, we specialize in unique low-rise development, addressing specific community needs with precision. Our adaptable approach, navigating market dynamics, allows strategic development for both for sale and for rent, aligning seamlessly with the real estate market cycle. Our successful track record includes projects like the 15th Street condo conversion in Capitol Hill area of Washington, D.C., an 8-unit condominium project, the 13th Street duplexes and condominiums project in Columbia Heights, and other duplexes and triplexes, paving the way for your investment with MMH Fund. Building on this track record, you can anticipate returns upon project completion with a targeted exit annualized rate of return 15 to 20% and an enticing 2x multiplier. Accredited investors meeting income or net worth criteria can invest a minimum of $50,000 in innovative housing projects for potential returns. Join us for a rewarding investment journey with impact. For more information, you may visit us at mmhfund.com or reach us at the following details. Together, let's build a better future. This video contains forward-looking statements about Missing Middle Housing Fund, LLC. Your due diligence is crucial. Stay informed, stay cautious, and thank you for joining us on this journey.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so trying to see if this thing is working. Is the American dream of home ownership dying? Home ownership is the American dream. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said that real estate cannot be lost or stolen, and nor it can be carried away, purchased with common sense, paid in full, managed with full reasonable care. It is about the safest investment in the world. But the facts show that, in fact, the real home ownership in the United States has been steadily falling over the past 50 years. I'm going to skip the slide about me, our team, get down to the problem that we are going to be addressing with the MMH Fund. The housing affordability. As we can all agree that housing market in America faces 3 key problems: affordability, which is due to high demand and low supply, and new development generally is very slow and isn't fast enough to keep up with the demand in urban areas. And traditional practices in constructions are typically outdated and do not meet the environmental and negative impacts on the environment. So what's the solution? The solution has been introduced by various states around the country, about 13 of them so far. They introduced this concept of missing middle zoning. So essentially what this new opportunity does is removes the restriction on land use from single family into allowing developers and builders like us to develop multifamily or higher density development in these single family zones. So for example, in California, there is a law that was passed several years ago, SB 9, which allows creation of multiple duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes on single lots, which is addressing a lot of the supply side of the equation. This is also done in partnerships with other local governments, nonprofits, and other corporate. America has gotten into the game of providing solutions to affordable housing. And one of the key factors that we focus on when we do this is the environmental development aspect of it, which is creating energy efficiency and eco-friendly buildings that are sustainable, as well as healthier and more productive environment for our buyers. I'll skip some of this benefits. I think most of us can agree that there are a lot of benefits of having affordable housing where other Americans can participate. The market opportunity is very large for affordable housing. It's about $112 billion in major industries, cities in like DC and LA and a lot of the other bigger cities where this would be very applicable. Companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they have all pledged billions of dollars worth of investment into solving America's housing affordability problem. So what we intend to do is to build about 100+ housing units with this fund by scaling it. We're looking to scale that over the next 5 years. And we're going to be doing that by acquiring and specific lots that allow for this zoning to take place. And we design and we develop the homes that are going to be multifamily in those specific single-family use lots. And then we're going to market these and sell them individually. And so we provide several investment options to you all. One of them is providing you with investment syndication, where you can invest in any of these particular projects. We can also do our fund, which allows you to kind of pool all this money and then spread the money over all of these various projects that we're doing. And then we also have the EB-5 program, which allows you to get foreign investment dollars into the fund. Financial, I think the video already showed you that we're looking to raise about $15 million. And we are projecting a return of about 15 to 20% per annum. And we plan to use this fund, about a third of the money, towards purchasing these particular lots, and then about a 2/3 of it towards development purposes. Revenue model is typically to sell, but it can also be for rent, depending on the specific cycle, the market cycle that we might be in. These are some of the projects. I think we already addressed that in the video, but it is going to generate quite a bit of return for our investors. Just some of our other projects. I'm going to skip through some of this stuff. We are doing projects in California as well, in Malibu area, that might be also of interest to you all. Anyway, any questions on this? I understand that I ran over the time limit here, but if anyone has questions, I'll be happy to address those for you.
Any questions? Thank you, Ned.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, pitching company, Sustain IT Global. Nicholas. Is Nicholas here? Sustain IT Global, Nicholas. Okay, so let's move on. Our next company will be Arvaini Kuram Hussain. Are you okay? Arvaini integrate home automation and security systems and social media integration with artificial intelligence. Welcome.
Hello. So thank you. We named our company after the beautiful city of Irvine. We are based off of Irvine. So I'm pretty sure one day you'll buy this device. Why? Because this is the next generation of how the AI will come to the lives of the people. We talk about AI too much, but how it will be introduced to the life of the people. This is the technology and the platform we have built. So the little story behind it is, once one day my son ran out of the home, and there's all the security system ring. I have more than one ring. Another could not tell me that he's gone. They just tell me somebody moved and he went out of the front door. 3-year-old kid is gone. That day I figured out why the system keeps pushing me useless, meaningless motion detections and don't tell me what's going on. And then I've figured out like this Ring and Google architecture is at least 2 to 3 years behind in their supply chain and development process. We came up with this Arvina, which is a AI-based artificial intelligence platform, which provides smart home and not only provides security, but all the AI-based problem or security problems for homes and businesses. The way it works, how am I supposed to change the slide? Okay. So basically, what is the problem in the market? The market is expensive, hard to configure. Security systems are there, almost non-customizable, which is a big problem, which will be addressed. How the customization is a big problem for this industry and what is needed and where AI comes in. Highly cloud dependent. There's nothing in your home, it's all in the cloud. If you lost the internet, it's gone. And it's very expensive to run it in the cloud and hard to maintain because you need hardware like motion detectors, touch sensors to maintain it. What we are doing here, we are bringing AI computer vision to the smart home security systems for homes and businesses. We are making it automatic software configuration, which makes it easy. Edge computing, which is a very small part. You can see the bottom, our edge computing device, which we have developed for the masses. So how we are doing it, basically. We develop AI models around the lifestyle of the people. If your child runs out of the home or your old grandfather fall inside the home, somebody trying to intrude, or there's a dog poop, which you want to be your dog, you got a bad dog or you got a bad neighbor who keeps pooping. All of such problems, and we believe there will be millions of such problems in the future of the world, which needs to be solved to make the lifestyles comfortable and engaging for the people to get out of the worries. So what we have done besides that with our facial recognition is one of the things which we have included, that you can integrate your security system with the social media so we know who is in your life, who is not in your life. And we have developed an AI store where other developers for the problems for which we have not developed or we cannot develop, like a mobile app. There are millions of mobile apps out there. No one company can build all of them. There will be millions of AI models which will run in our lives of the future. We have developed an app store or a mobile model marketplace store where other developers can come and develop. So these are the 6 components. We have a mobile phone app. It connects with your security system. We have an edge computing device, which we have put as a touch screen doorbell. So how we can sell that touch device to everybody is a touch screen doorbell. You can put your favorite TikTok video or any picture on your doorbell touch screen. We are the world's first touch screen doorbell, or at least in the US market. And we are definitely the world's first AI market model place. Combined with this application, computer vision, we create a system for your homes, which is a home brain with the edge computing device. How we are different? We are different on so many levels for our competition, which usually Ring and Google. That's how the startups are born, because they left a big gap in the market for years to come. We have a fingerprinting, we have facial recognition, we have AI models, we have edge computing, which is very important requirement. Like your brain don't have a home like your car, your phones, your brain home. No, it's on the device. Yeah, and it's an evolutionary technology which we have developed. We have 24 patents on the technology which we have filed, including the marketplace, which we think will be the most valuable patent. We have a subscription of about between $10 to $20, and we are selling our device right now at $259. We have sold in last 40 days. In the first campaign of 30 days, we sold like 200 devices, and we are still selling. We are about to start our next campaign, start of August. So we expect to sell a couple of hundred devices there. So we are post revenue technically, and all these devices we are selling are pre-order basically. So which is very difficult to sell. Where we stand in our traction, we have a patent filing, which we did last year. Start of paid marketing, we started end of last year. Q2, we got our first revenue of $50K. We have a marketplace patent, which can be if you are able to defend it, it can be one. And 24 patents filed, yeah. Yeah. So the size of this market, when you compare to smart home industry itself, is a over $150 billion market. If you include because we are creating another market, AI market model place, which does not exist, so we don't know how much it is. But for example, mobile app market is $223 billion market today. So by 2029, we expect to reach heavy revenue 661. That's we can discuss. Okay. Okay. So what we are seeking is basically I have invested about 750K of my own money. This is my third company. And I'm seeking a 2 million in convertible notes. That's a 10 million cap. We can discuss the evaluations. And that's the use of the funds we would like to have. This is me. We have a team of 25 people besides me, plus advisors for our investments and technology relations, which are very seasoned. And I'm open for questions, guys. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next pitching company will be Biologic Ventures, Derek Holman. Welcome. Biologic Ventures focus on anti-aging and age reversing technologies. Welcome, Derek.
Thank you. Appreciate the applause. Appreciate that. So tonight, just going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing at Biologic. So let me grab the remote here. There we go. Is it the green or the red? Green. Okay. Okay.
And the microphone, if you.
Got it. Okay. We're on track now. Quick disclaimer. You guys know this stuff. So our thesis, we're launching a $500 million fund to become the go-to Series A fund in rejuvenation biotech. It's a space that needs the funding, and we're going to try to provide it for all the top companies in this space. Quick look at my background. Did honors research in aging and rejuvenation at the University of Oklahoma. Went on to get my MD there as well, so a lifelong Sooner. Then went on to do work in biotech and pharmacogenomics and neurogenomics before kind of circling back around to what's my passion, and that's rejuvenation biotech. I've been into this literally my entire life. Started studying these mechanisms in high school, so it's been a long time coming, but the field is finally here. You know, when you see an uptick in the field, and that moment is now. We are literally getting ready to experience human rejuvenation. So my other partner here, currently advisory board member, but he is a pending venture partner, pending terms here. Felix is fantastic. He was the associate director of genomics at the FDA, where he spent 5 years there, kind of crafting the entire genomics department, building the team, writing all the regulations. He is truly an amazing addition to our team and will help us get these companies through FDA. The kind of other big area of his experience here, he was president of Medco Research, which is the largest PBM in the world. It was at the time with 65 million patients. He currently helps pharma companies and diagnostic companies get FDA approval. So that's his current role, and that's largely the expertise he'll be lending to the fund. So, yes, yeah, he's well, he did his postdoc at Stanford. He actually did his PhD at Basel in Switzerland. So he's a great addition to the team. I love Felix. So first investment here, what you're seeing here are the very first cases of mammalian rejuvenation. These rats are literally the exact same age. The only difference is one has received this therapeutic and the other has not. And I know it's marked here, but it's also pretty clear to see which one has been rejuvenated. Just phenomenal to see it. Every single aspect of the rat is reversed. These rats have literally been reversed by the equivalent of 54 human years. That is a huge, huge achievement. We reverse these rats literally from the human equivalent of 80 back to 26 years of age. And that's based on the gold standard within this field, and that's epigenetic testing. So their DNA methylation pattern has fully reversed to that of a young rat. And to me, that is the biggest achievement in scientific history to date. So, thank you. That's the space is it's amazing. That's all you can say. This is a moment in history that we're witnessing as this unfolds here over the next several years. And what you're seeing here is the very first case of a human tissue being fully rejuvenated. This is 72 hours after receiving that same therapeutic, and the skin has already started to do a complete U-turn in every single aspect that you would measure skin age by. Obviously, the wrinkles are going away, the age spots are going away, the thickness is coming back, the veins are becoming less visible, and it's literally 72 hours. That's insane. Like that is crazy. And then you flash forward to 3 months on the same individual, the skin has continued to get younger. Those cells have now been reset. This is not cosmetic. Those cells are literally younger at the epigenetic cellular level, so they can only reproduce new youthful cells. That's why the skin continues to de-age as this person goes through time. So the skin is continuing to get younger and younger, and I can tell you continue to do so. We're now more than a year out, and the skin looks better than it did at 3 months. These are permanent changes because we've literally reversed the aging process in these cells. It is, again, I can't say it enough. It's historic what's going on right now in this field, and it is poised to literally change everything about our society, how we function in healthcare, and pretty much every aspect of commerce. So here are the disease states that this technology treats as well. We literally have the capability, caveat, this is to be played out in human clinical trials, but certainly it projects to do this because aging is the root cause of all these diseases. This technology projects to literally cure heart disease, cancer, diabetes, stroke, arthritis, Alzheimer's, glaucoma, osteoporosis. Literally all of these disease states get reversed when you apply this technology. And the reason is they share the exact same molecular root cause, and that is aging. That same epigenetic driver that drives the aging process drives all of these disease states. So the reason these diseases have never been cured is because we've never targeted the true root cause of these diseases. And this is exactly what all of these technologies do. And there are a number of companies going after this right now. Right here, we've identified our first 15 investments based on a number of criteria. Certainly, we feel we've determined which therapeutic classes will deliver the best results with the best safety profile in the quickest timeline. And so these are the investments we're going to be making here over the next several months. So it's a very exciting time to be in this area. A quick look at projected returns. I think the biggest thing to take away here is you can just see what's happening. There will be very, very significant ROI in this space. It's kind of an understatement. I think potentially the greatest ROI that you could get in an investment on planet Earth today. So obviously it's a space I'm very bullish on. These are just projections. I think it's easy to see this will be a multi-trillion-dollar market. I think we get to $10 trillion in annual revenue in this space. So that's trillion with a T. And I think that's easy to see with the healthcare expenses that we displace here. Oh, sorry. Okay, $500 million fund. And yeah, that's basically it. Any questions?
Amazing. Thank you so much, Derek. This is amazing. Unbelievable.
Yeah. So that's it. We have to shut down at 9 here. I want to say a big thank you to Derek. I've been meeting with him a bunch here. There's just some revolutionary. I've lost my voice completely in a minute. 45 hours of no sleep at this point. 2 days almost. I'm very excited to be investing into this at some point and to be bringing people in. Everyone I've seen is very excited about it. I mean, it's a big ask, 500 million, but I think they have the technology in the background to do it. Anyways, if we can get a big round of applause for Derek. All right, thank you so much. All right, everybody, we appreciate everyone sticking through and staying here. really actually super important too. Can we get a big round of applause for our AV in the back? Thank you guys so much. Select Multimedia made this happen. They stuck through. They had to set up night before and stay morning, early morning. So they're the winners here. Thank you guys, all of you guys, for coming today. I really appreciate all of you. That's all. Have a great day. Cheers, everybody on the live stream.